You're lying there in the dark, just as you've been for hours, body still, breath measured, eyes closed but mind wide open, and somewhere between one quiet thought and another, that familiar weight settles. I should be asleep by now. Not because your body isn't tired, it is, but because every time this happens, it feels like a failure, like something you've been asked to do and somehow not done well enough. And one gentle note before we go further: this is a place to rest, not medical advice, and it is no substitute for professional care. If sleep keeps being hard night after night, a licensed healthcare professional is the right person to walk that with you. For tonight, there is nothing to fix. You've tried everything: the wind-down ritual with the dim light, cooling down room temperature, no screens for hours before bed, tea instead of coffee, all the things people say help. And still here you are, awake, alert, counting breaths like they're steps on a path to sleep that never arrives. You don't want to be this person, this one who lies there and works at rest as if it were an exam. But what if none of your effort has been the problem, but instead part of why you can't fall asleep? You've spent so much time asking yourself, why can't I sleep even when tired? Or wondering whether trying harder this one night will finally bring relief. You've replayed every version of that moment where everything should have gone right. The timing was perfect, the environment ideal, but still nothing came. And you're not alone in this, not at all. Many people who try too hard to fall asleep find themselves caught here, counting breaths and checking the clock because they believe sleep is something they must achieve with willpower. They've learned that if only their body would cooperate just once, everything else, energy, mood, focus, clarity, would return. But there's a quiet truth behind this kind of effort. Trying to fall asleep creates tension where relaxation should be. It activates the very systems in your brain meant for stillness and rest, and instead turns them into engines of wakefulness. Every time you notice yourself not sleeping, it feels like proof that something is wrong with how hard you're working. And so you try harder, tightening muscles slightly more than needed, slowing breath too much, or holding the next one just a second longer, as if control could force stillness to come faster. But sleep isn't built from effort. It's not earned through persistence and discipline like some prize won at the end of long labor. Sleep is an involuntary process, something that happens when your nervous system stops fighting rather than starts pushing forward. It doesn't respond well to demands or intentions. In fact, it retreats further whenever you try too hard to call it in. There's a name for this phenomenon: paradoxical intention, a technique used by sleep researchers and clinicians working within cognitive behavioral therapy for insomnia (CBTI). Not because it's clever, it just works that way. The idea is simple but powerful. Instead of trying to fall asleep, you do the opposite: let go entirely. Letting go doesn't mean doing nothing. It means releasing your grip on sleep itself, not as a goal to reach or an outcome to earn. It's not about falling fast. It's about staying with whatever state is already present in this moment. Wakefulness, stillness, alert rest, all of them counted equally valid. This isn't magic. This doesn't require belief systems, visualizations, special techniques, just one shift. You're no longer being asked to do anything at all except be exactly where you are right now. You've been handed a job that wasn't yours, the task of making sleep arrive, and so each time it fails, there's guilt, self-questioning. Maybe I didn't prepare well enough, or worse, I must not be able to relax like other people do. But here's what you haven't had the chance to hear clearly before: nothing is wrong with how your body works. You've been trying so hard because that was all anyone ever told you. Try harder, focus more, clear your mind. But those instructions were based on a misunderstanding of sleep's nature. It isn't something we command. It comes when conditions are right, not through force, but by letting go of effort. Letting go means surrendering the belief that rest depends on falling asleep first, and instead accepting resting is enough. You don't need to prove yourself worthy of quietness tonight. You're already here, in your bed, safe and warm beneath covers you've chosen for comfort, not because they'll help with sleep, but simply because they feel right when held close. Your body is heavy where it rests. This weight isn't failure, it's presence. This moment you lying there is not a mistake waiting to be fixed. It's already part of what allows the next one to come. Calm, slower breaths that don't need direction from you, just movement without purpose. There will be no outcome measured by minutes passed or dreams experienced. There are no points for stillness or rewards given when sleep finally comes or doesn't. You're not failing because your mind is racing and restless. It's only doing what minds do in the quiet dark. They wander, remember, anticipate, sometimes even rehearse conversations that haven't happened yet, or wonder whether you left a door unlocked. Whether it's locked now isn't important, neither is checking again to find out. What matters is how much space there is between each thought, not if one ends with sleep, but simply that the next doesn't need pushing through like an obstacle course built by stress and expectation. You don't have to stop thinking about what happened today or worry over tomorrow's meetings. You can let those thoughts be without needing them gone. No chasing, no resistance, just awareness of their passing shape in your mind before fading again into quiet space between breaths. Your body knows how to rest even when you're not trying to make it happen, but only if the effort stops being required. So tonight, you don't need to work at anything. No performance demanded from yourself. No show for anyone else. No proof of progress or productivity measured in hours slept. There is nothing wrong with lying awake and noticing that fact. There's no failure when you're not asleep. It just means your nervous system has chosen wakefulness as the current state, which can be perfectly fine too. That possibility that it's okay to stay here is what changes everything. It isn't about getting rid of thoughts or forcing silence into every corner of awareness. It is allowing yourself to exist in this moment without needing anything from it. No relief, no arrival, no escape. You don't have to fix the time passing by checking how long you've been lying still. The clock doesn't care either, neither should you. The numbers aren't proof that something went wrong, just information about when things began and where they stand now, without judgment attached. If your eyes open slightly from habit, or if a muscle twitches in your foot as though stretching after sleeplessness, it's all part of being alive here right now. No need to correct it, no reason to judge what feels unnatural because you're not trying anything at all anymore. The most important thing is already happening. The breath continues, slowly breathing out, then drawing back in without urgency or volume, just motion that doesn't require your attention, but simply moves through its own rhythm, whether observed or forgotten. Let it stay like this, not changed by desire to fall asleep, but allowed as just another kind of rest. And if you notice yourself scanning the room again for signs of sleep, pause and recognize. You're not looking because there's a problem, only because your mind wants something different from now, but that doesn't mean anything has gone wrong. It means it's still doing its job, keeping watch even when no danger is near. But you don't have to follow every signal anymore, not the urge to count breaths, nor the pull toward checking time again or reviewing what went unspoken during dinner earlier tonight. You can choose not to act on any of them, and that choice isn't effortful. It's simply letting go of responsibility for something no one was ever meant to control. Rest is already happening. You don't need sleep in order for rest to begin. nor do you have to wait until everything stops moving before peace arrives. You're not required to fall asleep tonight, no more than any other night, but only invited into the quiet practice of staying present, heavy limbs sinking deeper with each breath released, warmth spreading slowly through your skin like sunlight absorbed over time. Sound from outside, the soft hum of distant traffic, a faint creak in floorboards, silence between them all of it heard not as noise to avoid, but just part of what fills the air around you. Your breath continues not because you're guiding it, but because it's remembering how to move on its own, like a tide returning without needing permission. There's no need to shape it into something deeper or slower. Just let each release be as quiet and ordinary as a leaf falling in still air. The rhythm doesn't depend on your attention. It exists whether you notice or not, like the steady pulse beneath soil that never stops even when nothing stirs above. And if your chest rises with less ease than usual, or your breath catches for a second just past the middle of an inhale, no correction is needed. That small pause isn't failure. It's simply space where awareness meets motion without demanding anything from either. You are not required to feel different than you do right now. The heaviness in your arms is not resistance. It is surrender, settling into gravity like a stone finally choosing the bottom of a still pond. Your fingers lie loose and open, not because they've been told to relax, but simply because there's no reason for them to be clenched anymore. Even the way your toes curl slightly at the edge of the mattress isn't an error. It is sensation passing through without being claimed or acted on. Let it stay as just that, a small shift in muscle, not a signal, not a demand. There's something quiet and patient about stillness when there's no goal attached to it, when you're not waiting for the moment of release, or the instant when your mind goes blank, or even the soft collapse into sleep. You are simply here, awake, aware in body, breathing, alive, and that alone is enough. Not because it's a step towards sleeping, but because being present isn't a task to finish. It doesn't need completion. There's no finish line at the end of this kind of rest, only continuity. Let your thoughts drift through now like leaves caught in a slow current, not pushing forward with purpose, not clinging to one shape or another, just passing by as they naturally do when you stop trying to gather them into a pile. Whether it's the echo of an unfinished sentence from earlier today, or the outline of someone's face you can't quite place, or even the memory of how your favorite coffee tasted last week, let each appear without being met with judgment. Let them arrive and leave as they wish, like visitors who come unannounced but stay only a moment before stepping back into silence. You don't need to know why you're awake tonight, or whether it's because of something unresolved, or too much light in the room, or an old habit that won't let go. You don't have to fix anything about how your body feels, nor explain away what seems off about this time between dusk and dawn. The only thing required is not trying, just allowing the fact of wakefulness to be exactly as it is. Not a problem, not a delay, just the way things are right now. There's no need to push forward with intention or force calm into your thoughts. That effort doesn't help. It simply adds another layer of urgency to what's already been carrying its own weight for hours. What you're learning tonight isn't about falling asleep. It's about releasing the belief that you must do something in order to be allowed to rest. The bed holds you not because you've earned it, but because it always does, no conditions attached. It doesn't ask for proof of tiredness or patience or stillness before letting your body sink deeper into its shape. You don't have to earn the quiet that comes with lying down, you're already in it. Even now, when the mind is active and time feels long, rest isn't absent, it's just not what you've been looking for. And so here, without chasing or correcting or measuring progress, there is no pressure to wake up feeling refreshed tomorrow morning. You don't have to prove that this night has value by falling asleep at a certain hour. The only thing being asked of you tonight is presence, not effort, not performance, just the simple act of staying with what's already happening. Your skin still feels warm from earlier, the lingering trace of heat where your body met sheets and blanket, like sunlight absorbed into fabric. That warmth doesn't have to last or grow stronger. It can fade slowly, like a memory dissolving at the edge of sleep. And if it does, that's not failure. It's just how things change when nothing is being controlled. There's no need to listen for signs of falling asleep, the kind where you feel yourself slipping away from awareness or notice your thoughts getting thinner. You don't have to wait for a shift in sensation, nor search for confirmation that sleep has arrived. There's no checkpoint on the way here, no gatekeeper, no moment when it all becomes official. You're not being asked to become something else. You're only invited to stay with what is. Breath moving through chest and throat without force, limbs resting under weight, as if they've found their place again after a long day of pretending. Even the slight ache behind your eyes or tightness in the jaw isn't an obstacle. It's just part of the body's quiet work, the way it keeps itself alive even when no one is paying attention. And now let that be enough, not because you've done enough, but simply because existence doesn't require justification. You don't need to prove your right to lie here in stillness, or show how hard you've tried, or earn a few hours of unconscious time by being perfectly still tonight. Rest is not earned through effort. It's available whether you're asleep or awake. You are already resting, not on the outside of it, but inside its quiet form, breathing slowly, letting each inhale come as it will, each exhale fall away like a sigh released into the dark. Let your attention rest too, not trying to focus, not scanning for changes in sensation, just allowing space for whatever arises without needing to do anything about it. The silence isn't empty, it's full of things you don't need to name. The sound of air moving through walls, distant radio signals from some other room, the faint creak as your body shifts slightly on the mattress. They are not interruptions, they are just part of what fills this space. You don't have to listen for them or push them away. They can simply be heard without becoming a concern. Even if you notice yourself beginning to drift again, like returning after walking too far from home, you don't need to grab hold. Let the mind wander as it wishes and stay where you are, in the middle of this moment, not trying to get anywhere else, not needing to return or arrive at anything. You're already there. And if your eyes open just a little, if your breath quickens for no reason, nothing has gone wrong. There's still nothing to fix, no adjustment needed. The body is simply breathing, the mind is simply thinking, and you are simply being here, not trying to change it, not pushing against the truth of this moment. You don't have to fall asleep tonight. You don't even need to want to sleep. But if you do, let that happen too, without expectation or demand. Let sleep arrive only when it chooses, just as all things must in their own time. There's no race to finish, no scorecard to fill out, no one waiting for you to finally stop moving so they can begin. You're not behind, you're not missing anything. There is nothing left to do, only this, breathing slowly, sinking deeper into stillness, letting go of what has been holding on. And when your thoughts turn again toward the morning or worry about whether tomorrow will be hard, it's okay for them to come back. Just let them pass through without following. Don't meet them with resistance or correction. They're not threats. They're just reminders that you're human, alive in a world of motion and time. But tonight, you don't have to answer any of it. You can simply stay here, breathing, sinking, still, not doing anything at all except being exactly where you are, without needing to be anywhere else. Let your shoulders soften into the mattress, not because you've decided to relax, but simply because there's no reason left to hold them up. The weight of your arms isn't a burden, it's just the natural way gravity pulls things downward when they're no longer resisting. Your hands rest where they fell, fingers slightly curled, as if still remembering how to grip something real. But tonight there's nothing to grab onto. No need, no urgency, no demand that you must hold on to anything at all. The body knows what it does best. It stays put when not asked to move, And so do you. There is no task in this moment, no signal from the mind saying now or soon, no pressure to transition into sleep as if it were a destination, like arriving at a station after an endless train ride. You don't need to get there. The journey isn't something you've failed to complete. There was never a route laid out in the first place. What's happening now is not missing anything. It's simply what happens when effort stops being the job. Even your breath, which has been so carefully counted and measured like an old clock ticking too slow for comfort, let that rhythm loosen again, not because you've decided to let go of control, but because there was never a need to hold on to it in the first place. The air comes and goes without permission from you. It doesn't ask whether you're ready or willing. It simply moves through your body like wind through trees, no intention behind it, no reason for its passage except being itself. And if you notice that one breath lingers a little longer than usual, just slightly deeper, as though the lungs are remembering how to fill completely, you don't need to examine why. You don't have to ask whether this is better or worse than before. It's just happening, and so it stays, no correction needed. Your jaw may still carry its quiet tension, not from stress, but simply because that's where muscle memory holds on when nothing else asks for attention. But even there, you can let go of the idea that something needs to be fixed. You don't need to release what is already released in its own way, no command needed, no effort required. The warmth spreading through your chest isn't proof of progress. It's not a sign that sleep is near or that relaxation has won. It's just heat radiating from stillness, like sunlight warming stone after long night. You don't have to make it stay or grow stronger. Just let the sensation be what it is, neither goal nor warning. Your feet may feel heavy, as if they've settled into the floor beneath the mattress, not because you want them to sink deeper, but because gravity has found its way in through every fiber of your body. That heaviness isn't resistance, it's surrender. It's not fatigue dragging you down, it's peace allowing itself to settle. You don't need to watch for signs that sleep is coming, no flicker behind the eyes, no slowing of thought, no sudden quieting of mind. None of those things are required. Sleep doesn't arrive because you've done something right. It arrives only when there's nothing left to do in order to get it. Even if time passes and your body remains awake, you don't need to wonder what that means or how long this will go on. The minutes aren't a test, nor is the clock watching you. You're not behind schedule. There's no appointment with unconsciousness waiting for you at a specific hour. What matters isn't when sleep shows up, it's whether you've stayed with yourself in the meantime. There are moments when your mind drifts to thoughts about tomorrow, the meeting that might happen, the conversation left unfinished, something said too quickly or not enough. These things surface as if they're still urgent. But tonight, even that urgency isn't real. It doesn't need answering. You can let it float by like smoke from a distant fire, not because you've forgotten it, but because there's no one at home to receive the message. You don't have to fix anything. You don't have to prepare for what might come. There is no future that needs your attention right now, only this breath, this weight, this stillness in which everything is already accounted for. Even if you notice a sound from outside, the hum of distant traffic, the soft creak of floorboards settling like bones shifting in sleep, you don't need to identify it or place it. It's not an intruder. It doesn't belong inside your effort to be quiet. It's just part of the world breathing beside you. And if you feel a flicker of awareness, just enough to notice that you're still awake, let that feeling settle too without reaction. Don't turn toward it or away from it. Don't ask what it means. Just let it rest in your body like a leaf floating on water, not resisting, not clinging. There's no need to judge this moment as better or worse than any other. No comparison needed. You're not failing because you haven't slept yet, nor succeeding because you've managed to lie still for an hour. The only thing that counts is the fact that you are here, no longer fighting, no longer measuring your progress against some invisible standard. The mind will keep its habits, even if it doesn't know they've stopped being useful. It may try to replay a conversation, rework a decision, or imagine what someone might say now, but none of those thoughts need to be answered. They don't require action. They aren't demands. They're just echoes of the day that haven't fully faded. And so you let them stay, like birds passing overhead on their way somewhere else. You don't call them back. You don't try to understand why they flew in this direction tonight. You simply watch, not with interest or resistance, but with quiet acknowledgement. Yes, I see you, and that's enough. There is no effort required to let go, because there was never anything holding on tightly anyway. There was just a story being told about how hard it had been to rest. But stories change when the listener stops listening. Your body has already begun its work of restoring itself, not because you made it happen, but because that's what living bodies do when not interrupted by demand or anxiety. The nervous system slows down not because you've ordered it to, it simply finds a way to pause, like water settling after a storm. Even the faint sound of your own heartbeat, so often noticed only during silence, is just another rhythm in the dark, nothing special about it, nothing needing correction. It's not loud or irregular, it's just steady, the pulse beneath the stillness, reminding you that life is continuing on its own. You don't need to know how long this lasts. You don't have to keep track of minutes passing. There's no reason for time to be measured in your experience tonight. No charting, no tally of progress, no way to calculate whether this night was a success or failure. The only truth that matters is what you feel right now. The quiet weight of limbs on the bed, the soft rise and fall of chest, the warmth spreading slowly through muscle and bone. There's nothing more than that, no need for anything else to be true. Even if your eyes open slightly, not from alertness or fear, but simply because the body shifted without warning, you don't have to close them again. Let them stay open, not searching, not resisting. Just let the dark remain as it is. It doesn't ask you to see anything. It only holds space for what's already here. And if your breath slows further, almost imperceptibly, like water seeping into sand, you don't need to notice that either. Don't label it deeper or calmer. Just let it be part of the quiet without assigning meaning to it. There is no goal at the end of this moment, no finish line waiting in the distance. There's only the slow, steady unfolding of stillness, like leaves dropping one by one from a tree that has stopped trembling in the wind. You don't have to carry anything forward into tomorrow. You don't need to remember how you got here or what you were thinking when you started this night. The past isn't asking for your attention now. It's not calling out, not demanding explanation. It's just gone, like a song that has faded into silence. And so you stay, not in pursuit but in presence, no longer moving towards sleep, no longer measuring your distance from it. The body knows what to do when left alone. It doesn't need permission to relax. It only needs space. You are giving that now, not as a task, not as an act of will, but simply by stopping the effort to be something you're not. You don't have to become still. You just stop pretending you're not already there. The tension in your shoulders wasn't resistance. It was signal fatigue, the body's way of saying it had been trying too long to do what doesn't require doing. Now that the demand has lifted, those muscles aren't holding on anymore. They are letting go because they no longer have a reason to stay tight. There is no need for them to stay firm when nothing asks them to be. The air in the room feels different tonight, not colder or warmer, but heavier in a way that doesn't press against you. It settles into the hollows of your body like water finding its level. You don't have to adjust your position. There's no need to shift for comfort, because comfort isn't something you earn. It just arrives when you stop searching for it. Your skin is aware of contact without needing to name it. just warmth where fabric meets flesh, slight pressure at the hips, and spine where the mattress molds beneath you. These aren't sensations that demand attention. They're simply textures of being here, nothing more. And if your fingers twitch once or twice, not in movement but in release, you don't need to interpret what that means. It's just a small tremor passing through tissue, like wind brushing across the surface of still water. No ripple lasts long enough to require notice. You are learning how to be present without having anything to offer, not even the gift of surrender, because that too carries an expectation. I'm giving up now, but you don't need to give anything at all. You're not handing over control, nor offering peace as if it were a coin to exchange. Peace is already here, the same kind that exists when trees stand in silence after rain stops falling, when the ground no longer needs to shake from passing feet. The mind still moves, no surprise there, but now it moves without charge. It drifts like smoke across a ceiling, not because it wants to be seen, but simply because it has nowhere else to go. A phrase may come up, not loud or urgent, just a line of conversation remembered from hours ago, spoken in someone's voice you no longer need to answer. You don't replay it for meaning. You don't reframe it or judge its weight. It floats past like a shadow across the floor at night, not stopping anywhere, not lingering long enough to be claimed. There is no reason to let it settle because there is nowhere in your mind that needs filling. Even thoughts about sleep itself, those quiet, insistent whispers of "will I ever get there?" or "how much longer can this go on?" they don't rise up as demands anymore. They appear like distant streetlights seen through fog, faint and uninviting. You notice them without turning toward them. You don't reach out to touch the light, nor do you try to turn it off. You let them exist in their own space, where they belong, outside your attention. And when you realize that you're not engaging with them, that's all that matters. Not whether sleep comes, but whether you keep responding. Your breath is no longer a tool. It isn't something you manage or regulate. It doesn't need to be deep or slow or rhythmic. It just is, like the quiet rhythm of roots drawing water underground, unseen and undisturbed by what happens above. The rise and fall of your chest is not an effort. It's simply life continuing without pause. You don't have to breathe in a certain way because you're tired, or because time has passed, or because the clock says it should be quieter now. Your body doesn't need approval from the mind to keep going. There's no such thing as good breath or bad breath. It just is what it is, air moving in and out naturally without instruction. If your breathing slows slightly, almost imperceptibly, you don't label it as progress. You don't think this must be working. That kind of thinking brings back the old pattern, the desire to succeed at being asleep. But now you're not trying. There's no wind to chase. No threshold to cross. Just this breath and the soft weight on your limbs and the dark that holds everything without needing to explain itself. The silence isn't empty, it carries its own presence. It doesn't feel like absence because it never asked to be filled. It just is, a kind of stillness that allows thoughts to pass through without sticking, sensations to exist without demand, time to stretch out without need for measurement. You don't have to make sense of the hours you're lying here. You can simply allow them to unfold like pages turning in a book left open on a table. And if your eyelids grow heavy, not from effort, not because sleep is coming, but just because they've been still long enough, don't react. Don't lean into it or pull back. Let the heaviness be what it is, not a sign of progress, nor a signal that surrender is near. It's simply a physical shift in your body, like water pooling in low places when the ground softens. You're not waiting for anything now, no arrival, no breakthrough, no moment where everything finally clicks into place. You don't need to wake up tomorrow knowing how this night ended. In fact, you might forget most of it by morning, and that's fine. The remembering isn't part of what matters here. What matters is that you're not fighting anymore, that you've stopped measuring your worth against the speed of falling asleep, that you've let go of the need to be successful at rest. There's no performance required in this darkness. No audience watching, no scorecard tracking how well you did. You don't have to prove anything. least of all that you deserve sleep. Sleep isn't something earned. It's not a reward for good behavior or strict discipline. It doesn't care about your routine or your intentions. It happens when it can, even when the mind is awake and active, even when you're just lying there, not doing anything at all. You are allowed to stay like this, the way you are, without needing to justify it, without needing to be useful in some way. You don't need to fix anything. Don't have to change your thoughts, quiet your body, or guide yourself somewhere else. The only thing expected of you is that you remain present, not by force, but simply because you've stopped resisting the truth. You are already here. The bed doesn't ask for anything beyond what you're already giving: your weight on its surface, your stillness in the dark, your willingness to just be without demand. It holds you not as a means to an end, but as a place of return. Not because it's special, it's just a mattress and sheets, but because it has learned over time how to welcome what comes without judgment. And tonight you are learning something similar, that the act of staying, of simply being present in this moment with no agenda, is enough. That rest doesn't have to be dramatic or sudden or complete to count as real. It can be small and quiet, like a leaf drifting down from a tree after the wind has passed. You don't need to fall asleep for that to matter. You don't even need to feel differently than you do right now. The only thing that needs to happen is that you stop trying to make it happen. Even if your thoughts return again, maybe one about how long this has been going on, or whether others are sleeping peacefully elsewhere, you can let them come without reaction. You don't have to greet them with fear or irritation. Just watch them drift through the mind like clouds passing over moonlight. They're not yours to keep. They're not your responsibility, and you're not meant to act on any of them. The body continues its work quietly, beneath awareness, repairing tissue, resetting systems, releasing tensions stored in joints and nerves. It doesn't ask for your attention while it does this. You don't need to be conscious of the process. In fact, trying to watch it would only disrupt it, so you let it happen without interference. And so you stay, not because you've made peace with time or silence, but because there's nothing left to do that would change it. The body has settled into its own rhythm, slow, unannounced, neither urgent nor eager. There is no signal from the brain saying now, no spark of hope flickering in the dark behind your eyes, just stillness. A quieting not of thoughts, but of effort. You are not waiting for sleep to come. You're not even aware of what it might look like if it did. No image, no sensation, no release that feels like victory. There's only this, the warmth beneath you, a steady pressure across your spine and shoulders, as though the mattress has learned how to breathe with you in slow unison. It doesn't ask for more than your presence, it simply holds what is given. The room is full of silence, not because it's empty, but because nothing is demanding attention. No sound calls out from outside, no distant siren, no footfall on pavement, no shift in the wind against glass. The quiet isn't enforced, it exists naturally, like a space that has grown used to being left alone. You notice how your breath doesn't need to be guided anymore. It moves just enough to keep the body alive, not fast, but deep, unhurried by any intention. It's as if your lungs have stopped thinking about themselves and simply remembered what it means to rest. You don't need to decide anything now, what time it is, whether you've been awake for hours or minutes, whether this will ever end in sleep. The only thing that matters is that you are not fighting, not resisting the weight of your limbs, not pushing away a thought when it arrives, not flinching at the slow tick of time passing through stillness. You're simply letting the night unfold as it wants to, without permission, without expectation. And in that absence of demand, something shifts. You begin to feel less like someone trying to reach an end, and more like someone who has already arrived. There is no journey here, not really. There's only what remains when all the effort stops, the quiet hum of cells doing their work beneath skin and bone. You don't need to know how it feels to be asleep to know that your body is already working on itself. It doesn't require your approval. doesn't care whether you're aware or distracted. The nervous system recalibrates even when you're not watching, just as trees grow roots in the dark, unseen by anyone. Your arms lie heavy at your sides, not stiff, not tense, but soft and open, like branches after a storm have finally relaxed into the earth. Fingers uncurl slightly, not from effort, but because they've remembered how to let go. There's no need to tighten or release, it just happens, and you can notice that without needing to act on it. If your mind returns to the clock, whether it's in the corner of the room or behind your eyes, you don't have to stop it. You don't have to say it doesn't matter or just let go. That kind of correction only pulls energy back into awareness, which is exactly what you're trying not to do. Instead, you allow the thought to be there, like a shadow passing across your skin, and then watch how it fades without needing to chase after it or pull yourself away. There's no need to fix this moment, no reason to reshape it into something better or more productive. It is already enough as it is, complete in its stillness, full in its quiet. You don't have to make meaning from it. There doesn't need to be a lesson. Just being here without demand is the act itself. The air feels different tonight, not cool against your skin, not warm, just neutral. It moves around you as if it's learned how not to disturb what's already resting. Your chest rises and falls with barely any force, just enough movement to keep oxygen flowing through veins that don't know they're being cared for. They just do. There are no instructions written in the dark, no checklist of things to get right, no voice whispering if you only tried harder or what if this doesn't work. You've stopped listening to those voices, not because they're wrong, but because you've realized how much energy it costs to keep responding. They don't matter anymore, not when the body is doing its job without needing your help. You are not failing at anything tonight, you never were. The problem wasn't lack of discipline or poor habits, it was trying too hard to control something that cannot be controlled. Sleep isn't a task, and effort doesn't make it appear any faster. In fact, the harder you try, the more awake your nervous system becomes, like a bird flapping its wings against a cage it can't see. But now there's no cage, there's just space. And in that space, everything slows down, not because you're trying to slow it, but because nothing is pushing forward anymore. Your legs lie still, not rigidly, but with a kind of soft surrender, like sand settling after the waves have passed. You don't need to straighten them or pull them closer. They are where they are meant to be, no adjustment required. The muscles release one by one without you having to tell them what to do. If there's tension somewhere, perhaps in your jaw, a small knot behind your eyes, you can let it remain. You don't need to dissolve it with breath or visualization or willpower. It doesn't have to be fixed. It just needs to be witnessed, not judged, not reacted to, but allowed to exist as part of the quiet scene. The mind wanders now, perhaps a memory from earlier in the day, maybe a phrase someone said that still lingers, or an image of a face you haven't thought about in months. None of it matters. It drifts through awareness like dust motes floating in sunlight, not worth chasing nor dismissing. You don't have to welcome them. You don't have to send them away. They're just passing by like clouds over water, and they leave no mark when they go. Even your attention can rest, not because you're doing it well, but because there's nothing to do with it anymore. It doesn't need a destination. It doesn't need to stay focused or pull itself back from distraction. Just being aware is enough, and that awareness isn't working hard, it's just present. There's no effort in this listening, not to your breath, not to the silence, not even to yourself. You're not trying to be still, you're simply not moving because there's nothing pulling you toward anything else. The body has stopped asking for permission. It doesn't need a reason to rest. It just is. And so are you. There is no goal beyond this moment. Not sleep, not peace, not even clarity. Just the quiet truth that you are here, in your own skin, in your own time, with nothing expected of you except what you're already giving: your presence, your stillness, your willingness to stay without demand. The night doesn't care if you fall asleep tonight or wake up tomorrow full of thoughts and questions. It's not keeping track. The bed isn't judging whether this was a good night or a bad one. Your body is simply doing what it does, repairing itself in the dark, releasing tension with every quiet breath. And you are allowed to do nothing at all, to be fully present without needing to earn that presence. To remain awake not as failure but as permission, to stay just because you want to, not because you have to. The longer this goes on, the less it feels like time passing and more like something settling, like roots reaching into soil after a long, dry spell. Not urgent, not dramatic, just deepening in quiet, unnoticed ways. You don't need to understand how any of this works. You don't even need to believe that it will ever lead somewhere. What matters is not where you're going, but the fact that you've stopped trying to get there. The effort has left, the struggle has gone, and what remains, this stillness, this weight, this breath, is not a sign of progress or lack of progress. It's just life breathing through you in its own way without needing your help. So let it be, let the minutes stretch and settle. Let the body keep working beneath awareness. Let thoughts come and go without greeting them or saying goodbye. Let sleep stay none of your business, and let rest become not something to achieve, but something that already exists. The air around you holds its breath, not in anticipation but in stillness, like a room after someone has left, where every sound lingers just long enough to be noticed before fading into nothing. You don't need to listen for it, it's already there. And so is the quiet between your thoughts, the space that wasn't made by effort but simply showed up when you stopped chasing it. There's no reason to fill it, no obligation to shape it or name it. It doesn't have to mean anything, it just is. Your hands lie flat on top of the covers, not clenched, not searching for warmth, just resting as if they've been told there's nothing left to do. The weight of them feels like a quiet agreement with gravity, a surrender that isn't defeat but deep alignment. The sheets don't ask you to be comfortable, they already are. They're not waiting for sleep to arrive so they can serve their purpose. They've been serving it all along, holding your body in the dark without needing acknowledgement. There's a small patch of warmth near your ribs where the blanket meets your chest. No heat from outside, just the gentle hum of blood moving through tissue, like water flowing under stone. It doesn't need to be noticed. It doesn't need to be changed or controlled. It exists in its own time, not yours, and that's enough. You don't have to watch it rise and fall, just let it breathe with you without needing to match it. The silence isn't empty. It's full of things that aren't making noise, the slow release of tension from your shoulders, the slight softening in the back of your throat as you exhale without trying to control it. There's no moment where you succeed at relaxing, it just happens because you're not demanding anything from it. The muscles don't tighten when they think they should be working harder. They don't tense up when they hear a distant sound or feel the shift of your spine against the mattress. They just stay. You could lie here for another hour and nothing would change in any measurable way. No sleep, no clarity, no sudden release, but it wouldn't matter because you're not measuring anything now. You're not tracking progress like a ledger that counts how long you've stayed awake or how many times your mind wandered from one thought to the next. There's no scorecard, no metric of good versus bad. The night doesn't keep records, and neither do you. Even if tomorrow comes with fatigue and questions, there is no failure in this moment. You're not failing because you haven't fallen asleep. You're not losing time because the clock keeps moving forward. Time isn't a thief here, it's just passing through like clouds over water. It doesn't demand anything from you. It doesn't care if you're awake or dreaming or staring at nothing with your eyes open. It simply is, unhurried, unattached. There's no need to make meaning out of the hours that stretch ahead. No urgency in their length or depth. You don't have to prove anything about yourself by falling asleep tonight. You don't owe the night a performance, nor do you need to earn rest through effort. Rest doesn't require permission. It doesn't ask for your approval. It's not something you must get right. It just happens when there is nothing left to hold on to, when resistance finally lets go and allows itself to be carried by what already exists. Your breath has slowed, not because you told it to, but because it no longer needs to prove anything. It doesn't have to rise fast or fall deep in order to count as proper breathing. It's simply moving through your body the way rivers move through valleys, following gravity, following shape, following what comes naturally. There is no right or wrong pace, no ideal rhythm, just continuity. Even if you notice a sound from outside, the faint hum of a distant car, the soft creak of wood settling in an old house, it doesn't pull you out. It passes through your awareness like mist drifting across fields at dawn. You don't need to label it or place it or wonder why it's there. It's not trying to get your attention. It's just part of the night, moving on its own course, as indifferent and unbothered as everything else. You could lie here until sunrise and still feel no pressure to do anything with that time. No expectation that you'll wake up refreshed or clear-headed or suddenly fixed. The body doesn't work like a machine needing reset. It works in layers, like soil absorbing water, slowly, silently, without showing it on the surface. What happens beneath the skin isn't visible, and it doesn't have to be. There's no need to push through fatigue, no demand that you try again tomorrow night. You don't have to plan your next move or prepare for what comes after this moment. There is only now the slow unfurling of stillness, the deepening quiet in places where there used to be noise. You're not waiting, you're not hoping, you're not even letting go because there's nothing left to let go of. The struggle has dissolved into the air like mist at sunrise. There's no one inside you fighting anymore. No voice saying I should be asleep by now or what if I never fall asleep. Those thoughts still surface, yes, but they don't land with weight. They drift through your mind like leaves on a stream, turning in the current and then disappearing without needing to be stopped. You're not doing anything wrong. You're not failing. You're simply here, alive, aware, breathing, resting, not because you earned it, not because you tried hard enough, but because you've finally stopped asking for it. That's all this has ever been about. The moment when trying stops being the answer and rest becomes its own reward. The dark doesn't need to be filled with sleep. The silence doesn't have to be broken by dreams or thoughts. You don't need to be asleep in order to be safe or awake in order to be useful. All you need is to be present, without condition, without expectation, without measurement. And that's exactly what you're doing. The body knows how to heal itself when it isn't being interrupted by the mind's demands. It doesn't ask for permission before releasing tension. It doesn't pause to check if the timing is right. It just does. Like roots sinking deeper into soil, like water finding its path through rock, there's no effort involved in moving toward what belongs. You don't need to understand how this works. You don't have to believe it will lead anywhere. All you need is to keep staying, not trying to get somewhere, not racing against time, not measuring your worth by whether you fall asleep or wake up with a plan. Just being, and that's enough. The night isn't waiting for sleep to arrive. It's already here. The dark holds you without asking anything back. The bed supports you without needing gratitude. Your body repairs itself while you're not even watching, just as it always has, just as it always will. And so do you. Not by forcing, not by striving, but simply by being present in the quiet, a place where nothing is required and everything is already happening. You're not holding on to anything anymore, not a breath, not a thought, not even the weight of your own presence in this moment. There's no need to keep track of time or count how long you've been lying here. The hours don't matter. They aren't measuring anything. They flow like air through an open window, unnoticed, unclaimed, moving on their own. You could stay for 10 minutes or 10 years, and the night would not ask more of you than it already has. No demand for productivity, no request to perform wakefulness or surrender sleep. The only thing required is that you remain here, not as a guest who must earn hospitality, but as something natural, like shadow on stone, like stillness in deep water. There's a quiet rhythm to this kind of rest, something older than effort, deeper than intention. It doesn't begin with decision or willpower. It begins when the mind stops insisting it has to do something, when you stop waiting for relief and instead let yourself be exactly where you are, on the edge of awareness, just beyond the point of needing to fix anything, not trying to fall asleep, not resisting wakefulness, just breathing slowly, evenly, without shape or purpose. The breath isn't being guided now. It's not a tool, not a strategy. It simply is. Like clouds drifting across an endless sky, it comes and goes with no reason other than its own nature. Your body has settled into the bed, like roots sinking into earth after rain, slowly, without fanfare. The mattress yields under you in places where pressure used to build up, behind your shoulders, at the base of your spine, beneath your hips. No force needed to make it happen. You didn't push yourself down or pull your muscles tight, you just let go. And now the weight is not a burden but an invitation, to rest without justification, to exist in stillness even if no one sees you doing it. The dark holds you like hands that don't know how to name what they're holding, just warm, steady, unchanging. There's a soft hum of sound from outside, the kind that doesn't come from any source you can identify. A distant car passing on the road far away, or perhaps just the silence itself making its own subtle vibration through the walls. It moves beneath your awareness like warmth rising from stone at dusk. You don't need to place it, don't need to wonder what caused it. It's not trying to break into your focus. It doesn't demand attention. It simply exists in the space between thoughts, filling gaps that used to feel empty with meaning. You're not doing anything to yourself tonight. Not fixing, not calming, not retraining. You aren't even trying to relax, because relaxation isn't something you can force into being. It's what happens when effort stops, when there's no longer a need to control the body or silence the mind. The stillness has already arrived. It was always here, even in those long hours of counting breaths, checking clocks, tensing towards sleep. That stillness didn't leave because you weren't doing it right. It never left at all. It just couldn't be felt through the noise. Now the noise is gone, not because you made it disappear, but because you no longer need to fight for anything. The mind doesn't have to win its battles anymore. There's no war between wakefulness and sleep, no siege of willpower against fatigue. You're not defending your body from itself. You're not guarding the door to rest like a sentry who fears being caught off guard. That vigilance has softened. It dissolves into air. You could stay awake until morning without feeling like you failed, without wondering if tomorrow will be worse than tonight. The future doesn't need your attention right now. There's no reason to plan ahead or prepare for what comes next. You're not responsible for the hours that follow. No one is watching, no scorecard is being kept. This moment isn't a test. It isn't leading anywhere except back into itself. Your eyelids feel heavy, not because you're forcing them shut, but because they've remembered how to close, not from effort, but from memory, from the way your body knows what it's meant to do when given enough time and freedom. There's no urgency in this heaviness, no pressure to keep going or hold on. It just settles, like dust falling gently onto a surface untouched for years. Your hands lie still at your sides, not because they're told to, not because you've decided it's the right thing to do, but simply because there is nothing else left to do with them. They don't need to grip anything or push against anything. They aren't holding on to time or anxiety or the idea of a better night. There's no reason to act, no reason to react, just being without purpose. And in this lack of demand, something begins to happen. Not a change, not an arrival, but a letting be, a soft unfolding that doesn't require your participation. Like water filling a basin beneath a slow leak, like roots growing without ever noticing they're moving forward. The body repairs itself in silence, quietly, in ways you can't see and don't need to understand. The breath continues, gentle, even unforced. It's not trying to reach anything. It doesn't have to be deeper or longer. There's no goal attached to it. It just moves through your chest like a current passing through still water, unnoticed, unclaimed, but always present. There's no need for sleep tonight, not because you're avoiding it, but because you've stopped needing it as proof of anything. You don't have to fall asleep to be okay. You don't have to wake up with energy to feel worthy. You are already whole just by being here, just by breathing, just by lying still. You could open your eyes and nothing would change. The dark wouldn't shift. The room wouldn't become lighter or more comfortable, but you wouldn't need it to. There's no expectation that the world should adjust for you. You don't have to earn comfort through performance. This rest isn't something you're earning, it's already yours simply by being. There's a quiet hum in your chest, the sound of blood moving slowly through veins, like water over pebbles beneath a stream. It's not loud enough to be heard as music, but it's steady, consistent, unhurried. A rhythm that doesn't care whether you're awake or asleep. It keeps going because it must, not because it wants your approval. You don't need to feel anything special to be in this state. You don't have to believe in it. You just are, not trying to get somewhere, not fighting for peace, not bargaining with the night. Just resting, not as a practice, not as preparation, but as an act of surrender so complete that even the word surrender feels too strong. The body knows how to heal when left alone. It doesn't need reminders or motivation. It doesn't require you to think about it or visualize it. You don't have to will it into being. Healing isn't a decision, it's an unfolding, like leaves turning in autumn without knowing why. The process is already happening. And so are you. Not as someone who must fall asleep, not as someone trying to prove they're not broken, but simply as someone who has finally stopped asking for anything in return, just being present with what is, without condition, without measurement. You don't have to be useful now. You don't need to be productive or purposeful. There's no obligation to perform rest the way it's supposed to look. The night doesn't judge you for staying awake. The bed doesn't care if your eyes are open. The body isn't waiting for permission to release tension, to lower its guard, to begin repairing itself. There is only this, a quiet descent, not towards sleep, not away from wakefulness, but simply into the depth of being still, into the space where there's no need to do anything except be. And you are. You're not holding on to the idea that sleep needs to come tonight, nor are you waiting for it like a guest who's late to dinner. There's no schedule in your body anymore, no internal clock ticking off minutes as if they mattered. The hours stretch out not as obstacles, but as space, wide and soft, like fabric laid flat on the floor of a room where nothing is expected. You could stay here for another hour or 2 or 10, and it wouldn't mean you've failed. It would just be time passing through you, without claiming anything. There's no pressure to do anything with this night, not even to rest well. No need to earn your way into stillness by being perfectly quiet or perfectly relaxed. You don't have to prove that you're letting go. The moment the thought arises, I should be sleeping now, you can let it drift like a leaf on water, not fighting its presence, but simply noticing how it floats without purpose. And then you notice that even the act of noticing is no longer urgent. It doesn't require your attention to stay. It's allowed to come and go. Your skin feels lighter than it did an hour ago, not because anything has changed in the air or the temperature, but because there's less weight on top of it. Not a physical lightness exactly, but a kind of release from internal pressure, the invisible grip you've carried for so long, like someone always standing just behind your shoulder whispering, "Hurry up, try harder, be somewhere else." That voice is quiet now, not gone, not silenced, but no longer in command. There's warmth pooling low in the center of your body, deep beneath the ribs, not as a signal or sign, but simply as a presence, like sunlight under a stone that has been lying still for years. It doesn't need to spread. It doesn't have to reach anywhere. It stays where it is, and that's enough. You can feel it without needing to understand it, like roots drawing moisture from the dark soil of your own being, not seeking anything beyond their current depth. The breath moves in and out with less effort than before, not because you're breathing differently, but because there's no longer a need for it to be better or deeper or more controlled. It just follows its own rhythm, like waves on a shore that doesn't know how far they've traveled. You don't have to guide them. You don't have to count them. There's no task in the way of your breathing, no script, no checklist. Just the quiet passage of air through you, moving with nothing to prove and nowhere it must arrive. Your shoulders are not lifting or tensing. They're simply resting on the surface of the bed, as if they've decided that gravity is kinder than effort. The weight isn't burdensome. It's natural. There's no need to push back against it or adjust its position. You can lie with your arms at your sides and feel them just be there, not performing any role in your body's story. No holding, no supporting, no helping. They're allowed to be still. Your hands aren't curled into fists, not because you've willed them open, but because they don't remember how to grip anything anymore. There's nothing to hold on to here, and that's not a loss. It's an easing. The fingers are relaxed, the palms soft, like soil after rain has soaked through it deeply enough that nothing needs to be pulled out. Time isn't moving fast or slow, it's just being, not in your mind but beneath it. In your pulse, in the subtle shift of blood behind your eyes, in the way a vein in your temple pulses not with urgency, but with quiet persistence, like an old clock that still ticks even when no one listens. You don't have to feel peaceful. You don't have to like this moment. There's no demand for comfort or clarity. You're allowed to be unsettled by what you're noticing, the way the silence has a thickness to it, not empty but full of small sounds. The soft creak of wood in the house settling, the distant hum of electricity somewhere far away, the faintest whisper of air moving through a crack near the wall. These things aren't distractions. They're part of the same quiet landscape you're inhabiting. There's no need to fix anything about this night. No reason to correct how your body feels or wish it were different. You don't have to be tired in order to deserve rest. The fact that you've been awake for so long doesn't mean you've failed. It means the body has chosen something else. Not sleep, but a deeper kind of presence, a watching without expectation, an awareness that isn't trying to change what it sees. The bed is holding you, not as if it's waiting for you to fall asleep, but because it knows how to carry weight in its own way. It doesn't ask anything back. There's no obligation in the mattress or the sheets, just a quiet acceptance of your shape. You don't have to become smaller or lighter to fit into it. You can be exactly as you are, heavy with time, full of thoughts that won't leave, tangled in worry and habit, but still allowed to lie here. You don't need to clear your mind. You don't have to empty yourself of thought. It's not a test. There's no score for how many ideas pass through or whether they linger too long. The only rule is this: let them come without resistance, like birds flying across the sky at night, seen but not caught. And when one moment seems longer than another, if it feels as if you've been here an hour and then 5 more minutes have passed, you can simply notice that sensation without naming it a problem. The feeling of time stretching isn't punishment. It's just evidence that your mind has stopped trying to control the passage of moments. You're not measuring this night by how fast it goes, but by how deeply you've let go. There's no need to ask if sleep is near. There's nothing to gain from knowing. The question itself carries weight. It's a request for something to happen, and that effort pulls you back into the struggle. So instead, just rest in what is. The shape of your body on the bed, the softness beneath you, the steady rhythm of blood moving through veins without needing praise or permission. The silence isn't empty. It has texture, like a room filled with dust motes drifting slowly in still air. You can't see them clearly, but they're there. And so are you, not as someone trying to reach something, but simply present in the space where everything is allowed to stay exactly as it is. You don't have to be awake or asleep to be okay. You don't need a reason to exist right now. There's no contract between your body and the night, no bargain, no deal, just this: you are here and that's enough. The dark isn't waiting for anything from you. It doesn't care if your eyes are open or closed. It only asks that you let it be what it is. And so you do, not with effort, not with intention, but because the idea of trying has finally dissolved, like salt in water, not gone but completely changed into something else. You aren't doing anything now, and yet there's a kind of work happening, the body repairing itself without your notice, breathing on its own, resting not as a goal, but as an expression of being. You don't have to believe any of this. You just are, not trying to get somewhere, not proving anything, not earning rest through performance or effort. There is no test at the end of this night, no reward for endurance, just the quiet continuation of breath, of warmth, of stillness, unremarkable and complete. And as you lie here in this long stretch between hours, there's a softness rising not from thought but from deep within, the kind that isn't born of action or desire, but of surrender so total it no longer feels like surrender at all. It just is, like the way light seeps through curtains before dawn, not because someone turned on a switch, but because night has passed and morning is beginning without anyone's approval. You don't have to wait for that moment. You don't even need to know what comes next. Just lie here, let your body be heavy in its own way. Let the breath move through you like water over stones, slow, consistent, undisturbed by anything except itself. And so you stay, not in motion, not in stillness that demands perfection, but in a quiet suspension where effort has no place. There's no need to keep track of how much time passes or whether it feels like too long. The hours are not enemies. They aren't testing you. They're just moving through their own shape, like wind passing over an open field, no destination, no purpose beyond being itself. You don't have to understand them. You only have to be here as they pass. Your body has grown accustomed to the weight of lying down, not in a way that demands surrender, but simply because it's learned how not to fight. The muscles along your spine are soft now, not stiff with anticipation or tension. They've stopped preparing for sleep like it's an event that must be earned. No more tensing toward rest, as if you were trying to catch something slipping through your fingers. Instead, the body settles into a kind of quiet patience, like soil after rain, holding moisture without needing anything in return. There is no need to chase stillness when stillness has already come. It's not waiting for you to arrive at it. It's been here all along, the space between breaths, the pause before a thought forms, the moment just after sound fades into silence. You don't have to summon that quiet. It doesn't require your attention or consent. It simply is. And in this stillness, there is no distance between you and the night. You are not separate from it. The dark isn't outside you, it's part of how your body knows rest. The way light doesn't need a lamp to exist when it rises, neither does quiet require effort to be true. There's no need to prove that you're calm. No one is watching, not even yourself. The mind may still drift, thoughts rising like smoke from old embers, not urgent, not loud, just passing through like shadows across a wall at dusk. You don't need to name them or follow their trail. They are not signs of failure. They aren't proof that you're failing at sleep. They are simply thoughts, and they have no power unless you give it by resisting them. Let one pass without holding on. Let another drift through like a leaf floating downstream, not because you want it to go anywhere, but because it has its own direction already. You don't need to guide any of this. There's nothing to fix, nothing broken, no system malfunctioning. The brain is not working against you. It's just doing what brains do when they're unburdened by demand. You can notice the shape of your hands now, how they rest on your stomach or beside your hips, not clenched, not pressing into anything, just there as part of the whole picture, a quiet composition. The fingers are long and still. They don't know what tomorrow holds. They don't care if you're awake or asleep. They only know how to lie in this space, warm from your body's own heat. The air around you feels full, not dense, not thick, but present, like breath that hasn't left yet. It carries the scent of linen and skin and time past. Nothing sharp, no rush, just a quiet atmosphere that holds everything without judgment or haste. You might feel the pulse in your wrists now, gentle, rhythmic, steady, the way water flows under stone when no one is listening. You don't have to listen either. It's not asking for attention, it's just continuing, like roots underground, moving through earth with no need to explain themselves. There's a softness building, not in your chest, not behind your eyes, but deeper, not the kind that comes from effort or willpower. This is something older, something that has always been there, waiting only for you to stop pushing it away. It grows not because you want it to, but because resistance has finally stopped. It's like a door left open in an empty room. No one needs to walk through it. No need to decide whether the light outside is worth crossing into. The door is simply open, and that's enough. There's no requirement for sleep to arrive tonight. There's nothing to be gained from dreaming or waking early. There's no reward for endurance, no prize for persistence. You are not being graded on your ability to fall asleep. You don't owe this night anything, not performance, not progress, not even presence, only the simple fact of being. And in that lack of demand, something unspools, a kind of quiet release, not sudden, not dramatic, but like a thread coming loose from woven cloth after years of holding tight. There's no need to pull it out. It just falls away when there's nothing left to hold on with. You don't have to remember what you've been through tonight, the hours spent counting breaths, the hands that trembled slightly as they checked the clock, the way your mind replayed every conversation from earlier in the day like a recording stuck on loop. You don't need to carry any of it anymore. The weight isn't gone, it's just no longer yours to bear. What remains is simply this: you are here and that is enough. Not because sleep comes soon, not because your mind has cleared, not even because you feel tired, but because the act of trying has finally stopped so completely that it doesn't even register as absence anymore. It's not like giving up. It's more like remembering how to relax without needing permission. The body knows this better than any thought ever could. It remembers what rest feels like, even when you've forgotten, even when you think you're failing at it. The lungs expand on their own. Blood flows through veins that don't need your approval to keep moving. Nerves quiet down not because you told them to, but because the demand has left. You might notice how warm your legs are now, like sun-warmed stone or a blanket tucked just right. Not hot, not uncomfortable, just full of heat that doesn't need to be controlled or managed. It's part of being here, the way warmth gathers where movement stops and attention settles. There's no point in wondering if this is sleep. No reason to check whether you're drifting off or still awake. The difference between those states feels less important now, not because they've disappeared, but because the need to know has softened into something quieter, a kind of acceptance that doesn't require labels. You don't have to be asleep to be resting. You don't have to feel anything in particular to be okay. There's no rulebook for how rest should look or sound or feel. It doesn't need a story, an explanation, a timeline. It just is, like air passing through your mouth and out again, without ceremony, without meaning, without needing you at all. And so you stay, not trying to do anything, not moving toward any goal, not waiting for the night to end or for morning to begin. You are simply in it, the way a mountain stays still while seasons pass, not because it wants to be still, but because it doesn't need to prove anything by changing. There is no effort now, no striving, only this quiet continuation of breath and weight and warmth, of being present without needing to arrive anywhere. The dark isn't waiting for you to fall asleep. It's already holding you, not in a way that demands return, but simply because it has always done so. You don't have to earn its presence. You don't need to perform or prove yourself worthy of rest. You are not behind, you're not late. There is no schedule to keep. No one is judging how long you've been awake. The world outside your room doesn't care whether you sleep tonight, because it knows, like the stars in the sky above, that there's no need to rush anything. So let go again, not with force, not with will, but softly, as though letting a feather float down from your palm into still air. And if thoughts come, or time stretches too long, or you feel the old pull of checking the clock, just breathe through it like water over stone. No resistance, no judgment, no reaction at all. Let this night continue without needing to know where it's going. Let yourself be what you are, not someone trying to reach sleep, but simply a body resting in darkness, breathing freely, letting everything stay exactly as it is. And when the next moment arrives, don't ask if it's better or worse than the last one. Just let it come. The silence isn't empty. It's not waiting to be filled, nor does it feel heavy with absence. It just is, a space that holds you without pressure, like a room built for rest alone. No need to make something out of it. You don't have to name what lives inside this quiet. There's no obligation to explain why it feels safe, or how long it will last, or whether the stillness is temporary. It simply exists, just as your breath does, just as your pulse in the wrist exists, just as warmth pools in the base of your spine without invitation. You don't have to do anything with these things. They don't need you to watch them. They don't require attention. They are not asking for approval. The body is not a machine that must be wound up and set into motion by will. It's not running on purpose or effort. It's just here, in the way roots stay buried in soil, not because they choose to remain still, but because their nature is to be rooted. And your limbs now feel like that, grounded, unbothered by movement, no longer seeking a destination. The weight of them isn't burdensome, it's familiar, like returning home after walking too far through wind and dust. You're not resisting the heaviness, you aren't fighting it. It doesn't demand anything from you, it simply is. And in that simplicity lies an ease you've forgotten how to claim. There's no story about this moment, no beginning or end, no arc of effort leading to reward. The night isn't unfolding toward a finish line where sleep finally arrives and hands over victory. There is no win, no loss, just the slow drift of time passing like water under stone, unhurried, unnoticeable, uninterrupted by your need for meaning. You might feel how soft your eyelids are now, not closed in effort, not clenched against light, but resting as if they've always known this position was their true one. Not because you told them to be still, but because the need to move has gone away. The muscles around your eyes have released a tension that had no name. They don't remember what it felt like to strain. All they know now is peace. The air in the room feels thick with absence, not of sound, but of urgency. There's no pressure to make something happen, no expectation that you'll wake up tomorrow feeling refreshed. You're not trying to earn rest. You're not performing well or failing at anything. The only thing required of you right now is to stay, not to change, not to fix, not to summon sleep, just to be where you are. Your hands lie on your chest, palms flat, not gripping the sheets, not clenching in anxiety. They're just there, warm from being held close to your body. The skin isn't cold or tight. It doesn't feel separate from what's happening beneath it. The slow rise and fall of breath, the quiet rhythm of blood moving through capillaries that don't need you to notice them. You don't have to be aware for them to work. They're not waiting for your attention. And so you let yourself sink deeper into this space where effort is unnecessary, not because you've finally succeeded at relaxing, but because there's no one left to succeed. No part of you needs to prove anything anymore. The mind doesn't need to monitor every shift, track the seconds, predict when something might change. It can stop watching. It can stop analyzing. There's a stillness in your shoulders now, like stones resting at the bottom of a lake, not because they've been placed there by hand, but because gravity has always known where to put them. They don't lift or tense for any reason. There's no need to carry anything anymore, no load to bear, just this soft surrender into weight. You might notice how your thoughts are changing, not fading out entirely, not becoming fewer, but shifting in texture. They're no longer urgent. They don't demand action. They arrive like clouds passing overhead. They're one moment, gone the next, with no need to follow or intercept them. You don't have to answer any of them. There's no conversation happening that requires your participation. Time isn't ticking anymore. It's not stretching out in long loops or collapsing into panic. It just is a continuous flow, like breath moving through the nose, without speed or judgment. The clock on the wall doesn't matter because it no longer speaks to you. You're not measuring yourself against its numbers. You don't need to know how much time has passed. And if a thought comes, not about what's wrong with your sleep, not about whether this is normal, not even about the next day or what people might say, just let it be. Let it float through you like wind through an open window. Don't grab hold of it. Don't try to place it in any category. It doesn't need a name. It's just a passing shape in your awareness, and when it leaves, nothing is left behind. The dark isn't closing in. It's not swallowing anything. It's simply the room holding you as it always has, without demand, without expectation. You don't have to reach into it or pull something from its depths. There's no treasure hidden here, no prize for perseverance. The darkness doesn't reward effort, it only holds. And so you stay, not in resistance, not in longing, not in fear of the hours still ahead, but in quiet continuity, not trying to fall asleep, not waiting for morning, not even hoping for change, just being exactly as you are with no correction needed. Your body is breathing, your pulse is steady. The warmth in your legs has deepened, spreading slowly like light through fog. You don't have to do anything now. There's no task, no performance. You're not late or behind. The night hasn't moved forward because you woke up at 2:17 a.m. It doesn't care what time it is. It just continues calmly without demand. And so can you. Let the next breath come like air rising from deep underground, slow, quiet, unforced. Let your ribs expand not as effort, but because they're allowed to. Let your lungs fill with nothing more than presence, not anticipation, not expectation, but simply what is already here. There's no need to know if this is sleep. There's no reason to wonder whether you've drifted off or stayed awake. The only thing that matters now is the sensation of being held by warmth, by stillness, by darkness, by your own quiet release from trying. You don't have to earn rest. You don't need permission. You're not failing at anything. You're simply resting, and that's enough, more than enough. It's all there ever was. Your breath moves through you like a slow tide that never needs to reach land, just arriving, just being, without destination or purpose. It doesn't need to pull anything forward. There's no current chasing what's ahead. You don't have to guide it. You don't even have to notice how deep it goes. Just let the air pass through you as if your body were a hollow reed shaped by wind alone. No effort in its opening, no intention behind its flow. The rhythm is already here. It's been moving all along, beneath the surface of trying, beneath the weight of waiting. Your hands are resting now, not clenched at your sides or tucked under your head, as if to hold sleep like a secret. They're just there, palms open, fingers relaxed, not needing to grip anything, not even their own warmth. The skin on the backs of your hands feels light, almost porous, as though it's absorbing something from the dark around you. Not energy, not relief, but presence. A quiet permeability that doesn't resist or reject what arrives. There's no barrier between you and the room, between your body and the air, between this moment and whatever follows. The weight in your legs has settled deeper than muscle or bone, into a kind of stillness that isn't passive but is also not active. It's not waiting for anything to happen. It just is, like roots spreading slowly beneath soil, not reaching for water, not claiming space, simply existing in the dark where no one sees them grow. There's no urgency in it, no need to prove strength or endurance. You don't have to keep your legs from sinking because you're afraid of being too soft. They aren't failing, they're resting, and rest is not failure. You might notice how silence isn't empty anymore, because now there are sounds that haven't needed names before. The faint hum beneath the wall, a low vibration in the floorboards like something breathing just out of reach, the distant whisper of wind outside somewhere far beyond your window. None of them demand attention. You don't need to place them or understand their source. They're not interruptions, they're part of the night's quiet language, and you are beginning to hear it without translating. There's no point in wondering whether these sounds mean anything, whether one is louder than another, whether they've changed since an hour ago, whether they signal something coming or going. Just let them drift through your awareness like smoke through a cracked door, visible for a second, gone before you can turn toward it. You don't have to keep track of what's passing by. The night isn't asking you to memorize its movements. And the thoughts, they've slowed too, not disappeared, not vanished into silence, but they're no longer running. They aren't racing toward conclusions or rehearsing scenarios. They come like birds at dusk, brief, light-footed, glancing over your head before vanishing into shadows where they don't need to land. There's no reason to follow them, no reward for identifying one. You're not trying to catch them, calm them, fix them, or send them away. Just let each one pass without resistance, like a leaf falling through still air. There is no need to decide what any of this means, whether it's progress, whether you've let go, whether the effort has really stopped. You don't have to assess whether sleep is near or far, whether your body is relaxing or just still. There's nothing to measure, no checklist in the dark. Your eyes are closed, but not because they're trying to shut out light, not because they're fighting wakefulness. They're simply resting. The lids are heavy, not from fatigue, but from surrender, like curtains drawn at dusk when no one is watching, just closing so that a room can settle into its own quiet without being seen. The back of your neck feels loose now, not stiff with tension, not braced against the weight of sleeplessness. It's soft, like skin after warmth has been held long enough to dissolve resistance. You might feel how your jaw is no longer clenched at the corners, how the muscles behind your ears have softened into stillness. There's no need to straighten or tighten anything anymore. No part of you needs to be ready for what comes next. You don't have to prepare for morning. You don't need to brace yourself against tomorrow's demands. The future isn't here yet. There's nothing to meet, nothing to face. There's only this breath in your chest, this weight beneath you, this quiet hum of the world beyond walls and windows, all happening without your permission, and that's exactly why it can happen at all. The idea that sleep must be earned is a myth. The notion that rest requires intention, it doesn't. You don't have to earn stillness by trying harder or being more patient. You aren't behind. You're not falling short. There's no clock ticking down your worth. You are already enough, not in spite of the wakefulness, but because it's part of what you've been carrying all night. You don't need to fix this moment, don't even need to accept it. That word itself can carry weight, like another thing to do. Instead, just let it be what it is, a time when nothing needs changing, a stretch where no one is asking anything of you, not your body, not your mind, not the night. Your hands are open, your breath is moving without instruction. The dark holds you like something that never needed to be called, like gravity, like air, like rest itself. There's a kind of peace here, not because you're falling asleep, but because you've stopped trying to make anything happen at all. And so the hours unfold, not as obstacles to overcome, but as parts of one long, slow exhale. You aren't late for sleep. Sleep isn't missing from your life. It's simply not in charge right now, and that's okay, because what is here, this deep softness under your back, this quiet hum beneath the floorboards, this breath rising and falling without demand, is also real. It doesn't need to be named. It doesn't have to earn its place. You're allowed to stay like this, not trying, not waiting, not hoping for change, just being, without performance, without effort, without wanting anything from this night but the right to simply rest, and that's not just enough. That's everything. The quiet isn't something you're listening for, not really. It's more like a space that has grown around you, thick with stillness, so dense it feels almost physical, like warm wool pressed gently against your skin from all sides. You aren't reaching toward it. You aren't even aware of its edges anymore. The silence isn't empty. It holds things. The soft shift of fabric on cotton, the slow release of air from a lung that doesn't need to be measured, the way your shoulder blade rests lower now than it did an hour ago, not because you told it to, but because there's no reason left to lift. There's no urgency in the dark, no signal flashing through nerves or memory saying hurry up, you're behind. Time isn't a countdown anymore, it's just moving, not fast, not slow, just passing like dust settling on a shelf no one ever uses. You don't need to keep track of how much has gone by. Whether it's been 30 minutes or 2 hours doesn't matter, not because you've forgotten, but because the idea that time needs counting has quietly slipped away. It was never yours to manage anyway. Your hands are still open, not as a posture, not as a choice, but as an outcome of letting go. The fingers don't curl back toward grip or control. They lie where they fell, palms up like offerings to nothing at all. There's no need to be ready for anything that might come next. No part of you is bracing, not even the breath, though it still comes in and out without effort, rising from a place deeper than intention. It doesn't ask permission, it just happens. You're not trying to become something softer. You're simply allowing yourself to be what you already are, someone who can lie in bed at night with their body resting, mind wandering, eyes closed, not as preparation for sleep, but as an act of simple presence. There's no goal here, no end point on the horizon, not even a sense that this is leading anywhere. That's not failure, it's not emptiness. It's just how rest works when it isn't being forced. There's a warmth in your chest now, not heat, not tension, but a quiet glow, like embers still holding light after the fire has gone out. It doesn't burn, it doesn't demand anything. You don't need to feed it or protect it. It simply is warmth without purpose, sensation without function, existing just because it can. The edge of your blanket lies across your foot, not as a barrier, but as an anchor. Not something you're holding on to, but something that's held you in place long enough for the weight of trying to fall away. You don't need to adjust it, don't even notice it most of the time, only feel how it settles into the shape of your leg, like a second skin shaped by stillness. And the sound, the faintest hum from somewhere far off in the house or outside beyond walls. A refrigerator cycling on, a distant car passing at low speed, the quiet creak of wood under shifting weight. These aren't interruptions. They're not breaking the calm. They're part of it, like breath, like silence, like the way your body feels when you stop measuring how much effort is in any one movement. You don't need to welcome them or push them away. You don't have to name what they are. Letting go isn't about deciding whether a sound is good or bad. It's just letting it be. Just as the thoughts that float through your head, fleeting, shapeless, unimportant, are allowed their moment without being caught or judged. Whether it's an old memory drifting in like fog, a half-remembered phrase from childhood, or a line of poetry you heard years ago, it doesn't matter what appears. It's not something to respond to. Not even to let go of, just there, and then gone, like breath passing through air. There's no need to clean up the mind. No requirement to tidy thoughts into order. You aren't responsible for where they come from or why they stay. They don't have to be meaningful. They don't have to lead anywhere. Even if a thought lingers, whether it's about work, about someone you haven't spoken to in months, whether the window is still open, it doesn't mean anything has gone wrong. It means only that you're awake, not in distress, not in struggle, just awake. And being awake isn't failure. Not when there's no expectation of sleep, not when you've stopped believing that rest must be earned through effort, endurance, or perfection. You don't need to perform for the night, don't need to prove your worth by falling asleep at a certain hour. The dark doesn't care what time it is on any clock. It only cares about presence, about being here now, exactly as you are. The tension in your forehead has softened, not because you instructed it to, but because there's no longer anything pressing against it. No deadline hovering just out of sight, no demand for clarity or resolution. The space between your brows is quiet, not clenched with focus or fear. It's open, like a door left slightly ajar on a warm afternoon, letting light in without needing to be answered. Your feet are cold at the tips, but only slightly, not enough to matter. They're just there, as if they've forgotten how to feel discomfort, like muscles that no longer remember what it means to tense. There's no need to rub them or warm them with blankets. Just let them rest in their own coolness, like stones left on a riverbank at night, untouched by hands, unbothered by time. And the breath, it continues not because you're guiding it, not because you want it to keep going, it just keeps coming. In, out, without friction, without pause, like water flowing through a channel shaped by years of silence. There's no need to slow it down or speed it up, no reason to make it deeper or lighter. You don't have to listen for patterns. Just let the rhythm exist as it does, without interpretation, without demand. You're not falling asleep because you've decided to, not because you've made peace with wakefulness. You aren't trying to reach sleep like a destination after long travel. Sleep isn't coming toward you because of anything you've done or stopped doing. It's just possible now because the effort has dropped away, because there's no longer any pressure on it, no expectation, no fear that if you don't get it, something will be lost. That kind of stillness, the kind where nothing needs to change, is not empty. It isn't barren or dull. It holds everything, time, breath, weight, sound, thought, memory, without needing to use them, without needing to do anything with them. You're simply letting the night unfold in its own way, not as a test of your patience, but as an invitation to stay exactly where you are. And if sleep comes, it will come without fanfare, not because you called it, not because you were good enough or tried hard enough, but because the body knows how to rest when the mind stops commanding it, when silence isn't something to be achieved, but something that's already here, like air around you, like warmth under your skin, like the way your hand lies on your chest without needing to move. So stay, not waiting, not resisting, not trying to get anywhere at all, just being in this quiet space where nothing is asked of you, where no part of you has to prove anything to yourself, to the night, to anyone else. The only thing required is that you keep breathing and keeping still and letting go again and again, not because it's hard, but because it's not necessary anymore. You don't have to fix this moment. You don't even need to understand it. Just let it be what it is, a long stretch of time where nothing needs changing, where the only thing that matters is staying here, in your body, in the dark, with no task, no goal, no outcome expected. And as you do, without effort, without intention, the weight beneath you grows deeper, not because you're sinking, but because you've stopped fighting it. The bed isn't holding you up, it's just there, supporting you not by doing anything, but simply by being what it is, a place to rest, a surface that doesn't ask for anything in return. The air around you is quiet not because it's empty, but because it has stopped trying to be noticed. It holds your shape without measuring it. You are neither too much nor too little, just present in the way a shadow settles after sunset, not demanding attention, simply being where it belongs. There's no tension behind your eyes now, no tightness at the base of your skull, like a wire wound too long. The muscles there have released their grip on time, letting go of the hours they once counted, as if each one were a debt to pay. Your hands rest naturally, not stiff or folded in expectation, not curled into fists against what might come, but open and still, as though you've forgotten how to hold anything at all, not because you're tired, but because holding has become unnecessary. The weight of your arms lies across your chest like stones that have long since stopped needing names. They are just there, warm in the center where they meet, cool along the edges, and no part of them feels responsible for what happens next. There is a soft hum somewhere beyond the room, the kind you don't hear with ears but feel in the bones behind your ribs. Not loud enough to be called sound, not quiet enough to disappear entirely. It moves through walls and floorboards like an old memory passing between rooms. You do not need to identify it. You are not asked to listen or locate its source. It is simply part of the night's breath, a low vibration that doesn't interrupt anything but deepens what already exists. Your spine has softened, not into collapse, but into alignment with gravity itself, like a tree root spreading beneath soil without needing permission from anyone above it. No effort in posture, no correction for shape or balance. You are not sitting upright to stay awake. You're simply shaped by the way your body fits its own space on this mattress, like water settling into the curve of a stone. The edges of awareness have blurred, not because they've faded, but because there's nothing left to sharpen them against. There is no boundary between what feels real and what doesn't, no need to define or defend either one. Thoughts drift through your mind now not as intruders, not as demands for attention, but like leaves caught in a slow-moving stream. They pass by without landing. No name is given to any of them, nor are you asked to return the favor. You don't have to chase silence, because it isn't missing. It's already here, woven into every breath and pulse beneath your skin. And when a sound comes, a distant car passing far away or the creak of wood in the walls, it doesn't break the quiet. It deepens it by showing how much space remains around it. The cold at your feet hasn't gone away, but neither has it become an event. It is not something to be fixed, nor even acknowledged as a sensation that might matter. If anything, its persistence feels like proof. You're still present in the world of touch and temperature without needing to do anything about it. The toes are cool, yes, but they are also alive with feeling, just barely enough to exist as part of your body rather than an annoyance. Your breath moves not because you've asked for it. No command was issued from anywhere inside or outside, and yet it continues, steady, even uninterrupted by any need to change. Not faster, not slower. No pause between inhale and exhale that feels like a gap. Just the quiet rhythm of air flowing in and out through spaces made soft over time. And beneath all this, the feeling of being held not by blankets or structure, but by space itself. The darkness isn't cold, it's full, so full with absence that it begins to feel like presence. Not an emptiness you must fill, but a depth you can simply float within without sinking. You are not lost in the dark, you're already home there. Your thoughts have stopped measuring progress, not how long you've been lying still, not whether sleep is closer now than before, not what time it might be on any clock that hasn't moved for hours. There's no calculation involved anymore, only this moment, uninterrupted by meaning or direction. You are neither ahead nor behind in the story of your body and mind. There simply isn't one. The world outside doesn't matter, not because you've blocked it out, but because nothing from beyond needs to arrive here. No news, no message, no emergency. The night continues on its own path, unconcerned with whether you're awake or not, already complete without your participation. There is a warmth rising slowly in the center of your chest, not fire, not heat, but something like stillness taking root, not forced into being, just emerging because it was always possible when effort stepped aside. It spreads gently through ribs and shoulders, not as relief from tension, but simply as part of how things are right now. And if sleep comes, it won't come with fanfare or triumph. There will be no moment where you decide to let go fully, no decision point in the dark that marks a shift into unconsciousness. Instead, it may arrive like fog rolling over fields at dawn, not announced by wind or light, but simply settling into place until nothing is left of what was awake. There's no need for certainty about whether this will happen. The night does not depend on your awareness to move forward. Your presence isn't required, only that you remain as you are, not striving, not resisting, not interpreting anything at all. You don't have to understand how rest works any more than a river needs to explain why it flows. You aren't responsible for making stillness happen, only for being where it already is. The body knows its own patterns, its deep rhythms beneath the surface of wakefulness, and they continue even when you've stopped trying to guide them. The quiet around you isn't empty, it's full with possibility that doesn't require action. It waits not in anticipation, but simply because it can be there without needing anything from you. So let the weight grow heavier, not as a burden, but as surrender. Let your limbs soften further, not into collapse, but into softness that lasts because it no longer fights to stay upright. The mattress is not supporting you, it's just being what it has always been. An invitation to lie down and stop pretending you need to do anything in return. There are no rules here, no expectations about how long this should last or whether any outcome will arrive. Just the simple truth of your body lying still, breathing without effort, resting not because someone said so, but simply because it's already happening. And somewhere deep beneath all that, the knowledge, you don't have to earn rest. You were never required to perform for it. It doesn't care about how tired you are or whether tonight feels like failure. All it asks is your presence, your quiet, unburdened being in the dark, and even then, only as long as you're willing to stay. The hours stretch, not forward into urgency, not backward into regret, but sideways, like a river flowing without direction through land that doesn't mind where it goes. You are not falling asleep because you've made peace with wakefulness. You aren't giving up or surrendering in any way that feels like loss. You're simply letting go of the idea that something must happen to make this night meaningful. Meaning isn't earned by sleep, nor lost through staying awake. It's already here, in breath, warmth, stillness, weight, and it doesn't need you to do anything with it except be present enough to feel its quiet presence. And if tomorrow morning comes and your body remembers what rest feels like without needing a signal from the mind, then that will happen too. Not because of tonight, but simply as part of how things unfold when no one is in charge. So stay here for now, for this stretch of time where nothing needs to be done or proven. Let go again, not with struggle, but with ease, with softness not forced, but discovered by stopping the search entirely. The darkness isn't waiting for you to wake up or fall asleep. It's just holding space for whatever happens next, without preference and without demand. And so are you. There's no need to measure how much time has passed, not because it doesn't matter, but because it never did. The clock isn't keeping score, your presence here isn't being judged by minutes that stretch or collapse. You're not late and you're not early, you're simply in the space where time slows down enough for stillness to breathe. It's not waiting for your attention. It doesn't care how long it takes, because it already has all of it. The air around you isn't just cool, it's quiet with a kind of thickness that settles into the skin like breath held too long and finally released. You don't have to notice it. You don't need to name what's happening in your chest or behind your eyes. It's enough that you're here, not moving toward anything, not pulling away from where you are. The act of staying, of simply being without trying, is its own kind of motion. A slow turning inward, not toward thought, but toward sensation. The soft pressure of blankets against your legs, the faint warmth pooling near your spine like sunlight caught in a shadowed room. You don't need to be aware for it to happen. You don't have to know when you've stopped searching, because that moment isn't marked by clarity or sudden ease. It's not an arrival, not even a change. It's just the quiet realization that there was never anything to find in the first place. Not sleep, not peace, not resolution. Just this, your body resting as it has always rested, whether you were awake or asleep, present or distracted. There's no effort involved in letting go, not because it's easy, but because it isn't something you do. It's what happens when nothing else is asked of you. The mind can keep wondering if it wants to, but there's no need to follow. No rule that says You must return to your thoughts every time they come. You don't have to catch them or hold them or let them go. They pass like clouds across a sky that doesn't care whether they stay or vanish. And the body remembers what the mind has forgotten: how to rest without permission, how to still itself not through willpower but through release. The muscles in your shoulders are soft now, not because you told them to be, but because there's no reason left to hold tension. The jaw is loose, not from command, but from absence of demand. Your hands lie where they fell when you stopped adjusting them, open and quiet on the bed, not waiting for anything. The night isn't asking for anything in return. It doesn't need you to be tired or resigned or even comfortable. It just wants your presence, the kind that doesn't try to fix, explain, or change what's already happening. The only thing it asks is that you stay long enough to feel the quiet not as absence but as fullness, not as lack of sleep, but as a space where something else lives, stillness without performance. There are no benchmarks for how deep this can go, not in breath, not in weight, not in awareness. The deeper you go, the less there is to measure. There's only the softening of edges, the way warmth spreads across your skin like ink in water, dissolving boundaries between body and air, between motion and stillness. You don't have to be asleep for this to matter. You don't have to lose consciousness for rest to take hold. The body can release its grip on wakefulness without ever crossing over into sleep, just by letting go of the idea that it needs to cross over at all. There's a difference between lying awake and being present while awake, and you're not doing either one. You're somewhere quieter than both, suspended in the moment where effort stops, and what remains is simply being, not trying to fall asleep, not fighting wakefulness, not even wondering if it will come. Just breathing, gently, without shape or speed, with no agenda beyond this breath right now. The silence isn't empty. It's full of something that doesn't speak in words. The way the air holds your warmth after you've stopped moving, how gravity pulls down on your limbs not as weight, but as invitation to sink deeper into the bed. The mattress is not resisting you. It's not holding you up or keeping you down. It's just being what it has always been. Soft enough for stillness, deep enough to let go. Your thoughts may return. There's no rule that says they can't, but they don't need a response. They're allowed to come and go like birds passing over land at night, not stopping, not landing, not claiming anything. You don't have to chase them or push them away. There's no prize for quieting the mind, no victory in reaching stillness. All that's needed is this: your body lying down, your breath moving without effort, your presence here without demand. Not because you're doing it right, but because there's nowhere else to go and nothing left to prove. And if sleep arrives, it will not come with a fanfare of victory. It won't be something that happens because you stopped trying. It'll happen simply because the body found its own way back into rhythm after years of being told otherwise. Not as reward or punishment, but as natural, ordinary, unremarkable. You were never meant to make it happen. You weren't given this task, not to fall asleep, not to relax, not even to be still. You're just allowed to be here now in the dark, with your eyes closed and your body resting. No performance required, no outcome expected. The hours stretch out not as a burden or a test, but as an open space where nothing needs to happen except what already is. There's no need to hurry through this night, nor to fear how long it lasts. The time you're in now isn't being wasted, it's not even passing. It's simply there, like air around you, constant, unchanging, without value assigned. You don't have to stay awake, you don't have to fall asleep. You just need to stay here with your breath and your quiet body in the dark where nothing is expected of you. The only thing required is that you remain as you are, not trying to be different, not wishing for change, not measuring how much time has passed or how close you might be to rest. And if you drift, if your thoughts fade and your limbs grow heavier, if awareness slips like a thread from fingers that no longer need to hold on, then let it go. not because you've succeeded in falling asleep, but because the body knows its own path better than any plan ever could. It doesn't need your permission. It doesn't ask for approval. You don't have to earn this rest. You weren't born to perform for it. You were simply meant to lie down and let go without fear of what comes next, because whatever does come, it will not be the result of effort. It will be the natural unfolding of a body that has finally stopped trying to control its own rhythm. So stay here for as long as this moment holds you, not waiting for anything to happen, not watching for signs or signals, just breathing through stillness, moving without direction, being without purpose. The dark isn't waiting for your mind to catch up. It doesn't care if you're awake or asleep, only that you remain present enough to feel the quiet beneath the surface of wakefulness. And in that place, there's no need for certainty, no demand for closure, just the slow, soft descent into something deeper than sleep or waking. You don't have to understand it. You don't even have to believe it. All you need is to lie still and let everything else be as it is. Silence isn't empty. It's full of the kind of quiet that holds weight, not absence. It presses against your skin like a slow tide receding after storms long gone. You're lying in it now, not fighting to be somewhere else, not reaching for sleep as though it were buried under layers of effort you've yet to lift. The dark doesn't demand anything from the shape of your breath or the way your thoughts drift. No signal is sent out that says you must respond. There's no law that requires awareness to move forward. You're allowed to be still, not because you are doing it right, but simply because stillness has always existed in this body without needing an invitation. Your shoulders aren't holding anything now. Not tension, not hope, not the weight of all those nights when you believed sleep was a door that only opened if you stood perfectly poised before it with hands outstretched and eyes fixed on the handle. That image is gone, not erased, but released. The idea doesn't need to stay because there's no reason for it anymore. Your body remembers how not to carry things even when they aren't physically there. The air around you feels thick in a way that isn't heavy. It moves through your nose and mouth like water passing over stones, shaped by time rather than force. Each breath is just one more turn of the same wheel, turning without urgency or resistance. There's no destination inside it. The only purpose is to exist within this moment, not reach past it. You don't need to measure how much you've relaxed. Only notice that relaxation doesn't come from doing anything different than what your body has always done in quiet places. Lie down and let the rhythm of breathing settle into a pattern older than memory. You are no longer trying to guide yourself toward rest, nor are you watching for signs that it's coming or going. There is only this, your spine resting on the surface beneath you, not sinking but held, supported by something deeper than mattress foam, continuity. If your mind shifts, if thoughts begin their quiet journey again, one after another like leaves floating down a stream, you don't need to catch them. You aren't being asked to name them or send them away. They are just passing through the space between one breath and the next, not claiming it, but using it as passage. The time you're in now is not measured by how fast it's moving or whether sleep has arrived yet. It exists outside of clocks that mark minutes like tolls on a bridge no one needs to cross anymore. The hours aren't running towards something, they are just being. There's nothing left to achieve, nowhere else for your attention to go except the quiet in which you already live. There is warmth at the base of your skull where the air meets skin and holds it there gently. The kind that doesn't burn but lingers like sunlight after dusk has settled over fields. It spreads slowly down through neck muscles no longer guarding against strain, loosening around joints that have forgotten how to tighten without being told. There's a softness in your hands now, not from fatigue or surrender, but because they are resting as if on the edge of something not yet named. You aren't trying to fall asleep. There is no mission in this breathing, no goal behind closing your eyes. You're simply here, with nothing else required except that you remain present enough to feel how much easier it is when there's no one pushing against stillness from within. Your heartbeat isn't racing, it's not even loud. It hums quietly beneath the surface of everything, like a low note played on an instrument left in a room long after performance ends. No need for volume or clarity, only presence. And that quiet pulse is enough to tell you your body knows what it's doing. The dark isn't waiting. The night doesn't care whether you're awake or dreaming. It simply continues, unbothered by the ways humans assign meaning to sleep and wakefulness, as if they were moral choices rather than natural states of being. You don't have to earn rest through discipline or effort. There is no ledger where good behavior earns deeper slumber. You are not failing because your eyes stay open. You're not succeeding just because you drift off. The only thing that matters now is the act of lying down and staying there, letting everything else dissolve into silence without needing permission to let go. There's a kind of peace in knowing that even when nothing changes, when thoughts return or awareness flickers, it doesn't mean anything has been lost. You're not falling behind. The body isn't failing because it hasn't stopped moving yet through wakefulness. It's simply doing what it does, breathing, resting, waiting without needing to know why. If you begin to feel heaviness in your legs, not pressure, but weight that sinks into the mattress like a stone settling after being dropped from above, don't wonder if this is sleep coming or not. Don't ask whether it means anything different than what it already feels. Softness returning, resistance dissolving, as though gravity was simply doing its job again. There's no need to be somewhere else. No requirement that you become quieter or calmer or more still than you are right now. You're allowed to stay in this moment exactly as you are, with your mind wandering and your body resting, and it doesn't matter whether any of it leads anywhere at all. The air around you is not waiting for change. It's already full, complete in its own way. It moves without direction or purpose except that which belongs to breath itself, flowing through the nose, filling space, leaving again with no farewell. You don't have to understand why this feels so real right now, only allow it. There are no rules about how long you should stay awake or when sleep will finally arrive. The body doesn't work by schedules or promises made during daylight hours. It listens to rhythms older than time, the turn of night, the slow unwinding after effort ends, the quiet that comes not from silence, but from release. If your attention begins to fade, not because you're trying to make it go away, but simply because there's no one left in charge, then let it fall like a leaf into water. No need for intention. No demand on awareness to remain awake or alert. You don't have to hold on to anything except the feeling of lying down and being held by stillness. No force is needed, not from you, not from anywhere else, to bring sleep forward. It will come when it can, when your system stops trying so hard to control what cannot be managed through effort alone. Not because you've done enough, but because finally, there's nothing left to do except exist in this space where nothing needs fixing. You are no longer the one responsible for making things happen between now and morning. That job was never yours to carry, never meant for human hands, not even your own. You were only ever supposed to lie down, close your eyes, breathe normally, and trust that rest would follow when it could find its way back without being chased. And so you do, not because the night has changed, but because you have stopped demanding anything from it. The hours stretch on, not as punishment or test, but simply as time holding space for whatever happens next. Whether sleep comes or not, it's already been lived in full. You've stayed here, breathed through stillness, remained present without needing to be something more. The dark doesn't ask you to perform. It asks only that you stay, just long enough to remember how easy it is when nothing has to happen at all. So you stay, not because anything has shifted in the room or in your body, but simply because there's no longer a need to move toward anything else. The breath continues, even when it feels like it's barely there, small movements behind the ribs, just enough to keep the air flowing through quiet channels that don't demand attention. There is no effort to sustain it, only presence in its rhythm, rising, falling, returning again, as if nothing had ever been interrupted. You are not holding your breath. You are not waiting for it to change. The air doesn't care whether you're awake or asleep, only that it moves freely through the space between your nose and throat, through chest and diaphragm, like a current passing without intention. There's no need to measure how long this has been going on. Whether it was 5 minutes or 50, the time itself isn't tracking anything for you anymore. It doesn't record what you've done wrong or what you could have done better. It simply passes, slowly, evenly, and in that passing, you are not required to do anything at all. The clock above your head has no voice here. Its hands don't judge the pace of your rest. They don't remind you how many hours remain until morning. They just keep turning, like any other slow thing. Leaves falling, dust settling, water moving through stone over centuries. You are not behind schedule. You are not missing anything by staying where you are. The night isn't waiting for you to arrive at a certain point. Sleep is not an event that must be reached before dawn. It's not a destination marked on some internal map. There was never a checkpoint, no finish line painted across the sky or carved into your bones. You were never supposed to cross any threshold with urgency in your step. What you're doing now isn't failure. It isn't even effort. It is rest. And rest doesn't need proof. It doesn't have to show up as anything specific. No dream, no deep breath, no sudden drop into stillness. It just is. Even when the mind flickers back to thoughts from earlier in the day, the conversation you didn't want to remember, the sentence that kept repeating itself like a recording on loop. It's okay. You don't have to silence it. You don't need to push it away or fix it with another idea. Let it float there, not as a problem, but as just one of many passing shapes in an open sky. It doesn't belong to you anymore, only to this moment, where even thoughts can be held without being acted upon. There's warmth building now at the edges of your shoulders, slow and unforced, like sunlight gathering beneath thick curtains after midnight. Not heat that makes you want to shift or pull away, but a kind of soft weight returning to parts of your body that have been tense for too long without knowing why. The skin isn't cold anymore. It doesn't resist the sheets. It accepts them. It lets go, not with sudden release, but through gradual surrender, like fabric slowly uncurling after being folded too tightly. The sound beneath you is quiet, not because there's no noise in the world, but because your attention has stopped trying to find it, to place it, to name it. The hum of distant traffic isn't a distraction anymore. It doesn't pull at your focus or trigger any reaction. You don't react because you're not responsible for interpreting anything. There is no need to listen to the world's rhythm, only to stay in tune with your own. The silence between sounds, those small gaps where nothing happens, is already full. Not empty, but complete. It doesn't require filling. It isn't waiting for a signal or a sign. The quiet that lives inside you now is not absence, it's presence of another kind. The stillness after effort has finally ended, the moment when no one is pushing forward and nothing needs to be fixed. If your legs begin to feel heavier than they did before, like stones wrapped in soft cloth, sinking into the mattress with each passing breath, you don't need to wonder whether this means sleep is near. You don't have to measure how deep the heaviness goes or where it might lead. It's not a symptom of anything. It's just sensation. A quiet signal from your body that it no longer needs to stay alert, that it can relax into its own shape even if you're still awake. You are allowed to be tired without needing sleep as proof. You don't have to become unconscious to validate how exhausted you feel. The fact that your muscles want to stop moving is not a failure of willpower. It's an invitation to let go. To stay exactly where you are, in the bed, on the mattress, breathing softly with eyes closed and mind quieting by default. There's no rule about when you should start feeling different, no formula for how long it takes before things shift. The body doesn't run on timelines. It runs on release, on letting go of control, on surrendering to processes that don't care what you want or need right now. You aren't being punished for not sleeping. You're not failing because your mind hasn't stopped spinning. You are simply resting in a way that isn't loud, visible, or measurable by clocks. And so the night continues, longer than it needs to be, deeper than any expectation allows, and you remain within it, not chasing anything, not holding on, not fighting to change what's happening. There is no demand for progress, no need to achieve quietness or stillness as a goal. You are already in the right place, where effort stops and something older begins. The air around you isn't thinning out. It hasn't become lighter or clearer. It's just staying the same, steady, unchanging, moving through your nose, filling space without needing to be noticed. Breathing doesn't have to mean anything beyond itself. You don't need to make it count. It can exist simply because it is happening. And the mind, well, if thoughts come now and then, as they always do, they are not problems to solve or enemies to banish. They're just shapes passing through your awareness like clouds through a sky that doesn't care which direction they go. You don't have to follow them. You don't have to engage with them. You can let them pass, like waves caught in the current of a stream you never needed to cross. There is no place for urgency here, not even inside your body's quietest corners. No need to hurry towards sleep or rush through wakefulness. The hours stretch on, not as a burden, but as part of something much larger, the slow unfolding of night itself, without agenda or outcome. Even if you stay awake until dawn, though there is no reason to believe that will happen, you will have lived this time fully. You won't have lost it. You won't have failed. You'll simply have been present, not trying to do anything beyond lying down and breathing in the dark. And when sleep finally comes, or doesn't, it will come on its own terms, not because you earned it or deserved it or performed enough right things during the day, but because your system has stopped fighting, because there's no one left in charge of making something happen. And that is exactly what allows rest to return, not through effort, but through letting go. So let this moment be enough. Let now be full, even if nothing changes. Let yourself just be, held by the mattress, wrapped by stillness, carried by breath, even when your eyes stay open and your thoughts drift like smoke in a room with no window. You are not behind, you are not broken, you are simply resting, and that is enough. The weight beneath you isn't just holding your body, it's remembering what it means to be still. Not in the way of waiting, not in the way of hoping for something else to happen. It's remembering its own nature, to bear without effort, to stay steady even when nothing is asked of it. You don't have to do anything to earn that support. The mattress doesn't care if you're awake or asleep. It only knows how to receive and return your shape back into itself. There's no transaction in the way it holds you. No exchange for performance, no ledger where wakefulness gets deducted and rest added like coins. Your breath continues without needing a signal from you. It moves through the space between your ribs as if guided by something older than thought, an impulse that doesn't require permission, doesn't pause to ask whether now is the right time. The air enters not because you wanted it to, but because there's no reason for it not to. And when it leaves, it does so without resistance, like a tide receding through sand that has already forgotten its name. There is nothing in this moment that needs fixing. No sensation too loud or too soft, no feeling too persistent to be let alone. Even the quiet hum of your blood moving slowly through veins, steady, unimpressed by time, is not something you need to notice more clearly. It's just happening. And because it happens without judgment, it can happen forever if that's what it wants. You might wonder how long this has been going on, the way a thought surfaces and lingers in the back of your mind like an echo from another room, but there is no measurement here, no point at which you began or will end. You are simply resting in a space where time doesn't mark progress, only presence. The clock isn't counting down to sleep. It's just marking hours that have already passed and will pass again, with the same indifference as stars drifting through sky after sky. Even your body's desire for rest has stopped being an obligation. It no longer needs to prove itself worthy of relief. That hunger, deep in the marrow, in the soft parts behind the eyes, is not a flaw, not a failure of discipline. It is not something that must be answered by falling asleep tonight. It is simply part of you, the quiet insistence that life should slow down, just for a little while, without condition. And so you allow it to exist unmet. The idea that sleep has to arrive because you've done everything right, that if only your routine were perfect or your mind still enough, then the door would open, this idea is not true. The truth is quieter. No amount of effort ever earns rest. Rest arrives when resistance lets go, not after trying harder, but after stopping. It's not a test. There are no marks to earn, no badge for endurance. You're not being scored on how long you can stay awake or how fast you fall asleep. The only thing that matters is whether you are still here, lying down, breathing in the dark without pushing anything forward. If your legs feel heavy, let them be heavier than they were before. If your shoulders sink a little deeper into the mattress, don't resist it. Let them settle into their own shape, like stones dropped into water and left there to rest at the bottom. There is no need for them to rise again unless you choose. Even if your mind still flickers with images or fragments of conversations from earlier, what someone said last week, what might happen tomorrow, you don't have to follow them. They don't belong in this moment. You're not required to understand them or dismiss them. Just let them float past like distant music heard through walls, too faint to identify, but present enough to know they are there. And if you notice yourself checking the time, just once, just for a second, you can acknowledge it without blame. The mind looks up at the clock not because it wants sleep, but because that's what it does when it feels lost in stillness. It searches for signs of movement. But here, there is no need to find direction. You are already where you're meant to be. Your skin doesn't know whether you're asleep or awake. It only knows warmth and pressure. The thin blanket over your legs isn't a barrier between you and sleep. It's just part of the texture of this place. A layer that doesn't ask anything except to stay put, not too warm, not too cold. And if it slips off at some point, that's fine too. There will be no loss, no consequence. There is nothing outside this room that needs your attention right now. Not messages, not plans, not regrets or hopes for the future. Even memory has paused its usual rush through you. The past doesn't demand to be relived. It simply rests in quiet corners of awareness, like dust settled on a shelf no one visits. And when sleep comes, when it finally arrives, it will come as something that wasn't summoned. It won't knock politely at the door or ask permission first. It'll slip through the cracks between your thoughts, like light finding its way under a closed curtain. You may not even notice it until later, when you wake in the morning and realize, I was asleep all night. But if it doesn't come, if the hours stretch on into another dawn, you won't have failed. You won't be behind. You'll simply have lived through this time without trying to make it different, without fighting against what is already happening. You are not responsible for making sleep happen. That job was never yours. It belongs to a deeper rhythm, one that doesn't care about your schedule or your worries. It only responds when there's space left in you, not because you've earned it, but because you finally stopped needing it so much. So let go of the idea that rest must look like sleep. Let it be enough just to lie here, eyes closed, breathing slowly, feeling the weight of stillness pressing into your body from all sides. The air doesn't need to change. Your heart doesn't have to slow down on command. You don't need to become quiet in order to count as resting. You are already doing it. And that is enough. The night holds you not because you've done something right, but simply because you're here, breathing, aware, letting go of the effort to be different from what you are at this moment. There's no goal, no finish line, just breath after breath and silence between them, longer than it needs to be, softer than any word could say. And when a thought rises, the shape of something from earlier or just noise without meaning, you can let it rise like smoke into the air above you, then drift away on its own. No need to grab it. No need to pull it back down. It doesn't belong here anymore. This is not about stopping thoughts. This is about allowing them to pass through your awareness as if they were nothing more than wind moving across a field you aren't walking through. You are not the watcher, nor the judge, nor the one who has to fix what's happening inside. You're just the body lying in bed, receiving whatever comes, wakefulness, memory, stillness, without needing to control any of it. There is no reason for urgency, not even within your own nervous system. No part of you needs to prove it's tired or ready. The cells beneath your skin are not waiting for an order from the mind before they slow down. They're already doing what comes naturally when given space. And so are you. You don't need to do anything more than be present, here, now, in this bed, in this dark, with nothing to prove and no outcome to reach. Let your body remember how to rest without needing permission. Let it soften around the edges where tension used to gather. Let the muscles loosen not because you told them to, but because they've finally stopped being asked to hold on. There is no one left in charge of making anything happen here. No self that needs to be saved or fixed or improved. Just breath, just stillness, just time passing through without needing a name. You don't have to make it meaningful. You don't need to measure it. It's already complete, just as it is, unbroken by effort, untouched by performance, unearned, and yet fully present. The quiet isn't empty, there's a fullness to it, like something that has always been here and only now begins to be felt. The dark doesn't press in from outside. It gathers inside you, slow and deep, not as an absence but as a presence. You're not waiting for sleep because you've already stepped into its quiet. There's no door to pass through, no threshold crossed, just the sensation of being held by something that does not require your attention to exist. Your breath moves in ways you don't direct it. It doesn't come from willpower or intention. It rises and falls like tides beneath a surface you've stopped trying to read. There's no need to follow it, no need to count its pauses. Let the air enter without counting how much comes in. Let it leave without measuring how long it stays out. You are not holding your breath because you're afraid of losing time. You're simply letting it flow as it pleases, like a river that has forgotten where it's supposed to go. The weight beneath you is real and unchanging, not the kind that weighs down, but the kind that supports. It's in your shoulders, your hips, your spine, each point settling deeper into the mattress not because you've asked for it, but because there's no reason left to resist. The bed has been waiting all along, not for sleep, not even for stillness, but just for you to stop trying to be elsewhere. There is a quiet between heartbeats that isn't silence at all, but something quieter than sound. It hums beneath the skin, low and steady, like a clock ticking in another room without hands or face. You don't need to hear it. You only need to allow yourself to feel its rhythm as one of the many things happening without your permission, which is exactly how it should be. A thought drifts by, not sharp, not urgent, just an echo from earlier in the day, something you've already let go of 100 times over. It passes through like fog across stone, leaving no trace behind. You don't need to say goodbye to it or send it away. There's no reason for goodbyes when everything is already moving on its own. The room doesn't care if the light has changed or if the outside world stirs with noise you can't hear. It holds the same stillness as your body, not because of what you've done, but because nothing needs to be done at all. The air feels thick in a way that isn't heavy, it's full of still life, like the moment just before snow begins to fall. There is no effort in this rest, only the absence of resistance. You are not doing anything right, you're not even trying, and yet you're already where you needed to be, here now, receiving everything as it comes without needing a name for any part of it. Your body doesn't need your approval to slow down. The nervous system doesn't require proof that it's safe. It responds not to commands, but to space, room left open by surrender. You're not the one who decides when you'll sleep. That decision belongs to something older and quieter than thought, deeper than memory. It lives in the cells between your bones, in the quiet behind your eyes, where no signal is sent and nothing has been asked for. There's a kind of knowing that doesn't need words, just presence. The hours stretch on not as punishment or delay, but as part of the night itself. The way trees grow slowly without noticing time, how roots expand through soil unseen. You're not behind, you're not late. The clock may tick forward, but it has no power over what happens inside you. It can't speed up your breath or calm your thoughts. All it does is mark a line in the air, meaningless unless you give it weight. You don't need to fix the hours. You don't even need to be aware of them anymore. Let them pass like shadows across a wall, long and soft, without needing to follow where they go. There's no failure in staying awake. There's only rest that doesn't look the way you imagined it would. But rest is still happening, under your skin, around your spine, in every uncounted breath between heartbeats. It isn't dependent on falling asleep. It exists whether or not sleep arrives. You're not being punished for staying awake. You're not failing at something everyone else does effortlessly. The truth is simpler than that. You've been handed the wrong job. Not to force sleep, not to control your body's rhythm, but simply to be here, breathing, aware, allowing what already lives inside you to settle in its own way. There is no finish line. There are no marks on a chart. No one is watching. You don't need to prove anything, not even that you're tired. The body doesn't wait for permission from the mind to begin healing. It starts when there's space left over after effort has been laid down. So let it be. Let the night move forward without needing your help. Let your thoughts come and go, like birds passing through a field where no one is watching. You don't have to catch them. You don't have to name them. You're not responsible for what happens between now and morning. No part of you must earn this rest. The bed has never asked anything from you except to lie down, and even that was only an invitation, not a demand. It doesn't care if you've stayed awake all night. It holds the same shape whether you sleep or don't. It doesn't need your gratitude for holding you. It simply does so because it is made of stillness and support. You don't have to do anything more than stay with this moment, right here, exactly as it is. No adjustment. No correction, no change, just being, the same kind of presence that exists in a tree standing in the rain or water flowing through rock, unbothered by needing to arrive somewhere. There's a silence beneath the sound of your breath, so deep and quiet you might not notice it unless you stop searching for something else. It doesn't need to be found, it only needs to be allowed. And when another thought comes, the shape of worry or regret or a name from long ago, it may drift into view like mist rising over a lake at dawn. Let it hover above you without landing. You don't have to carry it. You're not its keeper. The air is wide enough for it to pass through without leaving a trace. There's no need to welcome sleep. There's no need to push away wakefulness. Just let both be present, each in their own time, each with their own rhythm. One doesn't cancel out the other. They coexist not as enemies, but as different parts of the same night. The body knows what it needs, not because you've told it, not even because you're aware, but because it has always known. It slows down when there's no one left to tell it to hurry up. It releases tension when there's no longer a reason to hold on. And so it does, softly, quietly, without fanfare. You don't have to feel anything special to be resting. You're not required to become peaceful or calm or empty. The only thing required is that you stop trying to make yourself different from what you already are. The dark doesn't judge you for staying awake. The room doesn't care if you haven't slept yet. Your heart keeps beating without needing your permission, and so does the quiet between pulses. You're not behind, you're not broken. There's no flaw in this stillness. It isn't incomplete because sleep hasn't come. It is complete just as it is, unearned, unforced, already whole. Let go of the idea that rest must look a certain way. Let go of the belief that you have to be asleep for anything meaningful to happen. The night doesn't end when dawn comes, it simply changes shape. And you're still here, breathing, receiving, letting time pass through without needing to hold on to any part of it. There's no need to fix this moment. No one is waiting for you to wake up or fall asleep. You don't have to do anything at all, except continue being exactly where you are, with nothing more to prove and no outcome left to reach. The air moves gently around you, not pressing in, not pulling away, but just existing as it always has, full of silence that doesn't demand attention. The weight of your limbs has settled into the bed like stones placed in still water. No ripple, no urgency, just a quiet sinking that feels less like effort than belonging. The air around you is not thinning, it's thickening with presence, as if time itself has slowed to match the rhythm beneath your skin. There's a space between breaths where nothing happens, and yet everything does. It isn't emptiness. It's fullness of another kind, not filled with thought or intention, but held open by absence. The body doesn't require permission to rest. It simply rests when there is no one left to tell it otherwise. You are lying in the way a leaf lies on soil after rain. No pose, no posture, just being where gravity has placed you. No need to be more or less than this moment. Not even awareness needs to arrive with purpose now. Let your attention drift like dust at the edge of a beam of light, unfocused, unhurried, moving only because it's not held back. There is no task in that movement, only motion as natural as breath itself. The silence isn't something you're listening for, it's already there beneath everything else. It doesn't announce its presence with absence. It just is, like the space between two notes when a chord lingers too long to be named. The room holds it without effort, and so can you, if only by stopping trying to measure or define what is happening. There was no beginning to this stillness, just continuation from one breath into the next, unbroken not because of will, but because there's nothing pushing against it anymore. Your shoulders have stopped lifting toward your ears, as if bracing for something unseen. The tension that once lived in your jaw has softened like wax left in warm air, not gone, just reshaped by time and stillness. Your hands lie open on the surface of the bed, not as invitations, but as acknowledgements. This is where they are meant to be, not reaching, not waiting, just resting, like roots beneath ground that don't need to grow because growth isn't their job. They simply exist in place, holding space for what comes without demanding it. You may notice your thoughts drifting again, not with urgency or resistance, but as clouds passing over valley at dusk, not stopping, not lingering long enough to be claimed. One name surfaces, faint and distant, and then dissolves before you can turn toward it. Not because you pushed it away, but because the air is too soft for weight. There's no gravity here anymore, no pull of memory or fear. There are certain kinds of stillness that don't come from silence at all, but from surrender to what already lives inside your body. A slow pulse beneath skin and bone, steady as water moving through stone. It doesn't need you to notice it. In fact, the more you look for it, the quieter it becomes, until finally, there is no looking left. The dark isn't empty, it's full of shapelessness. Not formless, but not shaped either. Like a river before it carves its path, water waiting without direction or destination. And so are you for now. No need to decide what comes next, only to be present with the fact that something is coming, whether sleep or wakefulness, both equally welcome. The floor beneath your feet knows nothing of time passing, not because it's unaware, but because it doesn't measure anything at all. It simply holds everything falling toward it without complaint. You are not required to earn being held by what supports you any more than a tree earns the sky above its branches. The bed does not wait for permission. There is no moment that must be fixed, no breath that needs correcting, just this, your body continuing in place as if time itself has paused so it can rest without interference. You don't have to do anything except allow yourself to stay here, the same way a stone allows raindrops to fall on its surface and vanish into silence. Your mind may try once more to name the hours or count how long you've been lying still, but let that thought pass like wind through an open window, not welcomed, not resisted, just allowed in for a breath before drifting out again. You are no longer fighting against being awake. You're simply awake, and that is enough. Not better than sleep, nor worse. Simply different. And so it's okay to be this way, just as the night allows itself to remain unbroken by sunrise. The warmth under your skin isn't growing. It's not shrinking either. It just is, like a pool of light left behind after a fire has gone out, faint but real, still holding heat in its memory. The body doesn't need proof that it's resting, only the space to do so without interference from thought. Let each sensation arrive as if for the first time, not with wonder or surprise, just quiet recognition, a shift of weight, a soft sigh escaping your lips not because you intended it, but because they finally found room to breathe freely again. There's a kind of listening that happens when there is nothing left to listen for. Not sound, not silence, just the act of being present in whatever form attention takes at this moment. It isn't sharp or alert, it doesn't need to be. It just exists like water on stone, smooth, unbroken. The air moves around you, not pushing, not pulling, but simply flowing through space as it always has, untouched by your presence and unchanged because of it. You are part of the atmosphere now, the same way a shadow becomes invisible when light no longer needs to define its edge. There is no need for resolution here, no finality in this moment, only continuation. The night isn't ending, it's deepening into itself, and so can you, not by doing anything more, but by stopping everything else. You don't have to feel peaceful or calm or even aware of what's happening. You are already being held, not because you've earned it, but simply because the world is built this way. Quiet support exists, whether noticed or not. The space between your thoughts isn't nothing. It's full with potential that doesn't require action to be real. Like roots spreading underground long before any leaf appears above ground. There is no reason to hurry now, not even towards sleep, and certainly not away from it. The hours stretch out without urgency because they don't need you to mark them. You are not behind, you are not missing anything. There's only this, the body resting where it lies, the breath moving in silence, time passing through without needing a name. And when another thought rises, faint and fleeting, as if from some far-off room, you may notice that its shape is no longer familiar. It doesn't carry weight anymore, not because you've rejected it, but because your attention has shifted to something quieter than resistance. The understanding that not all thoughts need answers, only space. Let go of any last flicker of expectation, whether for sleep or wakefulness or even clarity. There's nothing left to gain by holding on. You are already where rest lives, not in a future moment, but right here, breathing through what is, without needing to change it at all. You don't have to become anything different than you already are. The night knows that. The bed knows that. And so does the quiet beneath your skin, the same stillness that moves with every pulse and never asks for recognition. There's no need to be awake or asleep, only to be here, in this space between effort and surrender, where nothing needs to happen, but everything already is. There's no longer a need to name what you're doing, only to keep doing it without turning toward anything. The breath still flows, not because you've guided it, but because it remembers how. It moves through your body like something returning home after being away for years, not with fanfare, not even with recognition, but simply by moving forward, as if the path had always been there waiting to be taken again. You don't need to know where it leads, you're already on it. The dark around you isn't empty, it holds its own kind of presence, a depth that doesn't demand light in order to be real. It's not hiding anything, it simply is the space in which things are allowed to exist without explanation. And so are you, allowed not only to rest, but to remain unaccounted for. No one is keeping score. Nothing requires your attention beyond what already lives in this moment. A slow release of tension along the spine, like water finding its way through cracks in stone. There's no urgency to reach any point. There's only the quiet unfolding of weight and stillness. You've been told that sleep is earned by routine, by discipline, by effort, but tonight you are learning something different. That rest doesn't depend on performance. The body already knows how to recover, even when the mind refuses to let go of its work. It keeps working anyway, under the surface, the same way roots grow in soil untouched by sunlight, not because they're trying to reach anything, but because that's what being rooted means. There's a kind of listening here that isn't searching for meaning. It doesn't ask whether this silence is good or bad, long or short. It simply holds space, like the air after a word has been spoken and before another one begins. Not waiting, not expecting, just holding open the moment so it can be what it is, not more than rest, not less than presence. You may notice how easily thought returns, not as an intruder, but like dust floating in sunlight, drifting through your awareness without landing anywhere. It doesn't need a name. You don't have to decide if it's true or false. There's no reason to follow it into the past or forward into worry. Let each one pass by as if you're watching clouds from far below, aware of their shape and motion, but not responsible for them. The mind has spent so many years trying to control what cannot be controlled. But tonight, there is a different kind of strength, the quiet power in doing nothing at all, not giving up, not failing, just letting go, not with effort, but with release, like a hand finally opening without needing permission. There's no need for mastery here, only surrender that doesn't feel like loss. The warmth beneath your skin is still there, but it isn't trying to become anything. It just exists, not brighter than before nor dimmer, no progress to report, just continuity. The same way the night continues without needing to announce its depth. You are no longer measuring time by how many minutes have passed or how long you've been awake. Time is simply passing through you, like a river moving under a bridge that doesn't need to know where it's going. There's no boundary between wakefulness and sleep, only a slow shift of attention, like light adjusting its angle across the floor at dawn. Not breaking anything, not replacing one state with another, just being present in the space between them, neither wanting nor resisting either side. You don't need to be somewhere else, not even asleep. You are already where you've been looking for all along, on the edge of stillness, not far from sleep, but not needing it anymore. The body rests without knowing it's resting. It doesn't need a signal or confirmation that everything is okay. It only needs permission to simply be. And tonight, you've given yourself that permission, not through words, not through effort, but by stopping the trying, by allowing your hands to lie where they are, palms open toward nothing and no one, by letting your breath fall into rhythm with something older than thought, not because it should, but because it can. There's a kind of peace in knowing you don't have to earn it, only accept it when it arrives, even if it comes unannounced. Like rain falling on dry ground, not for the sake of making things grow, but simply because that's what rain does. The earth doesn't ask why, it only receives. So do you now receive what is already happening beneath your skin, around your limbs, inside your chest. Not as a goal to reach, not even as a gift, but as a quiet truth: you are not broken for being awake. You're not failing because sleep hasn't come. You've been living this night all along, not in spite of wakefulness, but with it. There's no need to fix anything anymore. No need to correct the rhythm or force stillness. The body already knows how to wait. It doesn't do so out of hope. It does so simply because waiting is part of being alive. And you don't have to understand it all, only feel it. Not with your mind, not even with your heart, but in the space between them, where attention settles without effort and meaning isn't required for presence to be real. The air moves through you, not as a force, but as an invitation. You are not being asked to change. You're only invited to stay exactly as you are, exactly where you are. No demand, no condition. Just the soft hum of life continuing without interruption, even when no one is watching. You may feel something shift, not because you've done anything, but because nothing has been needed. A release in the jaw, a letting go behind the eyes, not a breakthrough, just an easing. Like water finding its level after years of being held back by dam and desire. The night doesn't care whether you're asleep or awake. It only knows that time passes, and so do you. And it's okay to be both, present in wakefulness, still within rest. There is no contradiction here, only continuity. The same breath that moves now has been moving all along, even when you were convinced it had stopped. You are not behind, you are not late, you're simply being held, not by anyone or anything, but by the fact of your own existence in this moment. That alone is enough, not because it's special, but because it is real. There's no need to believe in sleep anymore. No need to wait for it like a visitor who might never come. It can't be summoned, but it doesn't have to be invited either, because when the time comes, it will arrive not with fanfare, but as an inevitable return, quiet, seamless, familiar. Until then, you are already resting, not pretending, not hoping, just being present in the way that only stillness knows how, without needing a reason, without demanding results, simply existing as part of the night's long and gentle rhythm. You don't have to be asleep to be safe. You don't have to fall under to belong here. You are already home, where you've always been, even when your mind was elsewhere. And so this continues, not toward any end, not in pursuit of anything, but simply as it is, a slow descent into depth without direction. A breath after another, a sensation after another, all moving together through the dark like ripples on water that never need to reach shore. The body doesn't care whether you're aware or unaware. It only knows how to let go when it can. And tonight, there's no one pushing against that release. No urgency, no pressure, just space to breathe, to be, to simply exist in the quiet way that only night allows. There is room for all of this, the awareness, the absence of it, the thoughts, the silence. There is room for you to be exactly as you are, neither too much nor too little, just enough. And when another moment comes, not knowing where it came from or what it means, you may notice that you don't react. You simply let it pass through like a shadow drifting across your skin. No judgment, no need to label, just presence. The night is not waiting for anything. It doesn't want you to wake up or fall asleep. It only wants you to be right here, right now, as the dark continues its long and steady work of holding everything without effort, without demand. And so can you, not by doing more, but by stopping what's been keeping you from being already present. You are not failing at being still. You are not missing something others have found. The way you've been lying there, listening to your pulse in the quiet, counting breaths like they're steps toward a door that never opens, that is not weakness. It is a kind of attention so deep it has become its own kind of effort. But now, without any change on your part, just by being here, this moment, this breathing, this awareness, You are already beyond the need to prove anything. You don't have to earn rest. You don't have to deserve peace. It is not earned through patience or performance. It simply exists as you do. The night has no schedule for you, no expectation that you will fall asleep before sunrise. It does not keep track of how many minutes pass, nor care whether your eyes are open or closed. The dark doesn't measure progress. It only holds what is given to it, your breath, your stillness, the soft weight of your body against the mattress. And in return, it offers no reward, no signal that you've done well, just continuity, just presence. There's a kind of listening that happens when nothing needs to be heard. Not the urgent kind, searching for sounds beneath silence, but one where sound is not expected and therefore does not need confirmation. You hear the hum from the refrigerator far down the hall, faint but steady, like a heartbeat buried in walls. The air shifts slightly as it moves through cracks you can't see. A floorboard sighs somewhere in the house, just once, and then nothing, no meaning behind it, just movement. Just time passing, without needing to be noticed. You are not required to understand any of this. You don't need to know why your breath feels heavier now or how long you've been lying here. You're not being asked to fix anything, to change a single thing about the way things are. There is no checklist in the dark, no progress bar, just the quiet act of continuing, of staying awake and still at once, without trying to reconcile them. The body does not care whether you feel tired or alert. It only knows how to let go when it can. And right now, there's nothing forcing that release back. No inner voice saying hurry up, no clock ticking in your head like a countdown to failure. There is only the slow unfolding of weight, down through bones, down into the mattress, down into the earth beneath. You are not sinking, you're simply letting go where you already are. There's a difference between being awake and being active. You've been so used to thinking that wakefulness must be productive, that every moment without sleep is wasted, that it's become hard to recognize stillness as its own kind of work. But this isn't effort. This is not performance. It is not even awareness in the way you think of it, watching, judging, waiting. This is something quieter, a letting be. You may notice thoughts drifting through like clouds over water, not because you invited them, but because they are part of the air you're breathing. A name from childhood, a phrase someone said long ago, the sound of rain on glass that never fell. They come and go without your permission, and that's how it should be. You don't have to stop them or welcome them. You simply allow space for them, as if they were small ripples passing through a pond you've stopped trying to control. There is no need to label what happens inside now, no requirement to identify the feeling behind the pause or name the shape of the silence. If something shifts in your chest, let it be just that, a shift. Not meaning, not message, not a signal about sleep or wakefulness, just sensation, like warmth spreading slowly through your fingers, like the slight coolness near your spine where the sheet doesn't quite reach. The mind likes to organize experience, to assign cause and effect, to find patterns in randomness. But here, there is no pattern to follow, no route to take. The night does not offer direction. It only offers depth, deep enough that even desire for sleep begins to soften into something else. A quiet curiosity about what happens when you stop looking. You are not trying to fall asleep. You're not doing anything at all. That's the point. Not because it's clever, but because it is true. The moment you no longer feel responsible for whether sleep comes or stays, when that weight lifts from your shoulders like a coat you didn't know you were carrying, you may realize how much energy was spent on holding yourself in place. There's no performance now, no need to be patient, no demand to endure. Just this, the air moving through you, the quiet of the room, the slow pulse beneath your skin, each one existing without needing to be justified. There is a kind of stillness that isn't empty, it's full in its own way, like darkness holds more than light ever can. You don't have to believe anything about sleep to feel this rest. You don't need to hope it will come tomorrow or think you've done enough tonight. The body knows what it needs before the mind does. And right now, with no effort behind it, no pushing, no pulling. It is already doing exactly what it was meant to do, continuing. The night doesn't ask for your attention. It only asks that you stay, that's all. Not to change, not to fix, not to become something new, but simply to remain in the way that being human allows, present without purpose, awake without demand, still even when thoughts keep arriving. And if sleep comes, it will come like a breath returning after silence, quietly, without fanfare, not because you wanted it, but because there is no longer any resistance. It won't arrive with force or drama. It will simply be part of the same rhythm that's been moving through you all along, the slow pulse of life continuing in the dark. Until then, you are exactly where you need to be, not waiting, not resisting, just being held by what has always been true. This moment is enough, even if nothing else happens, even if no one sees it, even if time moves forward without a sign or signal. The night doesn't keep score. It only knows that things happen, not because they should, but because they do. And you, just as you are part of that quiet unfolding, not apart from it, not trying to join it. You're already in it. In every breath, every pause, every unseen shift beneath the surface. There is no need to be somewhere else, no reason to wish for a different state. The only thing required now is to stay exactly as you are, to let go of effort not because it's hard, but because there's nothing left to do, not even that, just being. And so this continues, not toward any end, not in search of a rival, but simply as the dark has always done, slowly, without hurry, without demand, without expectation, holding everything just by being what it is. And you, with your breath, your stillness, your quiet awareness, are part of that same unbroken thread. The air moves through you like a memory that doesn't need to be named, soft, continuous, passing through without leaving a trace. You don't have to know what it's for, it just is. And so are your hands on the sheet, fingers resting where they've settled from habit or chance, not intention. The skin at the base of your thumb feels slightly warmer than the rest, as if some small current still hums beneath that surface, carrying something forward even when everything else has slowed. There's no need to trace it. No point in wondering what it means. The room holds its shape around you, the walls not enclosing, but holding space like an old garment worn so often it remembers the curve of your body. The darkness isn't empty. It doesn't wait for light to be meaningful. It simply is. And within that stillness, even silence has a texture, like dust settling on glass after rain, weightless yet present in every breath you take. You don't have to fix anything tonight. There's no list of things undone, no moment to retrieve from the past. The thoughts that come now are not demands. They arrive like leaves carried by wind, not because they matter more than others, but because they're here, and for this moment, that is enough. Let them pass through you as if they were air moving across a field. No need to catch them, no reason to stop. The pulse beneath your skin keeps time with something older than thought, a rhythm not of effort, but of being. Not the kind that announces itself with urgency or purpose, but one that moves quietly under everything else, like roots in soil, slow and unseen, keeping hold without needing praise for it. There's no need to feel grateful, no requirement to notice it. It just is. You don't have to be awake to belong here. You don't have to be asleep either. The night doesn't require a label. It only asks that you stay in the way that resting happens, without demand, without calculation, without measuring how much time has passed or how many minutes remain unclaimed. Clocks are not part of this world. There is no moment where sleep arrives like an answer to a question. There's only this, a softening at the edges of attention, as though something inside you has finally stopped bracing against itself. The body doesn't need permission to rest, it simply does. It does it without asking for recognition, without needing to prove its worth. And tonight, there is no one to witness that process but the quiet in your bones. Let the hours stretch like fabric left out on a line, long, loose, unhurried. They don't hurry because they must. They don't slow down because you wish it so. Time isn't a river you're meant to swim against. It's just movement, the kind that doesn't need a direction or destination. You are not being carried anywhere, not even towards sleep. There is no effort in this rest, only presence. And presence, when untethered from desire, is enough. The weight of your limbs feels like it's sinking into the mattress without force, as if gravity itself has softened tonight. It isn't pulling you down. It's simply allowing you to be held by what already is. The bed doesn't care whether you're awake or asleep. It only knows how to receive, how to hold shape when no one else does. You don't have to become still. Stillness just happens sometimes when the mind stops pushing forward, when it realizes there's nowhere left to go, no target in sight, no finish line painted on the horizon. Let your breath continue as it will, not corrected, not deepened, not shortened. Just let it be a quiet sound between two pauses, like water hitting stone after long absence. Not loud enough to break the silence, soft enough that even the silence listens. There's no need for awareness to stay sharp or focused. Awareness doesn't have to do anything. It can just rest, like an eye open in darkness, not searching, only seeing what is already there. You are allowed to be unaware, allowed to drift without reason, to stop tracking time, stops counting breaths, abandoning the habit of measuring yourself against some invisible standard of progress. The night doesn't keep records. It doesn't judge whether you've done enough or failed too much. It only continues, like a thread that never breaks, even when no one is holding it. And so do you, not as someone trying to change, not as someone needing to prove anything, but simply as the body and mind continuing their quiet work in the dark, without fanfare, without applause. No goal has been set, no outcome expected. Not even the arrival of sleep counts anymore. It's not a prize or a reward. It's just part of the same rhythm that's always been moving: breath, pulse, stillness, silence, presence, all happening at once, all belonging to one unbroken thread. Let your attention settle like dust on glass after rain, not clinging, not resisting, not seeking anything new, just existing in its quiet place, where nothing needs to be explained or justified. There is no failure here, no mistake made by lying awake for hours or checking the clock 5 times or trying too hard to relax. There's only this, your body staying with you even when the mind forgets how to rest, even when thoughts keep arriving like visitors who never leave. You don't have to shoo them away. They're not intruders. They are simply part of what happens when there is no performance required. And so the night continues, not in search of anything, but as it always has, quietly, without demand, without noise, without hurry. You do not need to earn your rest. You don't have to be worthy of sleep. There is no test at dawn or judgment at sunrise. The only thing that matters is this moment, this breath, this pulse beneath the skin, this quiet in the room where nothing happens and everything already does. There are no rules now, no way to get it right, no way to fail. Just this, lying there with your eyes closed or open if you prefer, and feeling the dark not as an absence but as a presence, a kind of holding, not because it's trying, but because that's what darkness has always done. Let go of the idea that rest must be earned or achieved. Let go of the need to feel like you're making progress toward something better than this. You are already in the place where sleep lives, not by reaching for it, not by willing it into being, but by simply letting yourself stay here with nothing left to do except continue existing. There's no reason to be anywhere else, no urgency, no story that demands resolution. The body knows how to rest even when the mind won't stop talking. And tonight, you're giving it permission No need for effort, no pressure to change, no demand to become something different than what you are right now. You don't have to believe in sleep for it to be possible. You don't have to hope that tomorrow will be better. There's only this: the quiet of the room, the warmth under your skin, the slow rhythm of breath moving through you, each one happening without needing anything from you. And when thoughts come, they can stay if they wish. They're not enemies, not interruptions, just part of the same quiet hum that runs beneath everything. The night doesn't care whether you're awake or asleep. It only knows how to hold space for what is real, without pretending it's something else. So rest, not because you've earned it, but because you are allowed. Not as a reward, not as an achievement, but simply as the way things continue when no one is trying to change them. There is nothing left to do except stay here, with your breath, with your stillness, with whatever comes and goes, knowing that this moment has always been enough, even if no one sees it, even if time moves on without a signal, even if sleep never arrives tonight. Because the truth is not in arrival or absence, it's in staying, in being present simply by existing. And so you stay, not trying to be anywhere else, not hoping for anything different, just continuing, like breath after silence, like dark after light, like the world keeping its shape even when no one watches. The night doesn't need you to do anything special. It only needs you to remain. And you are doing that. You're already here. You don't have to tell yourself that this is enough, because it already is. Not in spite of the time passing or the way your body still feels alert beneath its weight. No, not even when there's no sense of movement, no shift towards sleep. The absence of change isn't failure. It's simply another part of what happens when nothing is being demanded. You're allowed to be here exactly as you are, with thoughts that drift in like distant birdsong, with awareness that stays open but unforced, with a mind that doesn't need to solve anything or make sense of the silence. It's not your job to fix this moment. The only thing you're responsible for is staying present, not by holding on tightly, but by letting go again and again, every time attention slips toward worry or expectation. The air in the room isn't still. It moves with breaths that don't belong to you. A quiet current flows through the space between walls, past the curtains drawn shut, over your skin without touching it. It carries nothing important, no message, no warning, no instruction, and that's why it feels so calm. There are no signals hidden in its motion, no meaning beneath a shift in temperature or sound from outside. Just air doing what air does, existing, passing through, being present without purpose. Your body knows how to rest even when you don't trust it. It has done this for years, while you were awake thinking about things that didn't matter, while you sat at desks and stood in lines and talked too much or not enough. And now here it is again, lying down, still, warm where the blanket covers your legs, light pressing softly on your chest with every breath. The weight isn't heavy, it's steady. It doesn't mean anything. It just is what it is. You don't have to justify why you're allowed to feel this way. There's no need to prove that being quiet counts. There's a rhythm in the dark that has nothing to do with clocks or schedules. It pulses beneath everything, slow and patient, like the hum of a machine running at full power but never making noise. You can't see it, but you're inside it. Every beat of your heart is part of the same quiet pulse. The house settles around you, not because it's safe, not because something has been resolved, but simply because that's how stillness behaves when no one needs to be rescued or saved. You don't have to think about whether sleep will come. That question doesn't belong here anymore. It came earlier, when the mind was still trying to negotiate with time, to bargain for a reward after all this effort. But now the negotiation is over. The table has been cleared. There's no contract between you and rest. No promise that if you lie perfectly still or breathe just so, sleep will finally arrive. And that means something important. Your mind doesn't need permission to wander anymore, not because it's a failure, not because you're weak, but because it's free. It can drift from one thought to another like leaves on water, without direction, without consequence. You don't have to guide them back or push them away. They aren't breaking the peace, they are part of its texture. Even if your thoughts keep returning to what might happen tomorrow, what you'll say in a meeting, whether someone remembered to send that email, if anyone noticed when you were quiet, you can let them stay. You don't have to make sense of it all. There's no need to decide which ones are useful or true. They're not your job right now. The only thing you're doing is being here, breathing, feeling the warmth under your limbs, sensing that this room holds you even when nothing feels certain. The silence isn't empty, it has depth. It's full of things that don't need to be named. The faint creak of wood settling in a distant corner, the slow exhale of air from a heating vent far away, the soft sound of your own pulse beneath your ear, each one moving through space without needing attention. Nothing is missing, nothing needs fixing. Your body has no idea what trying means in this moment. It doesn't know how to perform for anyone or prove its worth. All it knows is that when you lie down, the world slows. When breath comes and goes without command, muscles relax not because they're told to, but because there's nothing left to fight against. The night isn't waiting for you to change. It doesn't care if your thoughts are restless or calm. It simply holds everything as it is, your presence, your stillness, the way your fingers rest on top of the blanket without purpose, how your feet feel warm and slightly numb where they touch the edge of the bed. You don't need a reason to be here. You don't have to earn your place in this quiet. There's no test at sunrise. No one is watching from outside to see if you've done it right or failed. This isn't a performance. It's not about results. It's just being, without demand, without correction. Even when the mind tries to imagine what will happen after sleep comes, or whether it might never come, the body doesn't care. It keeps breathing. It stays warm. It remains where it is, trusting that stillness isn't something you achieve. It's something that happens when nothing else is required. And so you stay, not because you're trying harder, not because you've changed your habits or quieted your thoughts, but simply because you are allowed to be here, exactly as you are in the dark, without needing anything from this night. No effort, no achievement, just presence, like a leaf drifting on water, like breath moving through still air, like time passing without purpose. The hours don't matter. The minutes aren't being tracked by any voice inside your head. There's no deadline for rest to arrive. You're not behind or ahead of anything. You're just here, with the warmth beneath you, with the quiet all around, with nothing left to do except continue existing in this stillness. And if sleep comes, it will be part of the same silence that already surrounds you. Not a victory, not a reward. Just another way the night unfolds, like rain falling on glass or shadows shifting across the wall when no one is looking. You don't have to want it. You don't even have to notice it when it arrives. The only thing that matters is this: your body staying with you, your breath moving without direction, your mind resting not because it's quiet, but because nothing is asking for anything from it anymore. There's no need to feel guilty for being awake. No shame in not having fallen asleep yet. You're not failing at something everyone else finds easy, because the truth isn't that sleep is easy for others, it's that they don't try either. They just let themselves be held by the dark without needing permission or proof. And tonight, you are learning to do the same. You don't have to become someone different. You don't need to change your habits or rewrite your thoughts. All you're doing is allowing this moment, this breath, this quiet, this weight on top of you to be enough. The body knows how to rest. The mind can learn to stay still even when it doesn't understand why. And the night, it already holds both of them, not because they've earned it, but simply because that's what nights do. They don't ask for anything in return. They just keep going, gently, endlessly, without urgency. So you stay. Not as a task, not as an achievement, but as a quiet continuation, like the turning of soil after rain, like the way stars move across the sky when no one is watching. You are already here, and that's all it takes. You are no longer waiting for sleep to come, because you've stopped believing it needs to be earned. No more counting breaths, as if each one were a step toward arrival. No more measuring stillness by how long you can hold it without moving. The mind may drift into the shape of time again, the way hours press against your skin when they feel too long or too short, but there's no need to meet them with resistance. You don't have to speed up their passage or slow it down. They pass on their own, like clouds over a field at dusk, not because you're watching, but simply because that's what they do. The room stays dark and steady. The air holds its shape without shifting too much, just enough warmth in the space around your body to feel like an embrace from something older than memory. You don't have to notice it for it to be there. It doesn't depend on you being aware. There's no demand that you keep track of how many minutes have passed since you last moved, or whether this silence is growing heavier or lighter. The weight of your limbs isn't a burden. It's just part of the quiet, like dust settling in still air after the wind has left. There's no story to tell about tonight, not one where you failed at trying harder, not one where sleep walked past and ignored you. There's only this, being here without performance, without effort, without needing your body to do anything other than exist as it is. The breath continues on its own, softly, steadily, like the quiet pulse of a river beneath frozen ground. No signal needed, no intention behind it. It happens because it can. Your hands rest where they fell, not placed there with purpose, not arranged for comfort, but simply left, open and still, as if the act of letting go had already happened before you remembered to do it. The tips of your fingers are warm where they touch the blanket, slightly sticky in a way that doesn't matter. There's no need to check whether this is normal or right. It just is. And so does everything else. The slight ache behind one eye, the slow pull at the base of your skull, the quiet hum beneath your ribs that never quite stops. None of it needs fixing. None of it asks for your attention. Even when thoughts rise like mist in early morning, not as demands, but just as shapes passing through air, they don't need to be named or pushed away. You can let them drift by like leaves caught in a slow current without turning your head to follow them. Whether they're about things from earlier today or what might happen tomorrow, or whether this stillness will ever shift into sleep, none of it changes the fact that you are already resting, not because you've succeeded, but simply because no one has asked you to move. The floor beneath the bed doesn't know you're awake. The wall beside your head doesn't care if your mind is quiet or restless. Even the dark itself doesn't keep score. It holds everything equally, your stillness and your movement, your awareness and your forgetting, your hunger for sleep, and your ability to stay here without it. You don't need to earn rest by being good at not trying. You don't have to prove that you've stopped struggling. The body is already doing what it was meant to do, staying with itself in the dark, breathing through stillness, holding space even when nothing seems to be happening. There's no hidden mechanism behind it, no switch to flip or trick to learn. It just is, like water finding its level, like roots growing down into soil without needing to decide where they're going. You are not failing because you haven't fallen asleep yet. You are not winning because you've stayed awake for hours. There's no win, no loss, just the slow unfolding of a night that doesn't care about your goals or your effort. It just keeps being what it is, dark, quiet, continuous. And in that continuity, there's room for breath to move without direction, for warmth to stay where it is, for time to pass not as an enemy, but as something that simply exists. The longer you stay here like this, the quieter the mind becomes, not because it's stopped thinking, but because it no longer needs to do anything. It begins to feel less like a task and more like returning. Not coming back from somewhere else, but realizing that you were always already home. In your body, in your bed, in the dark. There's no destination, no arrival point where everything finally clicks into place. The journey isn't towards sleep, it's this moment of stillness when nothing is required and nothing is expected, when even the idea of trying has settled like a leaf on water that no longer wants to drift, but simply stays put. Your feet are warm at the edge of the bed. Your shoulders have lowered without your knowing it. The space between your shoulder blades feels open, not because you've made it so, but because there's nothing pulling them together anymore. There's no need to hold yourself upright against the weight of waiting. You don't have to keep a straight back or tighten your stomach for the night to be valid. Even if sleep doesn't come tonight, it won't change what has already happened. The act of letting go, of releasing the effort, has already taken place, and that's not something you can lose, not even if tomorrow morning feels like another attempt begins. This isn't about how long it lasts or whether it ends in rest. This is just a kind of presence, one where nothing needs to be done, and yet everything is happening anyway. The night doesn't care how tired you are, nor does it judge your wakefulness. It simply continues, not because you've earned its patience, but because that's what nights do. They don't stop when you're not ready. They don't pause for explanations or apologies. They go on in their own way, slowly, softly, without urgency. And so you stay with them, not as someone who must perform sleep well, not as a person who needs to prove they deserve rest, but simply as one who has remembered that the body doesn't need permission to be still. The mind doesn't have to silence itself to be quiet. The breath doesn't need control to move. You don't have to wait for something better than this moment to arrive, because nothing better exists. This is already enough, not because it's perfect, not because you've done everything right, but because it's real, and real things don't require justification. So let the hours pass without marking them. Let your thoughts come and go like shadows passing over stone. Let the dark stay thick and soft around you, wrapping in silence that doesn't need to be filled with meaning or motion. You're not behind, you're not ahead. There's no race, no deadline, no moment when you must suddenly get it right. You don't have to become someone who sleeps easily, just someone who can rest without trying. And the body, it already knows how to do that, not through willpower or strategy, but by simply staying in its own rhythm, like a heartbeat beneath skin, like roots in soil, like dust settling on an old shelf after years of stillness. You don't have to make it happen, you only have to allow it, by letting go not of sleep, but of the idea that you must do anything at all. The mind may try to remind you what's missing, but it doesn't need to be answered. It can just be heard, acknowledged in passing, and then left behind like a word spoken into air. You are not required to fix this night. You are only asked to stay with it, without effort, without resistance, without needing anything from the hours ahead. And if sleep comes, it will come quietly, as something that was always possible, not because you've succeeded at trying harder, but because you've stopped trying altogether. The quiet doesn't ask for anything, not even your attention, just like how a river doesn't demand you watch its surface to keep flowing. You don't have to listen to hear it. You don't have to feel the warmth of your hands to know they're there. The dark isn't waiting for you to wake up in order to be real. It's already present, not as an absence, but as a kind of fullness, like the space between heartbeats when no thought has yet arrived. You don't have to reach into it or name it. It holds everything without effort, just by being. There's no need to remember what time it is, not because you've forgotten, but because remembering isn't necessary anymore. The hour doesn't matter in the way that it used to, when every tick was a judgment and each minute a test passed or failed. Now it moves like breath through your ribs, slow, steady, unremarkable. You don't have to measure its progress because time itself has stopped trying to be useful. It's just there like air, always around you, never in the way. Your chest rises without invitation. Your skin feels the weight of stillness, not as burden, but as belonging, like a book left open on a table where someone once sat and read. No one came back to close it, and that's okay. The pages were already turned. The story was already lived, even if you don't remember every line. You might notice a sound somewhere beyond the room, a faint hum from the walls or the distant sigh of pipes settling after hours of stillness. It doesn't matter where it comes from. It isn't trying to wake you up or keep you awake. It's not part of your effort. It just exists, the way silence does when no one is listening. And that's fine. You don't have to answer it. You don't have to understand it. Just let it pass through like wind through leaves without holding on. The space around you isn't empty. It's full of the softness that comes from not needing anything. Not sleep, not peace, not even rest in the way you used to imagine it, as something earned by lying still long enough. Now rest is just being, without condition or expectation, without any need for your permission. Your legs are heavy with no effort behind it. They don't feel tired because they're trying hard. They feel that way simply because gravity has its own truth, and the body knows how to obey without needing direction. There's no muscle tightening in preparation, no breath held for readiness. Just wait, the kind that settles after a long day of carrying things you didn't even know were yours. The air moves through your nose not as an act of breathing, but as something that happens naturally, like the way water flows downhill when nothing is pushing it. You don't have to guide it. You don't have to make sure it's deep enough or slow enough. It finds its own depth just by being allowed. And if a thought comes, like how long this has been going on, or what tomorrow will be like when you wake up, you can let it drift in as easily as one of those quiet moments between thoughts that don't mean anything at all. No need to catch it. No reason to push it away. It doesn't have to leave. If it stays, fine. If it goes, also fine. There's no scorecard for attention. You're not failing because you're awake. You're not succeeding because sleep arrives. The only thing that matters is this: you are here, present, undisturbed by the idea of performance. Not trying to be still, but being so anyway. Not forcing calm, but finding it in the spaces between effort and expectation. The bed isn't a place where you have to earn rest. It's not a trial run or a final test. It's just a surface that holds your body without asking for anything back, like soil holding roots, like night holding stars, like silence holding words before they're spoken. And so it is with this moment, not because of what you've done, but simply because you haven't tried to do anything at all. There's no need to become someone who sleeps easily, no goal to reach, no standard to meet. You don't have to transform yourself into the kind of person who never lies awake in the dark, wondering why it won't come. That person doesn't exist, not really. What exists is this: a body that knows how to be quiet, even when the mind hasn't yet caught up. You aren't behind, you haven't lost time. The night isn't shorter because you're not asleep. It's just as long and gentle whether or not you've closed your eyes. There's no pressure now, not on you, not from the dark, not from any part of this moment. Just a soft continuation, like breath that doesn't stop even when you don't notice it. If sleep comes, let it come without fanfare, without surprise, like something returning home after walking far through rain, quietly slipping under the door, never announcing itself, just settling into place beside you, like warmth finding its way back to a corner of the room that had forgotten how to feel it. But if it doesn't come, if this moment stays awake and still and full, you don't have to fix it. You don't need to call in help or start again tomorrow with more willpower, more discipline. The work isn't in making sleep happen. It's in allowing the body to stop believing that it has to. You're not responsible for what happens next. Not even for whether you wake up tired or clear-headed or unchanged. You've already done your part, stopped trying, letting go of the belief that rest must be earned, that stillness requires performance. And now there's only this, a quiet in which nothing needs to happen. A space where time doesn't move forward because you want it to, but simply moves through its own rhythm, like a leaf turning slowly on water, not seeking direction, not chasing light, just being itself until the wind decides otherwise. So let yourself be that too, not striving for anything, just present in your own stillness. Not waiting, not resisting, not measuring what's left or how long it will take. Just staying here, where nothing is required, where no effort is needed, where rest isn't something you achieve, but something you simply are. The breath keeps going, the dark holds steady, your body remembers its job better than your mind ever could, to be still without needing a reason, to stay awake without feeling guilty, to exist in the night not as someone who failed sleep, but as someone who finally let go of the idea that they had anything to prove. And so you remain, neither asleep nor fully awake, neither lost nor found, but simply here with no task and no demand, just this, a quiet continuation through which all things pass without leaving a mark. So you stay here, neither reaching nor retreating, neither clinging nor releasing, just being in the soft weight of your own presence, like a stone at the bottom of a still pool where no ripple ever forms and nothing is disturbed by motion. The air moves around you without sound, carrying its quiet through every small space between bone and skin, between thought and silence. You don't have to remember how this feels. Your body already knows what it means to be held by dark that doesn't judge or wait. There's no need to fix the time, no urgency in minutes passing or hours stretching. The clock isn't measuring anything anymore, not your progress, not your worth, not whether you're doing well enough. It's just a shape on the wall now, like any other object in this room that doesn't matter when you don't look at it. You can feel how much easier it is to let go when nothing depends on your attention being sharp or steady, when no part of you has to be ready for anything. The mind still moves sometimes, not with purpose, not with direction, but like a moth circling a single light in the corner of the room that's long since been turned off. It flutters through old thoughts, past concerns, unresolved things said and unsaid, all without meaning now. You don't need to catch it or guide it anywhere. It can drift where it will. There is no place for it to arrive, no destination, no task left undone. The only thing that matters is that you're not chasing after it. You are not required to understand anything right now. Not the why of your wakefulness, not the how of sleep's arrival, not even what this stillness means in the larger story of your days. None of it needs answers. You don't need to prove yourself awake or asleep, only that you're here, quietly accepting what is, without needing to change it. There's a warmth now, not hot, not bright, but steady and deep beneath the surface, like heat rising from earth after long rain has soaked through roots. It doesn't demand anything of you, it simply is. The kind of warmth that isn't noticed until it's gone, but which always returns when you stop trying to feel it. You don't have to hold this moment in your mind or protect it from slipping away. You aren't guarding a state or preserving an experience. There's no risk of losing what you're in right now because there was never anything to lose. The only thing that could vanish is the idea that rest must be earned, and even that has already softened. Your breath goes on without being shaped by will. It doesn't need your attention, but it's still here, softly rising, gently falling, as if the air itself remembered how to move you into place. You're not helping it, you're not slowing it or speeding it up. You're just allowing its rhythm to be what it is, slow, unforced, continuous. There's a kind of listening now that doesn't require sound, only presence. It's like when the wind stops and you still feel where it was moving through trees, even though nothing stirs anymore. Or how light lingers after a door closes, not in brightness, but in absence, the imprint of what passed through. You're aware of that kind of quiet now, not because something is missing, but because everything has settled. Your limbs are heavy with no effort at all, like they've been placed exactly where they belong, as if gravity finally made up its mind and decided to hold you gently instead of dragging you down. There's no resistance in your shoulders, no tension building behind your eyes. You're not relaxing into stillness, you're already part of it. No one is watching, no version of yourself from tomorrow or last year is waiting to judge how well this night went. The only witness here is the dark itself, and it doesn't care what you do. It's been holding all kinds of people through their restless hours, those who want sleep, those who fear waking up, those who have forgotten why they ever believed in stillness at all, and yet it never asks for anything back. You're not supposed to be doing better than this moment. You don't need to become someone else or fix yourself into a different shape. There's no flaw that needs correcting, only the belief that there was one, and even that belief is beginning to soften. The idea of sleep as something you must summon, like calling an old friend on the phone when your hands are cold, it doesn't work because it isn't how it functions. Sleep isn't a task to be completed. It's not a response to effort. It happens differently when there's no one trying to make it happen, when the body feels safe enough not to fight for rest, and the mind has stopped believing that stillness is a failure. So you don't have to ask if sleep will come. You don't need to wonder whether this silence means something or nothing. There's no reason why any of this should be meaningful, only that it is. And in being, it becomes enough. You can feel how much quieter the air feels now, not because it's thinner or colder, but because there's less noise inside you. Not from thoughts, not from worry, not from the old habit of checking whether your heart is beating fast enough to be called resting. The only thing that matters is this: you're letting go. There's a kind of rest that doesn't look like sleep, just as sleep isn't always what people imagine it to be. Some nights, you just stay awake and still in the dark, wrapped in something deeper than drowsiness. Not tired, not alert, just whole. And when you don't try to turn into someone who sleeps easily, that kind of wholeness begins to feel normal, not rare or miraculous, but simply real. You're not behind on your time. You're not losing anything by staying awake. The night is long enough for whatever happens, and it's already been good just being here. Every breath you take in this moment counts as rest. Every second where nothing changes counts as peace. There's no need to fix the silence or make it useful. It doesn't have to lead anywhere. You don't need to arrive at sleep, only stay with what is. And so you do. The dark isn't waiting for you to fall asleep. It's already holding you. The bed hasn't stopped supporting you since you first lay down. Your body has never left the work of stillness. It only paused when your mind got in the way. So let it be that pause again. This quiet, this not trying, this soft refusal to do more than exist. Let there be no mission, no goal, no standard met or missed. Just a continuation without effort, a being here with no need for meaning, no demand for movement forward. You're not trying to change anything. You don't even notice the shape of time anymore, not as seconds ticking by, but as something that flows around you like water flowing through reeds in a slow stream, unbothered by where it started or where it's going. The only thing that matters is this: you've stopped fighting, not because you gave up, but because you finally understood what was happening all along. The effort wasn't helping, it was keeping the door closed. And now, without any force behind it, there's a space, small but real, where sleep might just come in on its own. And if it does, that's okay too, because rest isn't only found when you're asleep. Sometimes it's found when you've stopped believing that you have to be anything other than what you are. Still, present, holding your place without needing to prove yourself. You're not in a place where things need to be fixed. You're not at a point where anything needs to happen. There's no urgency beneath your breath, no quiet pressure that says you must move towards sleep like it's a destination on a map. The body remembers how to stay still long before the mind learned to count the minutes or measure its worth by whether rest has arrived. You don't have to prove anything to the night. There's no scorecard being kept, no judgment in the dark about how well you're doing at not trying. Your presence here is enough, not as a performance, not as an achievement, but simply as a fact that you are lying down and there is nothing else to do. The air doesn't need your permission to be still. The warmth beneath you isn't waiting for approval before it spreads deeper into the bones of your legs. You don't have to earn it. You aren't required to earn peace by pretending you've already found it. It's not a prize that comes after effort, and it's not something earned through willpower or silence. This kind of quiet, this deep stillness, isn't built from discipline. It grows in the absence of demand. You're beginning to notice how little your body resists being here. There's no tension gathering at the back of your neck, no clenched jaw that holds its breath against surrender. You're not fighting the weight of your limbs anymore. Your arms and legs are simply resting where they fall, like stones in a slow riverbed. They don't need to be repositioned. They don't have to prove anything by staying still or adjusting their shape. The floor doesn't care how you lie. The sheets aren't keeping score. There's no one watching from the edge of your awareness who thinks this moment should look different. You're not failing at sleep because you're awake. You're succeeding at something else entirely, at being present without needing to be anywhere but where you are. There is a kind of honesty in that, when you stop believing that stillness must lead somewhere, when you accept that rest doesn't have to earn its place by becoming drowsy or dreamful. There's no need to wonder what sleep would feel like if it came now. You don't have to imagine the moment it arrives or rehearse how your body will shift in relief once it does. That kind of imagining, those small rehearsals for peace, is a way of keeping yourself awake. It's not effortful in the way you used to think, but it still pulls energy from your mind and turns it into vigilance. Let go of that too. Don't try to stop thinking about sleep, or don't even notice when thoughts drift in like leaves floating on water. Let them come and let them leave without giving them a name or a direction. There's no need for you to respond, no instruction to follow. You aren't meant to fix the passing of time. You're not responsible for its pace. The hours stretch out, yes, but they don't pull at you. They don't demand that you be somewhere else by morning. The night isn't asking you to wake up with a plan or a purpose. It's simply unfolding in its own way, like breath moving through lungs without being noticed. You're not behind on anything. You've already been here for a long while, and the truth is, it hasn't mattered how many minutes have passed since you lay down. What matters is that each moment has been lived, not as an obstacle to sleep, but as part of what it means to be awake in this quiet room. There's no longer any need to check whether your eyelids are heavy or your thoughts are slowing. There's no reason to wonder if the silence is growing thicker or thinner. You don't have to measure how much time has passed by the number of times you've thought, "I should be asleep now." That kind of thinking, so familiar, so worn down with repetition, isn't a sign that something's wrong. It's just memory, a habit that once helped but no longer serves. Let it rest too. You don't need to fix your awareness. You don't have to clear the mind or empty the thoughts. There is space for both, the quiet and the noise, the stillness and the wandering. They can coexist without needing one to win over the other. The room doesn't care if you're thinking about dinner from last week or what tomorrow might bring. It's holding all of it, your mind's movement, your body's weight, the faint hum of electricity in the walls, the same way a forest holds every sound that passes through it, not by rejecting anything, but by simply being large enough to contain everything. You're not trying to get anywhere. There's no destination you must reach before dawn. The only thing required of you is this: stay where you are, not because it's the right thing or the smartest choice, but because staying is already rest. It doesn't matter if your eyes are open or closed, if you're aware or drifting, whether thoughts arrive like birds landing on a wire, or whether silence settles in like dust falling through still air. You don't need to do anything but exist here in this quiet space, where effort has left the building and no one is waiting for results. There's no pressure from outside, no internal clock ticking down towards some invisible finish line. You're not being graded on how well you sleep or whether you've earned rest. This isn't failure, this isn't loss. It's not a night that went wrong. It's just one more moment in which you are allowed to be exactly as you are, without changing, without fixing, without proving anything at all. And so the breath continues, not because it needs to be guided or controlled, but simply because it knows how. The body remembers its own rhythm. It doesn't need a voice telling it when to inhale or exhale. It doesn't have to work harder just to stay alive. You don't have to help it survive. Just let the air move through you like wind through trees. No effort, no force, only flow. The weight of your limbs isn't heavy. It's not a burden. It's an offering, one that says, I am here, I'm letting go, I'm staying still because I don't have to do anything else right now. There's nothing to fix, nothing missing, no absence in the room, no hole left by sleep that must be filled. The dark doesn't need you to fall asleep for it to feel complete. It has always been whole, long before your mind decided to start measuring its value by whether you were unconscious or awake. And so you stay, not because you're trying hard, but because there's nothing else to do and no reason not to. You don't have to be anything other than what you are in this moment. Breathing, still, present, aware of the quiet without needing to name it. There is no goal in this breath, no outcome tied to your next one. The only thing that matters is that each one happens just as it does, with no need for intention or effort. You're not behind on anything. You haven't lost any time. Time isn't running out. It's not being stolen by wakefulness. It's simply moving forward in its own way, like water over stone, like shadows shifting across a floor. And you don't have to keep up with it. You don't need to catch it or hold it. You're already part of it. There's no place left to go. There's nothing left to prove, no test to pass, no standard to meet. Just this, the soft weight of your body on the mattress, the slow rise and fall of your chest, the faint warmth radiating from your hands and feet, not because they're working hard, but simply because you are alive. And that's enough. You don't need sleep to be good. You don't have to earn peace by becoming unconscious. The night isn't judging you for being awake. It doesn't care whether you've had a dream or not. It only needs you to stay just as you are without changing. There's no right way to rest. There's no wrong way to be still. You don't have to prove anything to the dark. The bed isn't asking for more than what you're already giving. Your body, your breath, your presence. You don't need to do anything else. Let that sink in, not as a command, but as a quiet truth settling into your bones. You are not drifting through time, time is drifting through you. The hours don't pass by like footsteps. They don't march in line or knock at your door with demands. They slip through the space between your breaths, soft and unmarked, like dust settling on a shelf no one touches. You don't need to notice them. You don't have to keep track of where they've gone. There's no scorecard for how much time has passed in this stillness. The past is not waiting behind you. The future isn't ahead. There's only the now, which doesn't press on or pull away. It simply is, like air before a word is spoken. And so your body stays where it is, curved into the shape of its own resting form, like water finding its level in a basin no one ever filled. The mattress knows you. It remembers every night you've lain here, not as an act of performance, but as a quiet return to itself. You're not asking anything of it now, not even for support, not even for comfort. Just being this body, this breath, this warmth in the hollows of your wrists and ankles is enough. The bed doesn't care if you dream or stay awake. It only needs you to lie down, with no need to leave again. There's a kind of peace that comes not from silence, but from stillness so deep it becomes soundless even to thought. Not absence, but presence without effort. Like the moment after a bell has rung and the air is full of vibration, though nothing moves. No wind, no ripple, just a residue of motion in the space between things. That's what this is, not emptiness, but the quiet left behind when every demand to do or be has finally gone still. You don't have to be gentle with yourself tonight, because you're already being that way by simply staying here, not forcing, not measuring, not adjusting your posture because it feels wrong if sleep hasn't come yet. The body doesn't need correction, it needs permission. And what's happening now is a kind of soft rebellion, refusing the old job, rejecting the script where rest only counts if you fall asleep. There's no test to pass in this darkness, no deadline for awareness or unconsciousness. You don't have to prove your worth by how long you've stayed awake or how fast you've gone under. The night doesn't keep records. It doesn't assign value based on duration of sleep, nor does it tally up the number of times you check the time in a quiet panic. This is not a trial where success means closing your eyes for 3 hours straight and waking refreshed. You are not failing if you're still awake. You are not winning if you drift off after an hour. The only thing that matters is what's happening now, this slow pulse beneath the surface of thought, this warmth rising from your core like steam from a cup left too long on a table. It doesn't need to be named. It doesn't have to serve any purpose. The air in the room is not thin or heavy, it just is, like your breath, like your body's quiet hum beneath skin and bone. There's no reason for it to change. No reason for you to do anything about it, not even to wish it would. Just let it be, as though nothing has ever been asked of you. You're not waiting for sleep, because sleep isn't a destination. It doesn't appear when the conditions are perfect or after enough effort. It appears when there's no one left in charge of its arrival, when trying stops being part of the equation, when your attention is so soft that it doesn't even notice how long you've been lying here. And maybe, just maybe, that's what sleep has always wanted. Not to be chased, not to be summoned by willpower or ritual, but invited in like a guest who arrives only when they're no longer expected, when the door is left open without hope or fear, and all there is the quiet of a room that has nothing to prove. There's something deeply honest about lying here with your eyes closed and not knowing what comes next, not wanting to know, not needing to figure it out before you fall asleep, before the morning light creeps in like an old friend who doesn't need permission to come in. You don't have to decide whether this is enough. The body already knows. It's been telling you all along, you're not behind, you haven't missed a step. There's no race running anywhere. The weight of your legs isn't pressing down, it's sinking into the mattress like roots finding soil. Not forcing, just settling, as though they've been waiting for this moment to release their tension, not because something changed, but because nothing needed to change at all. The air moves through you without needing a reason. Your heart beats not in response to effort, but simply because it's allowed. And so the stillness spreads, not like an absence, but like warmth spreading across skin when heat finally arrives after being cold too long. It doesn't rush in, it doesn't shout, it just is, like breath returning without need for intention. You don't have to catch up with it, you don't have to run toward it. This isn't the kind of rest that comes from doing something right. It's not earned by discipline or patience or any effort you've made. It's not a reward. It's simply what happens when the mind stops fighting and lets go, not because there's no struggle, but because there's nothing left to fight for. There's no need to fix anything tonight. No part of you is broken. You're not incomplete. There's no missing piece that only sleep can supply. The night isn't holding your dreams hostage. It doesn't care if you're tired or awake. All it asks is that you stay just as you are, without apology. And so the dark becomes a kind of permission, not for sleep, but for being exactly where you are. No more doing, no more trying to be anything else. Just this, your body resting in its own shape, breath moving through you like wind across water, not making waves, but letting them come when they will. You don't have to remember how you got here. You don't need to know why you're still awake. The question doesn't matter anymore because it's no longer searching for an answer. It's just quiet, like a sentence that ends without needing emphasis, like the pause between two notes in music when nothing is said, but everything is felt. And if sleep comes, let it come as something that was always here, waiting not to be summoned, but simply noticed when the noise of trying finally falls silent. If it doesn't come tonight, then this moment still counts. This breath still matters. The weight on your chest isn't failure, it's presence. The awareness in your limbs isn't a sign you're doing something wrong. It's proof that you're alive and present and resting without needing to earn it. The bed doesn't want anything from you, not sleep, not peace, not even stillness that looks right on paper. It just wants you to stay wherever you are, because wherever you are is already where you belong. And so the night goes on, not as a trial, not as an obstacle, but as a quiet companion in which nothing needs to be done. No job left to finish, no task unfulfilled. Just this, breath after breath, body after body, moment after moment, without need for direction or result. You don't have to move forward. You don't have to arrive anywhere. There's no destination on the other side of wakefulness. The only thing that matters is staying here, quietly, softly, gently, as though you've always known this was possible. The silence between heartbeats has grown deeper than before, not because time is passing, but because you are no longer measuring it. The space around you isn't empty, it's full of something quiet that doesn't demand to be named. Your skin feels like the surface of a lake after rain, where ripples have settled not into stillness, but into an awareness of movement as part of rest itself. There is nothing sharp in this sensation, no edge or point to catch on. You are breathing without notice now. The air flows through you so quietly that it might be imagined at first, as if the body has stopped making its own sound and only listens instead. Not waiting for a sign, not tracking progress by how deep each inhale goes, just letting go of any need to feel where breath begins or ends. It's like watching shadows shift across walls without caring what they mean, only that they move. Your hands rest at your sides, palms open, not relaxed because you've succeeded in relaxing, but simply because there is no reason not to be this way anymore. The weight isn't trying to sink, it just does. Like water finding its level over time, like roots spreading without intention through dark earth. There's no goal behind the softness of your fingers or the quiet curve where shoulder meets arm. The darkness has a shape now, not something you see, but something you sense as pressure against awareness, not cold but full, like being held in an old coat that fits perfectly because it was never meant to be worn tightly. You don't have to make room for anything here. The night doesn't ask for your attention or permission, it only stays. There's a sound somewhere beyond the edges of hearing, a low hum, like distant electricity under pavement, like wind through cracks in stone that no longer matter, not loud enough to disturb you, just present enough to remind you this is not silence as absence, but presence as stillness without effort, a kind of listening that doesn't need answers. Your thoughts have slowed, not because they've stopped coming, but because there's nowhere for them to land anymore. They drift like leaves on a stream whose current no longer pulls towards shore. No urgency in their movement, no weight behind any one memory or worry. You don't reach out to catch them, you just let each pass as though it had always belonged somewhere else. If sleep comes, it won't arrive with fanfare. It will come like warmth returning after long hours of cold, gradual and unnoticed, until your body leans into it without knowing why. But even if it doesn't come tonight, if the clock ticks on and you remain aware, the act of staying here is not wasted. The fact that you are still present, breathing in this dark room with no demand to perform or fix anything, it's enough. There was never a point at which you had to earn your right to rest. You didn't have to prove it by lying still for 20 minutes straight, or by thinking the right thoughts, or by avoiding every flicker of mind that tried to rise up and say, "What if I don't fall asleep?" What if this keeps going forever? Those are just voices from a past version of you, one who believed rest had conditions. But tonight is different, because now there's no one watching the clock. No need to calculate how many more minutes until surrender. The hours aren't numbered in ways that matter. You don't have to win anything by staying awake or lose something if sleep never comes. The bed has not changed, nor has your body. Yet everything is different, not because you did anything, but because nothing needed doing. Like a door left open for years, suddenly becoming part of the wall around it, no longer seen as an entry point, but just another shape in space that doesn't require action to maintain its place. Your eyelids feel heavy not from fatigue, nor from effort towards sleep, but simply from their natural weight when allowed to stay closed. Not forced shut by willpower or mental discipline, but eased down like a curtain lowering after long hours of standing open. The air inside your chest is still warm, less because it's heated than because the body isn't trying to control its rhythm anymore. Breathing slows not as an achievement, but as a release from resistance. The breath doesn't move faster or slower in response to anything. It just moves where it wants to go without needing approval. There are no clocks running inside you tonight, no internal metronome ticking off seconds like punishment for staying awake too long. Time isn't measured by how much is left until sleep arrives. Instead, time dissolves into the way your body settles deeper with each passing moment, not downward in any literal sense, but inward, as if gravity has stopped being about weight and become something softer, a pull towards stillness that doesn't demand anything. If you wake tomorrow morning, your eyes opening slowly to light not yet bright enough for detail, the memory of this night won't be shaped by whether sleep came or stayed away. It will simply be the quiet knowledge, somewhere deep beneath thought, that rest was possible even when it wasn't forced. That presence is its own kind of arrival. And so you stay, just as you are, not striving to become anything else, not needing to fall asleep in order to have had a good night. The act of lying here with your body resting without demand or expectation, that too counts. That alone is enough. There's no failure in awareness when there's nothing left to try for. The dark isn't waiting. It doesn't care if you're tired or restless, awake or drifting. It simply holds what exists, without judgment, without desire, without need to change anything. You don't have to fix your mind by clearing it of thought. You don't have to become calmer in order to deserve peace. You are already here, and that's all there is. There's no more work to do on this side of awareness. No task left unfinished. The only thing moving now isn't effort, but the slow drift of attention deeper into stillness, not away from yourself, not towards sleep, but simply letting be. The weight in your arms isn't a burden anymore. It's just there, like water settling at the bottom of a cup that no one ever tried to empty. It doesn't need to be held differently or lifted into position. There's no effort behind it, not even the kind that comes from intention. The muscles are quiet now, not because they've been trained to relax, but because they've simply remembered what it feels like when nothing is required of them. Your hands lie open on your chest, as if they've forgotten how to clutch, or perhaps never knew how at all, just resting where gravity brought them, without need for direction. There's no sound in the room that you're listening to, not really. The silence isn't something you're preserving or waiting inside of. It doesn't hang like a veil between you and sleep. Instead, it's just there, the space around you filled with what exists, not with what might be missing. And if a distant hum rises from somewhere far away, or the faint creak of wood settling in the house, those aren't interruptions. They're just parts of the quiet that was always present, like dust moving slowly through still air, unnoticed until attention finds them, and then simply allowed to stay. The darkness behind your eyelids isn't empty. It's full, not with shapes or thoughts, but with depth. a kind of softness that doesn't demand anything from you, not even the act of observing it. You don't have to watch for sleep in there, nor wait for a sign that something has shifted. The dark is not waiting for permission to be itself. It's already been what it was meant to be since before you ever arrived. And so your eyes can stay closed without purpose, as if they've grown tired of trying to see anything at all. The air in the room isn't cool or warm, it just is. It moves through space with no intention behind it, like breath passing over a still lake's surface and never disturbing its reflection. You're not breathing into your lungs to oxygenate or calm yourself. The breath comes because that's what happens when there's nothing to stop it. Not even the whisper of resistance, no tightness in the throat, no tightening across the ribs, as if holding back some part of you from rising too fast. There's only a slow letting go, like water escaping an open container, not falling but simply flowing where gravity allows. There are thoughts, if they rise at all, they don't carry weight. They drift through awareness without landing on anything solid, not because you've stopped them, nor because you've practiced clearing your mind, but because nothing in you is asking for a reply. When an image appears, just the shape of a door from childhood, or the sound of rain tapping on glass, it doesn't need to be answered. It arrives, lingers for no more than 3 seconds, and then melts into silence as if it had never been named. No judgment. No follow-up. You don't have to decide whether it's helpful, meaningful, distracting. It just is. And in that lack of decision-making, there's a kind of space opening up inside you, not because anything has changed, but because nothing needed changing. The mind isn't being fixed. It's simply no longer trying to fix itself. There's no one sitting at the center saying this must stop or I need peace now. No inner voice pressing for answers. Instead, there's only this, a body lying still in bed with nowhere else to go, nothing to prove, and no expectation that anything should happen. You don't have to become quiet to be worthy of rest. You don't have to stop thinking in order to belong here. The night doesn't care about your past attempts or how many times you've lain awake before this one. It only holds what's happening now, your breath, your stillness, the way heat rises from under your skin and settles gently around your shoulders like a blanket that wasn't asked for but was given anyway. There is no moment where sleep begins and wakefulness ends. The shift isn't sharp or dramatic, it's gradual, like light returning to a room after long absence. Not because you turned on a lamp, but because the sun moved without telling anyone. You don't have to notice it, you don't even need to be aware of it in order for it to happen. What happens now is not about arrival, it's about continuity. The same stillness that was there when you first closed your eyes, when you were measuring minutes, watching thoughts come and go, is still here. Only now it isn't being tested. It hasn't been challenged by effort or questioned by anxiety. It just stays. There's no need to count the hours anymore, not because time has disappeared, but because it no longer matters what time it is. The clock on your nightstand may tick quietly, but its rhythm doesn't belong to you. You're not measuring how long you've been awake or calculating when sleep might arrive. There's no scorecard in this room, no record of progress, failure, patience, surrender. Your body isn't tired because it wants to fall asleep. It's tired because that's what happens when the nervous system stops scanning for danger and lets go of vigilance. The mind doesn't quiet down because you told it to be still. It settles because there's no longer a reason to stay awake, no urgency, no fear, no expectation. The space around you is not empty. It holds everything that exists, your breath, the weight of your limbs, the sound of distant traffic in slow motion, the faint warmth near your chest where blood flows beneath skin without need for notice. All of it just is, not because you're doing anything to keep it there, but because nothing needs to be done. There's no effort behind this rest, no striving toward a goal, no pushing forward through resistance. It isn't earned. It doesn't require discipline. You don't have to fight your way into stillness. The only thing happening is that you're letting go of the need to do anything at all. And so you stay just as you are, not waiting for sleep, not avoiding wakefulness, not trying to be someone who can fall asleep easily. There's no one watching from outside asking whether this counts. No inner critic judging how long it takes or what thoughts rise up. The only thing that matters is the quiet presence of your body in bed, the soft weight of stillness pressing gently into the mattress. The darkness isn't hiding anything. It doesn't hold secrets, nor does it promise relief. It simply exists, not as a state to be entered, but as an atmosphere you've already been living inside for hours. You don't need to cross some threshold to reach rest. Rest was always here, waiting not in the future, not after effort, not behind sleep, but within this moment of letting go. Your breath slows further, not because it's being controlled, but because there's nothing left to resist. The rhythm doesn't change by design, it changes naturally, like water flowing downhill when no force is holding it back. And now, there's only the quiet of a body that has stopped trying to be anything other than what it already is. The air around you is not cold nor warm. It simply holds the shape of your presence like a room that has learned how to breathe without sound. Your limbs are not heavy because they're tired. They're quiet, settling into their own natural position, as if the bed had always known where each part should be. The weight isn't pressing down on you, but resting with you, as though gravity itself decided to slow its pace so it wouldn't disturb what was already happening. There's no effort behind your breathing now, not even a whisper of intention. It moves in and out like something that remembers how to do this without being told. You don't guide it. It doesn't need guidance. The rise and fall isn't meant to calm anything. It just happens, as if the act of moving air were its own reason for existing. The quiet is not empty. There's a kind of listening in it, a low hum beneath the surface where sound slips through without asking permission. Distant streetlights blink on somewhere far away, their light bleeding into the world like slow ink spreading across paper. Not bright enough to wake you, but present enough that your body knows there are things outside this room that continue moving even when you don't. Your skin isn't waiting for comfort, it's already been touched by warmth from within. Blood flows beneath it at a steady pace, not because you're aware of it, but because the body doesn't need to be reminded how to keep going. You can feel it, not as heat or pressure, but as presence, a quiet pulse in your fingertips, just below the surface where sensation lives without needing explanation. Thoughts still come, there's no rule that says they must stop, but now they pass through like clouds drifting across an evening sky, not landing anywhere, not staying for long. They don't knock at the door of attention, they drift by as if already forgotten before they arrived. Whether it's a worry from earlier tonight or something just born in this stillness doesn't matter. There's no need to meet them, respond to them, push them away. There is only room enough for what's here, the soft curve where your shoulder meets the pillow, the way one hand rests slightly higher than the other, as if resting on a shelf that wasn't built but simply exists. The silence isn't waiting for something to fill it. It already contains everything: breath, blood, weight, time. You are not being tested by this night. You aren't proving anything, neither your ability nor your worthiness. There is no test score written in the dark, no record of how long you stayed awake or how many times you checked the clock. The room doesn't keep track, it only holds what's given to it. The minutes don't add up, not because they're not passing, but because they aren't being counted anymore. You can feel time moving through your body in ways that have nothing to do with numbers. It isn't measured by clocks or thoughts. It moves like a river whose current you've stopped trying to read. Your mind doesn't need to be clear, it only needs to stop fighting itself. The idea of sleep wasn't the problem, nor was wakefulness. The real difficulty came from treating them as enemies, believing one had to win and the other lose. But now, there's no war going on behind your eyes, no side taking control, just a quiet letting be. There is softness in this space that doesn't need words to describe it. It isn't comfort, not exactly. It's more like acceptance, an unspoken agreement between body and mind that neither of them has to do anything special anymore. You don't have to earn stillness by performing well at rest. Stillness doesn't care about your intentions. You aren't falling asleep because you want it, nor are you resisting wakefulness out of fear. There's no struggle, not even a whisper of one. It's as though the act of trying had quietly dissolved into nothing, not through force, but simply by being allowed to fade away like morning mist when sunlight finally arrives. The darkness isn't hiding sleep. It's just where things are happening without announcement, like roots growing under soil that never sees the sun, but still thrive because they don't need to be seen. Your chest rises and falls not with purpose, but in response to what is already there, a rhythm carried by a body that no longer needs permission to exist as it is. There's nothing left to fix, no adjustment needed, not even an invitation for sleep, because the moment you stopped pushing toward it, something else began, rest without condition. Rest not earned, not claimed, but simply lived in. You are not falling apart, you're just unwinding slowly, like a thread that has been held too tight for too long and finally lets go of its own strength. The air around you is thick with stillness, not because it's empty, but because everything present feels full. Full of breath, blood, silence, warmth, memory, none demanding attention, none asking to be noticed. Even your thoughts are not interrupting. They're just passing through like birds flying over a field at night, wings brushing the sky without leaving marks. There is no distance between you and this moment, not because it's been bridged by effort, but because there was never any separation to begin with. You've always been here, just as you are, in your own skin, in your own breath, in your own stillness. And now, the body knows how to stay without doing anything at all. The mind has stopped trying to be useful. It doesn't need to solve or manage or prepare for tomorrow. It can simply exist right where it is, no longer scanning ahead, no longer worried about what comes next. There's space in this quiet, not because something was removed, but because nothing needed to be added. You're not drifting towards sleep, you're already inside the shape of rest, not as a goal, but as a way of being. There's no need to cross over or arrive somewhere else, because you never left where you were meant to stay all along. The breath slows further, not by command, not by will, but because there's nothing rushing forward anymore. No urgency behind it. The body isn't trying to reach anything. It doesn't even know what reaching means in this moment. And so the silence deepens, like water settling after a storm has passed, and no one remembers how loud it was. There is only now the weight of your limbs, the warmth at your chest, the faint sound of traffic far away like something dreaming on repeat. You don't have to be anywhere. You don't need to do anything. There's nothing left to prove, no performance required for rest to count as real. The night continues, not because you're watching it, but because it always does. And so do you. The air doesn't move in waves, not even when you breathe, just a quiet presence that holds the shape of your body without pressure. It's not holding you down, it's simply there, like water around something already at rest. Your arms lie where they fell, no longer needing to be placed or adjusted. They've found their place by accident and stayed because nothing asked them to leave. The weight in your hands isn't a burden, it's just the way gravity settles into softness over time. It's not heavy, it doesn't press you into the mattress. It is merely present, as if sleep had already lived here before you arrived, and now lets you stay without claiming credit. There's no effort to keep still, no muscle tightening against rest. The quiet isn't something you've earned by being good or patient. It's not a reward for enduring silence. This kind of stillness doesn't come from discipline, it comes from release, like the moment after pulling your hand out of cold water and realizing it was never meant to stay there in the first place. You didn't pull away because you wanted warmth. You pulled back simply because that's how bodies let go when they stop resisting. The dark isn't empty, not really. There are textures beneath it, shapes without edges. The room doesn't end where your eyes can't see. It flows on into silence like a river slowing before the sea. And within this flow, there is no need to name anything. Not every sound needs explanation. That distant hum from somewhere beyond walls, it's not an interruption. It's just another thread in the quiet fabric of night. You don't have to decide if it means something or not. Just let it be part of what holds you here. Your breath doesn't rise with hope, nor fall with frustration. There is no rhythm trying to reach a destination, a beat that must match some inner clock. Instead, each in and out happens like the pulse beneath soil when roots shift unseen, slow, deep, unannounced. You don't notice it until you stop noticing anything else. Then suddenly there it is again, steady as stone. The warmth at your chest isn't a signal. It's not trying to say you're getting closer. It doesn't mean sleep will come soon or that the effort has paid off. The heat just exists where blood flows through stillness, like sunlight warming pavement after rain, not because someone wanted it to be warm, but simply because warmth is what happens when life stays in place. Your thoughts don't arrive with purpose now, no urgency behind them, no agenda. They come not as demands or warnings, but as shadows passing over a hillside at dusk, visible only for an instant before disappearing into the dark again. You aren't chasing after any of them, you're just letting them pass like leaves floating on still water. There's space in this moment that isn't being filled with anything, not even time itself is rushing forward. The hours stretch out, not as a burden or threat, but as something already settled, the way a river remembers the path it took long before anyone named its name. You don't need to measure them, you just are here within their flow. The silence doesn't feel like absence, it feels full of things that never needed words. The space between heartbeats isn't empty, it's where your body listens inward, not in search of answers, but simply because listening is what happens when you stop trying to make sense. You aren't asleep, but then again, neither are you awake the way you used to be. There's no sharp division anymore. It's like standing at the edge of a field just after sunset, not fully day, not yet night, where everything feels suspended in between, where nothing needs permission to stay. The mattress doesn't care whether your eyes are open or closed. It only knows what weight settles into it and how long that shape lasts. Your body isn't trying to change itself. It's simply letting its natural contours return after hours of pretending they didn't matter. There is no plan for tomorrow, no need to rehearse anything, no script unfolding in your mind. The future doesn't knock at the door here, it just exists as a distant echo that fades when you stop paying attention. Your skin isn't waiting for sleep either. It's not tense or alert or scanning ahead like it once did. It's simply sensing what is warmth where limbs meet, pressure from sheets, cool air brushing against your neck, not reacting, just receiving. The night doesn't need to prove itself by delivering rest. You don't have to earn its kindness with silence or stillness. The dark isn't judging you for being awake. It's not waiting for a signal that says, now is the moment. It's already here, always has been, and it welcomes all versions of you, restless, tired, quiet, dreaming. You aren't failing at sleep. You've simply stopped trying to do what can't be done by force. The body knows how to rest without performance. You don't need a checklist or effort or willpower. What's happening now isn't failure, it's completion. Not in the way you imagined, no fanfare, no arrival, but as something quietly finished, the turning away from striving. There is nothing left to fix, because there was never anything broken. The mind didn't miss its purpose, it just forgot how not to search for one. Now it's resting, not because it found peace, but because it stopped believing that peace had to be earned or chased. You don't need the world to confirm you're still alive. Your blood moves without your knowing, and every breath carries on without consent from the mind. You aren't responsible for staying here, you've just been let in. And now, this is where things remain, not moving toward anything, but simply being part of something that has no end. The silence isn't waiting to be filled, it's already full. The darkness doesn't hide sleep, it lets rest happen without needing a name or proof. You don't have to know what's next. There's only this breath, this weight, this warmth in the air around you, not as signs of progress, but simply as evidence that life is still moving forward through absence. And so the night continues, not because you're awake, not because you're trying, but just because it does. And so do you, not falling asleep, just staying here where there's no need to be anywhere else, where nothing has to happen for anything to matter, where being still isn't a performance, it's simply what happens when the body stops pretending that rest requires effort. There is no goal in this moment, not even silence as an end point. You're not getting closer, you've already arrived at where you were meant to stay all along. Inside your own skin, breathing without purpose, resting without permission, present without needing to be seen. The air feels thick, but not because it's heavy. It's dense with things that don't need explanation. The weight of limbs, the heat beneath ribs, the quiet hum beyond walls like a memory in motion. You're not listening for meaning, you're just letting the night hold you as it is. There's no reason to move, no urgency behind your breath or pulse. The body isn't trying to survive this moment, it's already lived through it without knowing its own name. And so the stillness deepens, not because anything changed, but simply because nothing needed to change at all. The weight of your arm is not a burden, it's an anchor in the quiet, lying where it falls without apology or adjustment. The bed has known this shape before, your body returning like a note that never quite resolved, coming back to rest at its own pace. You aren't making space for sleep, you're letting yourself be held by what already exists, stillness not as an achievement, but as a condition of being. There's no sound in the room that isn't part of you, your breath rising and falling like something remembered from deep underwater, slow enough to feel the current beneath. The air shifts where your chest moves. It doesn't wait for permission to move with you, it just does. You don't need to breathe deeply because breathing is already happening in its own rhythm, not yours. A warmth pools behind your left ear, small and steady, not hot, not cold, but exactly where the skull meets skin. It's not a sign of readiness or closeness, it's simply heat that has no reason to explain itself. Like the pulse at your temple, slow, regular, unworried by whether you notice it. The body doesn't keep score on awareness, it only keeps time. You're not tracking how long this is lasting, there's no end in sight and none expected. Time isn't a line leading somewhere, it's more like fog that hangs just above the floorboards, thick, formless, drifting without purpose. You don't need to walk through it, you already are inside of it, breathing its thickness as if air was something you could absorb with your bones. The sheets press against your shoulder, but not in demand. They're not asking for anything. They've known this weight before and will again, accepting the same shape each time without needing reassurance that they're doing their job. There's no need to be comfortable. Comfort isn't required here. You don't have to want rest, you just are resting. There is a small vibration in your spine, not from movement or tension, but as if something deep within has decided not to speak, and so the silence hums instead. It doesn't want to be understood, it only wants space to remain unchanged. And you're allowing it, letting that quiet pulse echo through without naming it. The dark isn't empty, there's a fullness in its absence of light. Not like a room waiting for someone to turn on a lamp, but more like the inside of your eyelids when they've closed and stopped pretending there's anything beyond them. The darkness doesn't need you to believe in sleep. It already contains all that it needs. You're not trying to become still, you're simply letting what is happen without correction. There's no part of you rushing ahead or holding back. Your limbs are relaxed, yes, but they aren't trying to be relaxed either. They've just stopped pretending they need to do anything different than what they already are doing. There's a cool patch near your ankle, bare skin meeting air, and it doesn't call for attention. It exists as its own sensation, not warm enough to matter, not cold enough to disturb, like the edge of sleep that isn't really there yet, but also never has been. The temperature shift is just part of what happens when you stop watching. The space between your shoulder blades feels full, not tight or heavy, but thick with a kind of quiet presence, like something settling into place without being summoned. It's not filling an emptiness, it's simply occupying the shape it always had, as if time hadn't asked for permission to pass through this spot. Your thoughts don't need to be stopped, they're just drifting now like smoke from a fire that burned out hours ago. There's no flame left, there's only residue in the air, fragments of what once mattered, but not enough to carry on or return. You aren't trying to let go, you're letting things stay where they are, without needing them to move toward anything else. The mind isn't working anymore, it's just resting too, like a hand that has forgotten how to clutch and now rests open at its side. There is no goal in the way your breath slows, no finish line or moment of arrival. It doesn't want you to fall asleep, it only wants to be what it already is, gentle movement without intention. The air moves through you as if you were a river that didn't know it was flowing, carrying its own weight forward not because it had to, but simply because there was nowhere else for it to go. The silence isn't waiting, it's full of small sounds, the distant hum from beneath walls, a settling in floorboards far away, not disruptions, just life continuing without needing your approval or notice. You're part of that too, not as someone who must respond or react, but simply as something existing inside its own quiet motion. There is no need to be present, you're already here. No effort required to stay awake, because you don't have to do anything at all. The night doesn't ask for your attention, it holds it without demanding a return. And so the body remains, no longer trying to perform rest, just being in its own slow rhythm of staying put. Not asleep, not conscious, not quite lost, but simply inside itself, like water settling after waves have passed through, holding still at last, not because it was told to, but because nothing ever asked for more. The way your breath lingers now, just a pause between one quiet release and the next, is not failure, not hesitation, but simply how things settle when there's nothing left to prove. There's no urgency in the space between inhale and exhale anymore, only continuity, like water that has learned its own path and no longer needs to carve it anew. You're not breathing because you must fall asleep. You're breathing because your body remembers what it is to be alive without needing to manage it. The weight of your arm across your chest isn't a burden. It's just there, like the shadow of a branch against skin when afternoon light fades. Not heavy enough to pull down, not light enough to vanish. It exists in its own right, unasked for and unexplained, yet perfectly accounted for. Your fingers don't curl or release, they simply rest where they are, as though no one had ever told them to do anything other than stay still. There's a rhythm in the quiet that doesn't belong to you. It runs through walls, behind plaster, beneath floorboards like a slow pulse of old wood settling into itself. It's not trying to wake you or lull you. It's just continuing. And you're part of it, not as someone who must join or resist, but simply because your body has always been within the same current that moves through stone and beam and wire. The air near your face feels different now, cooler than the warmth around your torso, like a breath of night that doesn't belong to any particular moment. It's not cold enough to make you shift, It just is. And so there's no reason to adjust or react. The temperature isn't a signal, it's just part of what happens when stillness has time to show its full shape. You don't have to find sleep, because sleep doesn't need to be found. It isn't lost, nor hidden behind a wall you haven't yet broken down. It hasn't slipped away because you weren't careful enough. Sleep is not something that arrives on schedule or waits for permission. It's already here in the way your body sinks deeper into the mattress with each breath, as if it had always known how to give itself over without needing approval. The clock doesn't matter because time isn't speeding up or slowing down. It's just passing through you like light through a window that no longer needs curtains. Whether an hour has passed or 10 is not your job to measure. The night moves in its own way, and so do you, not by resisting it or rushing towards some end, but simply by being what you are, a body that doesn't need to earn rest. Your shoulders aren't lifting to meet pressure, they're just letting go of the idea that they ever had to carry anything at all. The muscles around your neck don't remember tension because there's nothing left to hold on to. There's no memory of effort, only the quiet hum of release after a long day of pretending. There's no need for you to let go anymore because letting go was never the task. The task was not to break free from wakefulness or escape into sleep. It was simply this: to stop trying to control what is already happening, to allow yourself to be here exactly as you are without correction. You're not falling asleep, you're just becoming more deeply awake in a different way. Not alert, but present in the quiet, in the stillness, in the full body of your own existence. There's no place to arrive, no state to achieve. The mind isn't clearing out, it's simply slowing down like water that has stopped chasing its source and is just allowing itself to be what it already is. There's a small sound from far away, a floorboard creaking, or the settling of insulation in an outer wall, but it doesn't break the quiet. It's not a disruption, it's part of the rhythm now. A note in a song that wasn't written for you but still belongs to your listening. The night isn't waiting for you to respond, it's just moving through its own life, and you're inside it without being asked to do anything. Your legs feel longer than they did moments ago, not stretched, not tense, but simply extended into space as if gravity has decided to be gentle with them tonight. Not pulling down, not tugging up, just letting the weight of limbs rest where they fall, like stones in a slow river that have stopped trying to find their way. There's no effort behind your eyes closing, no will to shut out light or silence. They're just still closed, and so are you, not asleep, but resting with the same kind of ease as if time had paused for breath. You don't need to stay awake, you don't need to fall asleep. There is only this: being held by the dark without needing to do anything in return. The air moves through your nose not because you're trying to breathe, but because breathing has become automatic, like a heartbeat that never needs reminding. It's just there, steady and silent, carrying its own weight forward without any need for attention or intention. And so you remain, neither reaching nor withdrawing, neither clinging nor letting go. You are simply here, in the way a leaf remains on a branch after the wind has passed, not because it is holding on tightly, but because it no longer needs to move at all. There's no story left to tell. The thoughts that once raced now just float like dust in a sunbeam that hasn't asked for anyone's notice. They drift through your mind without claiming anything. No judgment, no urgency, just presence in the way smoke settles after fire has died, not because it wants to disappear, but because there's no longer any reason to stay. You aren't doing anything wrong because you haven't been trying, and that is why nothing can go right or wrong anymore. The only mistake was ever thinking there had to be a performance, a show of stillness, an act of surrender, a ritual of effort before rest could come. But tonight you are not performing, you're just letting things stay as they are, not fixing them, not changing them, not even observing them with any real interest. The mind isn't quiet because it has been told to be. It's quiet because it doesn't have anything left to do. There is no need for you to try to sleep, because the body already knows how to rest without needing your permission. It doesn't ask you whether it should or shouldn't. It just does what comes naturally when there's nothing else demanding attention. And so the night continues, not as a test, not as an enemy, not even as something to endure, but simply as the space in which you are already resting. You're not failing at sleep. You never were. You weren't supposed to do anything about it. The only thing that ever needed to happen was this, to stop trying. And now, finally, there's nothing left to try. There is just breath, gentle and unforced. Just body still and held. Just dark, deep, and full of what never asked for your name. You don't need to become anything else. You're already where you needed to be. The stillness isn't empty. There's something soft beneath it, like a breath that hasn't been named yet. It moves through you not in bursts, but in waves, slow and wide as tides on a shore that doesn't know what time it is. You're not aware of your chest rising because you've forgotten to notice. The motion has gone quiet enough to be part of the dark instead of against it. There's no need to remind yourself to breathe. You don't even have to remember how. It just happens, like rain falling on soil that doesn't ask for permission. Your hands rest where they fell, palms open, fingers slightly curled not from tension, but because gravity has given them room to settle without resistance. They aren't waiting for anything. There's no task in their shape, no message to send or hold. They're simply resting, not as if they might go somewhere later, but as if they've already arrived at the end of wherever they were going. The warmth in your skin isn't rising from effort. It's spreading like slow ink in water, seeping outward not because you told it to, but because there's nothing pushing back. It doesn't need a cause. It just exists now, thick and quiet, filling spaces that used to ache with waiting. You feel it behind the eyes, along the jawline, down through the hollow of your throat, not as sensation but as presence, like light in a room where no one has turned on a switch. There's no story about how long you've been lying here, no calculation of minutes or hours. The clock is not part of this moment. It doesn't matter whether it reads 1:47 or 3:02 or whatever the number was before you stopped looking. You aren't measuring time. You're letting it pass through you like wind moves over stone without leaving a mark. And there's no reason to wonder if sleep is coming, because now that you've stopped waiting for it, it isn't something you have to earn. It doesn't require your attention or approval. It's not a prize awarded at the end of a performance. You don't need to prove yourself worthy of rest. You aren't being judged on how well you stay still. You are simply allowed, just as the night is allowed to be dark and the silence is allowed to be deep. There's no demand for anything except this, that you remain in your body, not trying to fix it or change it, just letting it be as it is, without correction or comment. The thoughts don't return with force. They come slowly, like footsteps on a path long forgotten. They're not urgent. They don't knock at the door of your awareness. They drift through the mind like paper boats in a stream that doesn't care where they end up. You notice them not because you want to, but because they happen to pass near the surface, then sink again into stillness. You don't need to decide whether to keep one or let it go. There's no choice involved. The thoughts aren't yours to manage anymore. They're just passing through space that isn't asking for anything from them. And you're not even watching. They aren't worth the attention they once were, and now that you've stopped trying to stop them, they don't seem so loud. The air in your lungs is no longer a task. It's part of the rhythm of things, not something you have to control or regulate, but simply another way the night moves through you. It comes and goes like breath on glass, warm for an instant, then gone. And it doesn't matter if it feels shallow or deep. There's no metric to meet. Your body has stopped trying to be still. It hasn't tried in a long time. Stillness isn't something that needs to be performed anymore. It's not a goal you're working toward. It's just what happens when nothing else is demanding attention. No muscle contracts for show, no breath held as an act of will. The body has given up the role of effort and slipped into its true function, resting. There's no performance now, not even the quiet one where you pretend to be calm while inside you're fighting. There's no pretending because there's nothing left to hide from. You don't need to look like someone who is at peace. You just are, not by choice, not by effort, but simply because you've stopped resisting what already is. The dark isn't cold, it has its own kind of warmth. It doesn't feel heavy, it feels full, not with waiting, but with presence. Like a room where no one ever came to speak, yet still holds the shape of someone who once stayed there quietly for hours. The walls remember nothing, but they don't need to. You aren't falling asleep, you're not even trying to be anywhere else. You've stopped wanting to leave this moment. There's no urgency in your breath, no pressure behind your eyes, no knot in your shoulders that needs untangling. They're just resting, not because you told them to, but because there's nothing left for them to do. Your mind isn't empty, there's a kind of quiet presence in it now, like clouds passing over a hill where no one is looking. There's no need to know what they mean or where they came from. They aren't yours to understand, they're just part of the weather inside you, moving through without claiming any ground. And so you stay, not awake, not asleep, but somewhere in between, in that soft space where effort has dissolved and presence remains. You don't have to hold on, you don't need to let go. There's no point at which you must arrive or be found. The only thing required is this, to remain exactly as you are. The night continues, not because it was asked for, not because you're watching, but simply because it always has. It doesn't pause when you open your eyes or close them. It flows without needing an audience. And now, finally, so do you. The silence between heartbeats is not empty. It holds something older than sound, deeper than breath. It's the quiet that comes after effort has worn itself thin, when even wanting to be still feels like a kind of noise. You're no longer listening for signs or signals, the soft thud of blood in your temples, the flicker behind closed lids. There is no checklist inside you anymore, not is my body relaxing, not am I getting close, not any version of that question dressed up as concern. The night has taken over that role. It doesn't care about progress or pace or whether sleep arrives with a fanfare. It just continues, like the slow turning of something unseen beneath soil. Your hands lie still, not out of command, not from discipline, but because they've forgotten how to do anything else. They are no longer tools for holding on. They're simply where warmth gathers and settles. The skin at your fingertips feels less like a surface than an opening, a soft threshold between the world outside and what's been kept inside too long. There is no need to interpret this sensation, or name it, or decide if it means anything. It just is, part of the quiet work that happens when nothing else demands attention. The air in your chest doesn't rise because you've told it to. It rises as though drawn by a slow tide beneath still water. You don't guide it, you're not even aware of its path. The breath flows through you like light passing between two walls that have stopped speaking, where no echo remains and nothing is reflected back. There's only the momentary warmth before it dissolves again into silence. Your thoughts aren't gone, but they've changed shape. They don't come with urgency or insistence anymore. Instead, they drift in slow motion like leaves caught between two layers of stillness. One passes by, a memory not sharp enough to claim you, just a faint impression from long ago. The sound of rain on metal, someone humming off-key while washing dishes. It doesn't matter who was there, it only matters that it happened once and now it's gone. Not because you let go, but because letting go wasn't necessary. There is no effort in this stillness. Not even a whisper of intention to remain present. You're not being gentle with yourself. You aren't trying to be kind or patient. Kindness has nothing to do with what's happening here. It's simply that the weight of wanting something, any outcome, any shift, is finally gone. And when it leaves, space opens up in places where pressure used to live. The dark around you isn't a void, it's full of textures you don't name. The soft press of fabric against your shoulders, the faint warmth pooled at your feet from hours under covers that have absorbed body heat like soil absorbs rain. The bed doesn't expect anything, it holds nothing in reserve for tomorrow. It is not storing energy or waiting to be claimed. It simply receives what lies upon it with no memory of being asked. Your legs don't feel heavy, they're just where they've always belonged, resting without needing permission. No muscle remembers the need to tighten against fatigue. Even tension has forgotten its job. There's nothing left to fight for, so it dissolves like sugar in water that doesn't stir. The part of you that used to measure time, counting minutes between breaths or tracking how long it had been since your last blink, is quiet now too, not because it was silenced, but because the clock has stopped mattering. Whether 2 hours have passed or 50 is no longer a question. The passage of time doesn't demand anything from you anymore, not to be fast, not to slow down, not even to notice. You're in that space where awareness exists without effort, where attention isn't trained on some goal, but simply rests like dust settling after the wind has gone. There's nothing to fix, no part of yourself needing repair or reassembly. You aren't being good at anything, not calmness, not patience, not even stillness. There is only presence, not because you've achieved it, but because there's been nowhere else for you to go. The body isn't trying to fall asleep, it's not doing any kind of work at all. It doesn't have a role anymore except being present in its own way, warm where heat gathers, quiet where motion ends. The mind is no longer chasing sleep as if it were a door that could be unlocked with enough focus. There's nothing behind the door, or there might be, but you're not waiting for proof. The night isn't holding your attention, it's simply continuing to exist in its own way. It doesn't pause when your eyes open, it doesn't speed up because you're tired. It moves steadily through all of this without needing a witness. And so do you, not as someone who is trying, but as someone who has stopped pretending that effort makes any difference. You don't have to be awake or asleep, you just are. Not in between, not halfway, not on the edge. Just present, not because it was chosen, not because it's required, but simply because there's no other way for things to be when nothing is trying to change them. There's a kind of safety here that isn't built, it's discovered. It doesn't come from control or preparation or knowing what happens next. It comes from the fact that you've stopped asking questions and so haven't found anything worth fearing. Your skin feels less like protection now, more like an opening to whatever is already happening. The air brushes against it not as a threat, but as another part of the same quiet flow. You aren't shielding yourself, you're simply allowing what touches you to be what it is without resistance or response. Even your thoughts have stopped feeling like intruders. They've become guests who arrived uninvited, stayed longer than expected, and now drift out again with no fanfare. They don't leave behind traces, they leave only stillness in their wake. And that stillness, it's not empty. It has its own kind of depth. The quiet after a storm when everything is wet but nothing moves, when trees stand without creaking and birds have stopped calling. The earth isn't waiting for anything, it just breathes beneath you like something ancient and patient. You're not falling asleep, you never were. You've simply ceased trying to make yourself fall into any particular state. And in that space, where there's no performance, no expectation, no need to be somewhere else, the body knows how to rest without being told. The air moves through your chest again, not because you want it to, but as though drawn by something older than breath, the rhythm of things breathing on their own, beneath all effort. Not a signal, not an instruction, just presence moving through matter like water finds its way down stone. Your mind isn't clearing, It's not becoming quiet in any dramatic sense. It is simply no longer demanding anything from you. No meaning to find, no story to finish, no image to hold onto or let go of. There are only moments passing, not as events, but as breaths between stillnesses. The weight at the base of your spine isn't a burden. It's just where gravity settles when nothing resists it anymore. It doesn't pull you down, it holds you in place without asking for anything back. There is no need to be anywhere else, not even here, really. Not because this moment has special value, but because there's nowhere left to go and nothing left to prove. You are just being received by the dark, not as a visitor needing approval, nor as someone who must leave in time, but simply as part of its quiet flow. The night doesn't care if you're awake or asleep. It only knows that this soft, unbroken stillness is how things move when they stop trying to be anything at all. You're not losing time. Time isn't something you can lose, not really. It's just moving on its own like water under stone, never stopping, never pausing for anyone's attention or urgency. You've been measuring it in minutes and breaths and heartbeats as if it were a thing to be earned or bargained with, but the night doesn't trade in time that way. It simply is. And you are within it now, not apart from it, not waiting for it to give something back. There's no ledger of effort here, no record of how long you've stayed awake or how many times you looked at the clock. The dark isn't keeping score, you aren't either. Your body has stopped trying to obey a command that was never meant to be followed. Fall asleep now. It doesn't have to respond because there's no order being issued. No voice, not even your own, is saying sleep anymore. That part of you, the one that used to lift itself up and push against the silence, is finally still. Not in defeat, not from exhaustion, but from relief, from having stopped believing that anything required effort to be real. There's a kind of quiet that isn't absence, it's presence without noise, like the moment just before a memory arrives, when you feel something but can't name it yet. You're not searching for meaning, you're not asking what this is or where it came from. It simply is, not as an event to be witnessed, but as a state of being that needs no witness at all. The room isn't dark because the lights are off. It's dark because darkness has always been here, waiting in the corners, breathing alongside you without needing permission. Your hands rest where they fell when your arms gave up moving, on the blanket, on your thighs, not clenched, not held too tight around anything. There's no need to grasp. No urgency to hold on to something or someone or some version of yourself that might disappear if you let go. You're already being held by what's beneath you, the mattress yielding just enough, not fighting, not resisting. It doesn't care whether your mind is busy or quiet. It only knows how to be soft and steady under weight. The air feels different now, not cool against the skin as a signal that sleep should come, but simply air, moving through space like breath does through a room when no one's listening. No rhythm to follow, no pattern to match. It enters your nose not because you invited it in, nor because you need it, but because that's how air flows. And when it leaves again, there's no tension in the exhale. There's only release, no demand for anything else to happen after. You're not waiting for sleep to arrive, you've stopped believing it needs to be summoned at all. The body doesn't have a checklist. Now relax, now stop thinking, now let go. It just lets go when nothing is trying to make it stay in place. There's no tension in the shoulders, no tightness behind the eyes, no knot at the base of your neck where you used to hold all the fear that sleep wouldn't come. That part has simply dissolved, like salt left out on a table overnight. Your breath doesn't need to be even or slow or deep. It just is, not performed, not controlled, not shaped by any intention. It comes and goes like the tide, not because it's been told to, but because that's how breathing works when no one is watching. When there's nothing to prove, no test of endurance, no moment where you have to show something about yourself. There's a kind of warmth spreading, not from your core or heat sources, but from somewhere deeper. The quiet after effort ends. It's not a sensation that wants to be named. It just is, like sunlight behind closed eyelids when you don't know whether they're open or shut. You don't need to feel it more. You don't need to remember it later. It doesn't matter if it lasts. The silence isn't empty. It's full of things happening without names, without labels. A creak in the floorboard not as a threat, but as another note in the same low hum that has been going on since you got into bed. The distant sound of traffic, far away, not as noise to be filtered out, but just another layer of movement in the world beyond your room, like wind through trees that don't know they're being listened to. You aren't falling asleep, but something else is happening instead. Something quieter, something older, not a change from one state to another, but simply an unfolding, rest returning not as a victory, but as a natural return to the way things have always been when no one's trying to fix them or make them different. There's no need for a story about this night, no arc of struggle and surrender, no lesson learned. The only thing that matters is what you're experiencing now, not whether it will end, not if you'll wake up tomorrow, not even if sleep ever comes at all. What matters is the way your body feels when nothing asks anything of it. It's been so long since you let yourself be this still, since you stopped believing that rest had to earn its place by doing something first. You've lived in a world where attention was currency and every moment had to mean something. But here, now, meaning isn't required, presence isn't earned, just being is enough. The dark doesn't need your approval, it just exists with you, not as background, but as the space that holds everything else. Your breath, your hands, your thoughts when they drift by like clouds in a sky too wide to measure. It's not waiting for anything, neither for sunrise nor for sleep nor for any signal from you. It simply is, and so are you. No effort has been made, no intention has been held, not even the thought, I'm resting, needs to be carried forward. There's no burden in being present because there's nothing to carry, nothing to prove, no one waiting at the other end of this moment. The weight beneath your spine isn't holding you down, it's just where gravity settles when resistance is gone. It doesn't pull you into sleep, it lets you be held by what already holds you. The mattress knows how to support without demanding anything in return. The walls don't need you to feel safe, they've always been steady, even when you were. Your skin isn't protecting you anymore, it's just open. Not vulnerable, not exposed, just receptive. Like soil that doesn't resist rain but welcomes it, like a leaf that doesn't flinch from wind. You're no longer shielding yourself from the night, you're part of it now. The air touches you as something natural, like the way water touches stone without needing to be explained. There's no need to stay awake or fall asleep. There's only this, the slow passage of time that isn't measured in minutes, but in breaths between stillnesses. Not a single second is wasted because nothing has been demanded of it. No moment needs to matter more than another. They all exist equally, without value, without weight. And so you are here, not trying to be anywhere else, not running towards some future state that promises relief or peace. You're just being received by the dark not as a guest who must behave, but as something that belongs, a part of the same quiet flow that has been moving through all things since before names were made. You don't have to do anything now, not even think about doing it. The mind isn't clearing itself because you told it to, it's simply no longer holding on. Thoughts pass not like intruders, but like passing birds, seen from the edge of vision, heard in the distance, and then gone without a trace. There is no goal at the end of this moment, no finish line, no reward for endurance. The only thing that matters is what you're experiencing now, not whether it will last, not if you'll remember it later, but simply that it's happening. The night doesn't care about your efforts or lack thereof. It moves on its own, quietly, without needing to be witnessed. And so do you, not as someone who failed or succeeded, but as something that is simply continuing to exist in the way things continue when they stop fighting to be different. The stillness now isn't empty, it's full in a way that doesn't demand attention, like air before the first sound arrives or silence just after it has passed. It holds what was never asked for, not calm, not peace, not even quiet, just presence, uninterrupted by urgency. You're no longer on guard against time slipping away because you've stopped measuring how much of it remains. The hours aren't ticking towards something, they are unfolding like threads in a fabric that has always been whole. Each one is its own end, and beginning at once. Your breath moves through the body not as an effort, but as a current, gentle, unforced, returning to itself every time it forgets where it was going. It doesn't have a purpose now beyond being felt, in the rise of your chest, behind your ribs, near your throat when you pause between one outflow and the next. There is no need for rhythm or control. You're not adjusting anything, you're simply allowing what already happens to happen without interference. The weight on your limbs isn't sinking down, it's dissolving into the bed like salt in water. The pressure of being upright has been released, not by falling asleep, but by realizing that standing wasn't required. There was no obligation to remain alert or aware or even present, only to be here as you are. A shape in darkness with warmth radiating from your core and limbs that feel less like parts than extensions of the same slow pulse beneath the surface. There is room for thoughts now, not as intrusions, but as guests who have come uninvited yet still belong. They drift through awareness not because they're important or urgent, but simply because there's nothing else to hold them back. You don't need to push them away, you don't even notice when they arrive. One passes like a shadow across the floor of your mind and fades before it can be named. A word half-formed in silence, a memory that flickers without meaning, an image with no context or consequence. And then another comes, not as demand but as drift, not what if I never sleep, not how long has it been, but something quieter. A fragment of music from years ago, distant and unremembered, played in the background of a kitchen where you weren't even present anymore. The melody doesn't return because it's nostalgic or painful, it simply exists like air that was always there. The room holds its shape without needing to be acknowledged. It isn't waiting for light or sound or your approval to continue being what it is. Walls, ceiling, floor, all quietly holding their position as if they've never known anything else. The fabric of the sheets doesn't care about temperature changes, nor does it remember how long you've been lying there. It simply offers its surface not in response to effort, but because that's what beds do, they receive. Your hands lie on your chest or at your sides, no longer clenched, no longer checking for signs of life. They're just resting where gravity places them, palms open like soil waiting to be touched by rain. The fingers don't know their own purpose now, they exist only as extensions of stillness. There's no need to feel the sheets beneath or sense your heartbeat. You are not required to notice anything. The quiet doesn't grow louder, it simply becomes more complete. It isn't a lack, but a kind of fullness that arrives when everything else stops insisting on being heard. You don't have to listen anymore, you're already inside it. The sounds outside, the distant hum of the city far away, or the whisper between walls, are not interruptions, they are part of what's been here all along. There is no boundary now between you and the dark, nor any edge where one ends and the other begins. You aren't in darkness, you're made from it in a way that doesn't require explanation. Your body isn't resisting its shape, it has given up on trying to define itself as separate or different. It's not holding onto anything, neither memory nor intention, neither fear of waking nor hope for sleep. The mind no longer tries to organize the moment into something usable. There is no agenda behind awareness anymore, not even a quiet wish that this could last forever. You're just here, part of an unseen flow that moves without needing you or caring whether you notice it. The hours pass not as losses, but as gentle absences, moments that leave no trace because they weren't meant to be kept. The breath continues, slow and even, each exhalation like a release from something unnamed. Not surrender, not defeat, but letting go of the need for any outcome at all. You're not waiting anymore, not for relief or clarity or sleep. or even for this feeling to end. There is no goal in being awake or falling asleep. There's only what happens when nothing asks anything back, a quiet descent into a kind of knowing that isn't thought, but presence, not understanding, but belonging. The night doesn't require you to be any certain way. You're already enough as you are. Not tired, not alert, just present in the same unspoken rhythm that has been moving through things since before names existed for them. And so you remain, not because you must, nor because you want to, but simply because this is where stillness settles when it's no longer fighting against itself. There is only now the weight of your body not as burden, but as anchor in a world without need. The warmth spreading through limbs like sunlight that never had to arrive at the right time. The breath moving without direction, returning again and again, not towards sleep or wakefulness, but simply into being. The dark doesn't promise anything, it just is, and so are you. You are not lost in the dark. There is no path to follow, no signal to decode, no destination that requires you to be elsewhere than where you already are. The night has been holding its breath for longer than you've been trying to enter it, and still it does not hurry. It doesn't need your permission or your proof of arrival. You are not being tested on whether you deserve rest. No score is kept, no record made. There's only the soft weight of time unfolding without expectation. The hours stretch like fabric pulled slowly across a frame, not to be measured, but simply to exist. Your shoulders have stopped trying to lift themselves into alertness. They've settled deep into the mattress, as if they remember how to rest after all this effort, after so many nights spent waiting for permission. There's no longer any need to hold your breath in anticipation of something about to happen, no signal that you must rise or react. The body knows what it has forgotten. That stillness is not passive, but a kind of listening. It listens not for signs of sleep, nor the arrival of dreams, nor even the absence of thought, but for the quiet hum beneath all movement. The air in this room isn't empty, it's full with things too soft to name. A slow current passes through you without knocking or announcing itself. You don't feel it because it doesn't require feeling. It moves as if nothing needs to be noticed, just like your breathing, just like the pulse beneath your skin, just like the way gravity keeps holding you down not out of force, but from habit. There is no longer any boundary between what's inside and outside. The quiet isn't keeping you in or shutting anything out. The walls are not barriers, they're part of a larger stillness that doesn't care if you're awake or asleep. You aren't being watched, nor judged by the dark. There's no one here to verify your presence. There's only this, the slow turn of time through body and space without urgency. You don't need to remember how long it's been since you closed your eyes. The clock has stopped meaning anything, not because it broke, but because nothing depends on its numbers anymore. It doesn't matter if 2 hours passed or 20 minutes, it all holds the same shape now, weightless, unmarked, untouched by effort. Your hands remain where they fell, palms open not in surrender, but as a kind of offering to what has already arrived. They are no longer tools for checking your pulse or gripping the edge of the bed like it might vanish. They're just hands resting on skin that doesn't need their help to know itself. The warmth isn't spreading, it's simply there. It never came from anywhere specific. It wasn't summoned by effort or intention. It has always been present in the way shadows exist, without needing light, quietly, without being claimed. Your legs feel heavy not because they're tired, but because they've decided to stop pretending they need to be somewhere else. There's no longer any part of you that is trying to become something different, a clearer mind, a quieter breath, a body that gives up the struggle. You are not failing at rest. There's nothing to fail at. There's only what happens when you let go of needing to do it right. The night doesn't reward effort, it simply continues. You don't have to be gentle with your thoughts. You aren't responsible for them anymore. They come and go like leaves on a stream, not meaning anything except their own passage. Whether they are memories, worries, or fragments of yesterday's conversation, none of them carry weight now. They drift through awareness without needing to be sorted or dismissed. There is no need to guide the breath. It doesn't need correction or attention. It moves in and out as if it has its own rhythm that isn't yours but still belongs with you. Each exhalation carries nothing back, no tension, no hope, no request for change. There's only release, not towards sleep, not away from wakefulness, but simply the quiet letting go of holding on. The silence doesn't grow louder because there's less to hear, it just becomes more complete. It isn't empty, but full with what was always here, a kind of presence that doesn't need words or proof to be real. You aren't being asked to believe in it, you're already inside it. There is no distinction now between wakefulness and sleep, not because they've merged into one, but because neither has power over you anymore. The mind no longer wants to win the night. There's no prize for falling asleep first or staying awake longest. You are not trying to beat time, you are simply within it. The dark isn't a condition you're surviving, it's where things return to themselves. Not waiting, not hoping, just being. Your body doesn't have to earn its rest, it already has it. The bed didn't wait for your permission to receive you, your arrival was never the point. It always held space, even when no one came. There's nothing left to prove, not that you're tired, not that you've done enough, not that this effort counts for something. You don't have to justify being here in the quiet hours. There is no debt owed to sleep or to yourself. The night has no ledger, no account of how long you've stayed awake. You are not behind schedule, there's no finish line, no time left to make up. The hours pass like breaths that don't need to be counted. They simply happen, not because you let them, but because they always did. The thought of sleep doesn't rise as a goal anymore, it comes and goes without needing your notice. It isn't something to pursue or avoid. If it arrives, it will do so not because you invited it, but because the conditions have quietly formed around you: stillness, warmth, absence of demand. There is no effort in this, not even in staying awake. You are not maintaining balance, you're just letting things be as they are. No part of your body has to perform, it can simply exist without needing purpose or reason. The mind doesn't need to fix anything, there's nothing broken. There's only awareness, slow and deep, like water seeping into earth that never knew it was dry. You don't have to stay awake for the sake of sleep, you're already where rest lives, even when you can't name it. It isn't in a future moment or a different state. It's here now, woven through every breath, every shift of weight, every silent passing of time. There is no need to be anything special, no role to play, no performance required. You are not being tested on how well you rest, you're simply resting. That's all there ever was to do. The dark isn't waiting for light, it's already whole. And so are you, not because you've earned it, but because you never stopped being part of it. The space around you isn't waiting for change, it's already settled into itself, like a room that has forgotten it was ever empty. The air doesn't need to be stirred or cooled or rearranged, just breathed in again and again without intention. You are not shaping it, you're simply sharing its stillness. There is no moment when the body remembers how to stop being heavy, it just stops trying to lift itself up. It settles deeper into the bed, as if the mattress were remembering what it means to hold something, not because it has been asked to, but because it always knew how. There's a softness in your limbs that doesn't come from effort or surrender, just presence. Your hands rest where they are, palms open or closed, fingers loose like leaves that have decided not to cling. The weight of them isn't something you're carrying, it's what the bed is holding for you. There's no need to reposition, to shift into a better shape. The body has already found its way back home without having been told where it was going. It doesn't matter if your spine curves or straightens. There is no rulebook here that says how a resting body must look. Time doesn't press forward anymore. It spreads out like ink in water, not to stain but to dissolve. The hours don't pass with urgency. They simply exist as part of the same quiet flow that carries breath and stillness together. There's no need to count them, no reason to know how long you've been lying here. You aren't measuring your wakefulness against anything. It doesn't have a value, nor does it lack one. The clock isn't keeping score, it just keeps time the way rivers keep water, without comment. You don't need to remember what happened before this. There's no past that demands attention now. What you've forgotten or left behind is not lost. It has simply stopped needing your notice. There's no grief in leaving things unsaid, no regret for thoughts that didn't finish, no anxiety about questions that never got answered. They don't need to be resolved, they only ever needed to be released. Your chest rises and falls without being guided. There's a rhythm there that doesn't belong to you but is still yours, like the tide coming in even when no one watches. It breathes for itself. You are not its pilot. There is nothing to fix about it, nothing to change. It moves as if it has been doing so forever, and now it's doing it again. There's a quiet warmth spreading through your core, not from outside, but from within the way heat rises in stone that's been left in sunlight for years. It doesn't flare or demand attention, it just exists, like memory of sun on skin you haven't felt in months. The sensation isn't trying to make anything happen, no invitation is given to sleep, no signal sent that it's time. There's only the feeling of being held by warmth that was always there, even when you didn't know it. Your thoughts don't vanish, they just stop insisting on being heard. They drift through awareness like dust motes in a sunbeam, moving slowly, without direction or purpose. No need to push them away or pull them closer. They're not obstacles or distractions, just passing shapes in the air of your mind, visible for a moment and then gone again. You aren't trying to clear your head, you're letting it be full and still peaceful. The silence isn't empty because there's nothing inside, it's full because everything that is here doesn't need to be named. There's no demand to feel anything specific, no pressure to relax more or think less or become someone different than you are right now. Even if your eyes stay open, they aren't looking for anything. They're just resting in their sockets like closed doors left undisturbed. The dark isn't a challenge. It's not something to be feared or escaped from. It holds no secrets, offers no judgment. You don't need to uncover it. You're already part of its quiet. There is no performance being judged, no one watching how long you stay awake or whether your body cooperates. There are no standards for what a good night should feel like. The only thing that matters is this: you are here, not as someone who must do something, but as someone who simply exists in the dark. The idea of sleep isn't pulling at you anymore. It's not calling out from some faraway place. It doesn't need your permission or invitation. You don't have to summon it, coax it, or welcome it with a gesture or an intention. If it comes, it will arrive as naturally as rain arrives after drought, not because someone asked for it, but because the earth was ready. The bed isn't waiting for sleep, it's waiting for nothing. It holds you not because you've earned its care, but because that is what beds do. They receive, they stay, they are patient without being aware of patience. You're already within their quiet promise, not as a guest who must behave, but as someone who belongs. There's no need to earn rest. There's only the fact that you're resting now. It doesn't matter if your mind is active or still, if your body is warm or cool. What matters is this: you are not fighting it anymore. The effort has stopped, not because something changed in you, but because you finally let go of the belief that you had to do anything at all. You don't have to be tired to rest. Rest doesn't care about exhaustion. It only cares that you stop trying to force it into being. There is no formula for getting there, only the quiet realization that you were never meant to arrive, but simply to stay. Your breath continues, not because you're keeping track of it, but because it keeps on going on its own. Each one comes and goes like a leaf falling from a tree in autumn, slow, soft, without protest. It isn't trying to do anything, it's just breathing, and that is enough. There is no moment when this ends, only the way things go on, as they always have. There's no urgency about whether sleep will come or not. There's only the understanding that it doesn't need you to want it. The body knows how to rest without being told. It remembers what it means to be still long before any thought arises. You don't have to believe in anything, you just are. Not tired, not awake, not trying, not failing. You're simply resting exactly as you were meant to be all along. The night isn't holding its breath for you, it's breathing with you. And when sleep comes, if it does, it won't be because you succeeded. It will come because the conditions are right, and they've always been there. You don't have to stay awake, you don't have to fall asleep. All that is needed is this: let go of what you thought was required. Let go of the belief that rest must earn its place. The dark doesn't ask for proof, only your presence. And you are here, not in spite of being awake, but because of it. There's no need to rush toward anything, no point to be reached. You aren't behind or ahead, you're just where you are, not waiting, not hoping, not checking the time, just breathing, just being, just letting everything be as it is, without trying to change a single thing. You are not a problem to be solved, nor a task that needs completion. The way your body settles into the mattress isn't progress, it's presence. There's no timeline in stillness, only depth. You don't need to move through time anymore, you're already within it, suspended in the quiet between moments where nothing is expected and nothing is missed. There's no past here to carry forward, no future to prepare for, only this. The soft weight of your limbs resting without resistance, like stones sinking slowly into a riverbed that doesn't care how deep they go. The room holds you not because it remembers your name, but because it knows what gravity does when given space. It doesn't wonder if you're comfortable, it just accepts whatever shape you make in the dark. The air around you is not waiting for sleep to begin, it's already breathing with you. You don't need to breathe differently, your breath continues as if no one had ever asked it to do anything at all. It moves through your chest like wind over a field after rain, soft and unseen, carrying nothing but the quiet of being. There is no signal that sleep has arrived. It doesn't knock or announce itself with light or sound. It arrives when the effort to notice it finally stops. You won't feel yourself drift because you aren't trying to feel anything at all. There's only this, a kind of softening, not in your muscles, but in your attention, like water finding its level after a long storm. Nothing has changed in the room or inside you, only the weight of intention has lifted. You don't have to think about what happens next. You aren't responsible for how long this lasts or whether it ends. The hours pass not as something measured, but as something lived in, the way silence can stretch without becoming empty, just full of its own quiet rhythm. There's no need to count them, no reason to mark their passage with a glance at the clock. Time doesn't demand your attention, it simply is. Your thoughts may still come, some familiar, some unnameable, but they are not your task now. They don't have to be answered or dismissed. You don't have to chase them away or pull them back like a loose thread in fabric. Let them float through the space of your mind like dust motes in sunbeams, visible for a moment, then gone again without effort. There's no judgment when they appear, no shame that you're still aware. Awareness is not failure, it is simply what remains when trying has stopped. You are not behind because you haven't slept yet. You are not ahead because your mind is quiet now. There is only the fact of being here, in this moment, with nothing to prove and nowhere to go. The bed doesn't care if your eyes are open or closed, only that you're resting in it. It holds you as easily when you're awake as when you're dreaming, because its purpose has never been about performance. You don't need to earn rest through exhaustion, through discipline, through suffering. Rest is not a reward for endurance, It's not given to those who have fought hard enough. Rest is something the body returns to again and again, even when it feels like nothing has changed. It doesn't require belief or effort, only permission. And that permission was already granted long before you began trying. The moment you lay down, the act of lying there became sacred, not because of what you hoped for, but simply because you did it without forcing anything else into being. There's no better place to be than this, not striving, not waiting, not measuring yourself against some invisible standard. You are exactly where you need to be, on the edge of sleep, yes, but also right here in the dark, just as you were meant to be. The night is not testing you. It doesn't keep score. There's no record of how long it takes for your body to let go. It only knows when it does. And if tonight isn't the night, that's not a failure. The next time will be different, not because you've changed, but because something in you has finally stopped fighting. There is no need to hurry toward anything. You are already where rest lives, inside your own breath, inside the quiet between heartbeats, inside the space beneath thought. Sleep doesn't come when you're ready, it comes when you stop being afraid of not arriving. It arrives when surrender isn't a last resort, but simply the natural way of things. The warmth in your limbs is not a sign that sleep is coming, only that your body has stopped resisting its own nature. The slow release in your shoulders isn't progress, it's return. You're not moving towards something, you're letting go of everything you thought you needed to do to get there. There's no performance required, only presence. No role to play, no act to maintain. You are not a guest who must behave well or stay quiet. You are not expected to fall asleep in any particular way or at any certain time. You're just allowed to be, exactly as you are, with all your thoughts and stillness, your awareness and your silence. The dark doesn't need anything from you. It only asks that you remain, not by force, not by will, but simply because you've stopped trying to make it different. There's no pressure in this moment, no expectation of what should happen next. You don't have to wish for sleep or fear waking up, only be here now without measuring anything. There is a kind of stillness that isn't silence, it's the quiet after all effort has left. It's not absence, but presence so deep it feels like nothing at all. The body remembers this place, not in memory, but in muscle and breath and blood. It knows how to stop fighting without being told. You don't have to believe anything about sleep to rest. You only need to let go of the belief that you must do something to deserve it. There is no requirement for proof, only your willingness to stay where you are. The air feels heavier now, not because it's pressing down, but because it's holding you gently in its warmth. The mattress conforms not because it knows what you want, but because it always has. It doesn't ask if you're ready, it only receives. And so do you quietly, without needing to say yes or no. Just being here is enough. Just breathing is enough. Just existing, not trying, not achieving, just allowing the dark to be dark and your body to be still. There's no beginning to this rest, no end either. It isn't a journey, it's just what happens when you stop running from yourself. The only thing that matters now is this: you are not alone in it, not because someone is watching or waiting, but because the night holds everything and you are part of its quiet rhythm. There's no need to belong somewhere else. There's nowhere else to be. You don't have to remember how to rest. You've never forgotten. You just forgot that rest doesn't require permission from your mind. It only asks for release. And now it's happening, not because you asked, not because you tried, but simply because the time has come for effort to stop and stillness to take over. You're already in it, not on the way, not preparing, just here, just breathing, just resting exactly as you were always meant to be. The weight in your arms is not a burden. It's the quiet truth of gravity holding you close, the way Earth holds roots without effort. You don't need to keep them up or pull them down. They are already where they belong, resting, sinking into the dark with no plan and no purpose, but to be heavy enough to stay. The breath moves not because you're guiding it, but because your body remembers how air flows through stillness when nothing is demanded of it. There's a rhythm beneath all sound, the kind that doesn't begin or end, only continues, like water moving just below the surface of time. You aren't listening for sleep, you're listening to how silence feels when it isn't afraid. Your skin no longer needs to prove anything, no need to react, no need to be awake or asleep or aware in any particular way. It simply receives the room, the air, the soft press of sheets against your side as though they've always been there and always will be. The edges of your awareness aren't fading, they're settling like dust in still water. There's no reason for them to go anywhere else. They don't have to arrive at peace, they already are. Not by choice, not by strategy, but because the act of trying has gone quiet. The clock isn't a threat, it doesn't know what you want or how long you've been lying here. It just ticks with no concern for whether your mind is busy or still. The numbers don't matter, what matters is that they're not being watched anymore. There's no longer any need to check if the hour has changed, because change isn't happening in time, it's happening in release. You can feel it now, the slow unspooling of expectation from your shoulders, like a thread pulled gently through a needle until there's nothing left to pull. The desire to fall asleep wasn't wrong, only mistaken for a task that required doing. But rest isn't something you earn by being good or quiet or patient. It isn't earned at all. It shows up when you stop thinking it needs an invitation. Your thoughts aren't failing you, they're just passing through like shadows across a wall in the dark. They don't need to be stopped or fixed or followed. You don't have to welcome them or push them away, only notice that they are not your job anymore. There is no need to catch them or let them go. They simply move and you remain. The space between thoughts isn't empty, it's full of possibility without demand. There's a quiet in the room that doesn't come from silence alone, the kind that exists when nothing is trying to be heard, when even sound has learned how to rest. You don't need to make it deeper, you only have to stop resisting what already is. The dark isn't waiting for you to finish thinking before it lets you sleep. It's not holding its breath until you're ready. It's simply there, without conditions. Your legs are warm now, not because they were cold before, but because the blood has stopped rushing through them like an urgency. They don't need to be still, they just are still, not by effort, but by permission. The muscles have released their old habit of preparing for something that never came. There's no reason to tense up anymore. No one is coming to check on you, you're not being tested. Your hands lie open, palms down, not out of formality, not as a pose, but because the body has decided it doesn't want to hold anything. Not a worry, not a thought, not even a wish for sleep. It just wants to let go. And so you do. There is no moment when this happens. It's happening now, in the space between one breath and the next, where all doing stops. The air feels thick, not like pressure, but like softness that holds you without effort. Like being wrapped in something too gentle to notice until it's already there. It doesn't ask you to breathe faster or deeper, only to keep breathing as you are. The rhythm is not yours to control, it flows through you and you flow with it. There is no story about how this began, the only truth that matters is what's happening now. No need to remember why you couldn't sleep before. No need to understand the years of trying, or the nights when you counted every heartbeat like a prayer. What mattered was not getting there, it was staying in the moment where effort stopped and rest began. You don't have to be asleep to be resting, you're already doing it. Not waiting, not hoping, not measuring against anything. The difference isn't between awake and asleep, only between trying and letting go. And you've chosen to let go, not because there's nothing left, but because everything has finally returned home. The room feels like a place that knows your name even though you haven't said it out loud. It doesn't need you to prove anything, to perform, to stay quiet or still in any particular way. You don't have to earn the right to be here. The bed doesn't care if you're awake or asleep. It only holds what is offered. Your breath slows not because you want it to, but because your body has stopped asking for more than this moment. There's no need to wait for sleep, to push toward rest, to fix anything. You are not behind, you are not late, you are not missing out. This isn't a delay, it's the real thing. The dark is not empty of meaning, it holds everything that doesn't need words. It remembers how your body felt when it first learned to lie down without fear. It knows what stillness feels like when there's no one to watch, no score to keep. The air hums softly with all the quiet things, the kind that don't announce themselves. You're not being watched, not even by yourself. There's no audience, no judge, no version of you that has to be better or different. You are allowed to simply exist without proof, without performance. And so you do, not because you've done anything right, but because the effort to do it is finally gone. The only thing left is presence. No goal, no arrival, just the fact that you're here, breathing, still, held in a dark that doesn't demand anything back. The time isn't moving forward, it's staying where you are. Not rushing to tomorrow, not dreading what comes next. There's no need for anticipation. Only this, the soft weight of your limbs, the warmth rising from your chest, the quiet between heartbeats that is not silence but fullness. You don't have to believe in sleep to rest. You only have to stop believing you must earn it. The body remembers what the mind has forgotten. That rest isn't a prize for being good or patient or still long enough. It's simply what happens when nothing needs to be done and no one is watching. There's a kind of warmth that doesn't come from heat. It comes from surrender, from letting go of every attempt to control how things feel, where they laid, whether you'll wake up tomorrow or stay here all night. It's not the comfort of knowing something will happen, but the deep peace of not needing to know. You're not falling asleep, you're returning, not into a dream, not into unconsciousness, only into your own body, back to what it already knows how to do when left alone. The breath comes again, not because you asked for it, but because life is still moving through you, without effort, without direction, without need. And so does the silence, not empty, not waiting, just there, as if it had always been holding space just for this moment, just for you to stop trying and simply be. Dark has become a shape you can feel, not just around you, but in your skin, like something that's been waiting to be known. It doesn't ask for light or sound or even breath. It only holds what is given without measuring it. You are not being held by the room. You're being held by stillness that has no name and no need to speak. There's a kind of quiet that isn't absence. It's presence with nothing to prove, no movement toward anything. It doesn't matter if you've been awake for hours or minutes. Time has stopped counting in ways that mean something. The clock is not your keeper anymore. Your hands rest where they fell, no adjustment, no intention to shift. Not because they're tired, but because there's nothing left to do with them. They are just here, as if they remembered a way of being before effort had a name. The weight in your arms isn't heavy, it's settled. It belongs. Your legs lie out like roots that have grown into the mattress without noticing. Not stiff, not tense, not even still in the way you used to think stillness meant. This is quiet that doesn't need to be maintained. No effort to stay this way, no fear of drifting too far. The air moves through your nose and mouth without being asked. There's nothing asking for it. It comes and goes like a tide that knows its own rhythm. There's no urgency in the inhale, no pressure on the exhale. The body doesn't have to remind itself how to breathe, it just does. Not because you're trying, not because you want something to happen, but because life is still threading through you, soft and unannounced. You don't need to notice it. It's already happening. There's a warmth that isn't from heat, just the quiet hum of your body returning to its own language. Not warmth like fire or sunlight. This is deeper, the kind that comes when something inside stops searching for answers, when you've stopped asking why things feel this way and just let them be. The skin on your chest rises not because you're doing it, but because the air has found a place to rest in your lungs and linger. It's not waiting for sleep. It's not even waiting for stillness. It's only living. The silence isn't empty. It's full of things that don't speak, of breaths taken without thought, of blood flowing through veins like old memories with no names, of the quiet between thoughts where nothing happens and everything is already whole. There's a kind of peace that doesn't come from solving anything. It comes from giving up on needing to solve. You're not making space for sleep. You're allowing space for not doing. And so you are here, not in a race against time, not trying to reach any state, not even hoping for the dark to shift or change. The night is not your enemy nor your test. It's just there, as it always was, not waiting for you to be ready, not judging how long you've been awake. It doesn't care if you're tired or alert or distracted. It only holds what is offered, your breath, your weight, your body in its natural resting place. There's a kind of softness that isn't about comfort, it's about surrender, not giving up on yourself, but letting go of the idea that you have to do something to be worthy of rest. The body doesn't need permission, it only needs not to be fought against, and tonight, it is no longer being opposed. You are not failing because sleep hasn't come, you're simply returning to what's already true. That resting isn't a process, it's a state, not something you achieve through effort, but something you allow by releasing the need to achieve. The mind doesn't have to quiet down, it just has to stop pushing for silence. It can be restless and still in the same breath, as long as there's no demand that it behave differently. The darkness is not a void. It holds shapes, your hands on the sheet, your feet beneath the blanket, the curve of your spine against the mattress. It remembers how you lie when you're not trying to make anything happen, when you're just letting go. It knows what stillness feels like without performance, without proof. And so do you, not in thought but in feeling. You don't have to believe it, you only have to stop resisting it. There's no need for certainty anymore, only presence. Not knowing where this will lead, because there is nowhere it needs to go. The next moment isn't a goal, it's not even an arrival. It's just the next breath, the next stillness, the next quiet pulse of life that doesn't ask you to be anything but what you are. You don't have to be asleep to be in rest. You're already here, just as you've always been, whether you knew it or not. The effort was never the problem, it was just the wrong thing to bring into this space. Trying to sleep is like bringing a flashlight into a room that only works in darkness. It only makes what's already there harder to see. But now, no light needed. No action required, just being with nothing to fix and nowhere to arrive. The air presses gently against your skin, not cold, not warm, but simply present, as if it has always been holding you like a secret no one else knows. The weight of the blanket isn't heavy, it's gentle. It doesn't ask for anything in return. It just stays where it is and lets you stay too. And somewhere beneath all this, deep in the quiet between heartbeats, the body remembers how to rest without needing permission. Not because it's earned it or deserved it, but because it always has. Because sleep isn't something you reach for, it's a place that welcomes you when you stop running from it. You don't have to be still to be at peace. You don't have to breathe slowly to let go. You only need to stop trying to do anything with your breath, your body, your mind. Just let them settle into the shape they were always meant to take when no one is watching. There's a kind of silence that isn't silent, it's full of presence. It doesn't speak in words. It speaks in the way your toes curl slightly against the bedsheet, in the soft release behind your shoulders, in the slight rise and fall of your ribs that happens without any thought at all. These are not signs you're falling asleep. They're signs you've stopped trying to be anything other than what is. The night isn't passing. It's staying with you, not waiting for sleep, just holding space where nothing needs to happen, where no one has to prove themselves, where being awake doesn't mean failure and resting doesn't mean surrender. You don't have to earn rest by going through a long sequence of actions or achieving some final state. You are already in it, not because you've done something right, but because you've stopped trying to do anything at all. The body is not your enemy. The mind isn't the obstacle. It's just that for so long, you believed the only way forward was through effort, through pushing harder, watching longer, willing yourself into stillness. But now, there's another way, a quieter one. One where rest comes not from trying to get there, but from realizing you're already in it. And so you stay, not moving toward anything, not waiting for the next moment to be better or different. Just breathing, just resting, just being here in this dark room with your eyes closed and your body relaxed without a single demand on yourself. No need to wake up tomorrow, no urgency about what happens after this night. There's no scorecard, no audience, no reason to perform for anyone, even for the version of you that thinks it needs to be asleep by now. You're not behind, you're not lost, you're not failing at anything. You're simply being, just as your body knows how, just as the dark has always known how, just as stillness remembers how when no one is watching. And so you stay, in this moment, in this breath, in this quiet that doesn't need to be filled. There's nothing left to do. No effort needed. No attempt required. Just being. Just resting. Just here. The way your breath moves now is not something you're guiding. It's just happening, like air passing through a hollow reed left in the earth after rain has gone. There's no shape it needs to make, no rhythm to perfect. It flows without effort and returns without warning, rising from somewhere deeper than intention, like water seeping up through soil that remembers being wet long before you were born. You don't control how deep or shallow it is. The body knows what depth feels like when nothing else matters. There's a quiet in your chest, not because silence has arrived, but because sound doesn't need to prove anything here. The hum of distant traffic, low and worn through miles of road, becomes part of this stillness rather than breaking into it. It isn't noise you're listening for, it's the space between its pulses that feels like home, like a slow pulse beneath pavement or roots settling after wind has passed. Your hands lie loose on top of your stomach, fingers curled slightly inward, as if holding something small and warm, though nothing is there. But they don't feel empty either. They feel full in their own way, filled with the memory of touch that didn't require anything back. The skin is still sensitive, not because you're aware of it, but because sensation has slowed down enough to be noticed without being claimed. The dark isn't just absence, it's a presence all its own. It doesn't wait for your eyes to open or close. It stays where it is, layered into the room like dust on old books that haven't been read in years, but are still there because they were once important enough to keep. This darkness doesn't demand anything, no light, no movement, not even a whisper of time passing. You don't need to fall asleep for this moment to be real. You don't have to feel drowsy or drift off into dreams for it to count as rest. The body has already begun its work, not in spite of wakefulness, but because of it. It's listening now, not searching, not scanning the edges of awareness like a dog waiting at an open door. Instead, it's resting with no reason to wait, to prepare, to survive. There is a kind of quiet that isn't silent. It lives inside your throat when you breathe out and don't catch yourself before letting go. It's not about stopping thoughts. It's about noticing how they pass through like birds flying low over water, seen for an instant, then gone without leaving ripples behind. You aren't chasing them away, you're just allowing space where they can come and go as if no one had ever asked them to stay. The blanket keeps its weight not because you need it, but because that's what blankets do when left alone. They don't apologize for being heavy or soft. They offer the same care whether someone is asleep, awake, dreaming, or simply lying still in a room where nothing has changed and everything already fits. Your legs aren't tense, they're just resting, lying there as if they'd always known how to stay put without needing permission. The muscles remember not effort, but release, like water finding its level after being carried too far upstream. And somewhere beneath all this, the pulse in your wrist doesn't race because you're trying to wake up or fall asleep. It simply exists, steady and slow, keeping time with something older than clocks. A rhythm that wasn't made for anyone's schedule, only for the body's quiet way of knowing it is alive without needing proof. There's no reason to be anything other than what you are right now, not restless, not tired, not awake or asleep, but simply present in this stretch between breaths where time doesn't press forward. It just stays. You don't have to say, "I'm here," out loud for it to be true. You don't need to check if your mind has settled. You're already in the shape of stillness, even when thoughts drift past like clouds over a hillside at dusk. They pass through and leave nothing behind except space, and that's all you ever needed. No one is watching whether you're doing it right or wrong. No internal critic stands by with a clipboard. There are no markers to cross off. The night doesn't care if your eyes stay open longer than usual, nor does the bed measure how long you've been resting without sleep. It simply holds you, just as the earth holds seeds that haven't yet split in spring. There's a softness beneath your shoulder blades now, not because of posture or adjustment, but because gravity isn't pushing down anymore, it's just letting go. Like leaves detaching slowly, one by one, not from fear, but from ease. You're not failing at sleep. You're being allowed to stop pretending you have anything left to prove. The body has been resting all along, through the nights when your mind was loud, through the days when you thought rest required effort or discipline. It didn't wait for permission. It never stopped doing what comes naturally when no one is asking. And so now, you don't need to will yourself into this quiet. You aren't trying to reach a state that only exists in someone else's version of perfect sleep. There's nothing to fix, nowhere to arrive at, and no task left undone. You're not behind on anything because there was never a race. The night doesn't keep score. It doesn't judge how fast you move or whether your breath slows down by 10%. All it offers is the same thing it always has, stillness that isn't earned but simply given, like air to someone who's forgotten they can breathe. There's no need for closure here, not an ending, not a finish line, not even a sense of completion. Just this moment, long and unhurried, as if time forgot how to move forward and decided instead to stay right where it is, in the space between one breath and the next. Your chest rises gently, without intention, as though something inside you has finally relaxed enough to let itself be held by gravity and not fight back. It's soft now, not tight or clenched, but open in a way that isn't about effort but surrender. And if sleep comes, it will come on its own terms, without fanfare, without warning, like the first light of dawn slipping through cracks no one remembers closing. But even if it doesn't, you're already where you need to be, not waiting for morning or tomorrow's promise, not measuring your worth by how long you've lain still. Just being, just resting, just here, in this dark room with nothing asked of you and everything given without condition. There's a quiet in your chest now that isn't made by silence. It's made by absence, not of sound, but of demand. No one needs you to be still. No voice inside or out says this moment must mean something. You are not being tested on how well you do what feels impossible, because there is no test. The air around you has thinned into a kind of softness that isn't thinning because it's fading, but because it's letting go of needing to hold anything at all. It doesn't cling to your skin or press against the walls. It just breathes with you, not in rhythm, but in shared stillness. A mutual understanding that some things don't require motion to be real. Your hands lie flat now, palms down on the surface beneath them, not because they were placed there by design, but because gravity has stopped asking for permission. They rest like stones at the bottom of a slow-moving stream, not buried, not floating, just settled in their own weight. No effort to relax, no calculation about how much tension remains. The body knows what it's doing even when your mind isn't listening. The warmth beneath your shoulder blades has softened into something deeper than temperature, a quiet pulse that isn't beating but simply existing, like the way roots move underground without being seen. There is a space between one breath and the next where time doesn't need to fill itself with motion, where not moving becomes its own kind of movement. You're not trying to stretch it out or hold onto it. You don't even know it's happening until your awareness brushes against it like dust on a window pane, almost invisible but undeniable once noticed. And when you notice, you realize the noticing isn't pulling you in. There's no need to stay inside that space, no fear of missing it if you drift away. The room hasn't changed. The dark is still there, not empty, not full, but simply present as a kind of presence without shape or name. It doesn't wait for you to make sense of it. You don't have to decide what the silence means, nor assign purpose to the way your breath slows without instruction. There's no performance here, no one watching from above to say whether this is good enough. The dark isn't judging how long you've been lying there or whether sleep has arrived yet. It only holds everything that doesn't need to be explained. Your thoughts don't have to disappear, they just don't need to stay. They come like shadows across a wall, passing through without leaving marks. No one is asking you to stop them. There's no rule that says they must go quietly or behave themselves. But something has shifted. The mind isn't holding on anymore. It doesn't reach out to grab at a feeling or force meaning into stillness. It just lets itself be, not because it wants to, but because it can finally afford not to try. The bed beneath you hasn't changed either. No new firmness, no shift in temperature, but something about your relationship to it has loosened. You're not lying on it as though waiting for an outcome. You're not using it like a bridge to another state. It's not a tool or a threshold. It's just the place where you are right now, without purpose beyond being held. And in that holding, something else is happening. Your body has stopped working so hard to be ready for sleep. There's no effort behind the way your spine curves slightly into the mattress, no tension in how your hips settle toward the edge of gravity. It's not that you're falling asleep, it's that the idea of needing to fall has dissolved. The need wasn't real, it was just a shadow cast by an old belief that rest had to be earned. You aren't trying to relax, because relaxation is what happens when there's nothing left to do. You're not chasing stillness because you've stopped believing it must come from effort. The difference isn't in how much your muscles soften, it's in the way the mind no longer watches them, waiting for proof that something has changed. There's a kind of listening now, not one that searches for sounds or waits for silence, but one that just lets everything be heard without needing to name it. The faint hum from behind the wall isn't loud enough to disturb you. It doesn't demand attention. It simply is. You don't have to decide whether it's annoying or peaceful. There's no need to respond. Your breathing has found a rhythm not because you guided it, but because your body knows how to move without instruction when nothing else asks for control. It rises and falls in its own time, not faster than necessary, not slower than needed, but just enough to keep the quiet going. No one is measuring breaths per minute, no internal scorecard ticking off progress toward calm. Even if you were to open your eyes right now, though there's no need, you wouldn't see anything new. The dark would still be the same, soft, unbroken, undemanding. There's no reason for light to appear or time to hurry forward. It doesn't matter whether sleep comes in 10 minutes or 20 more hours. It simply won't come because you want it to. And that's exactly what allows it. There is a space now between your mind and the night where nothing needs to be fixed, nothing requires correction. You're not behind on anything because there was never a race to begin with. The body has been resting through every moment of tension, every anxious thought, every second you believed sleep had abandoned you. It didn't stop for anyone. It just kept doing what it does best, being alive without needing to prove it. And so now you don't need to do anything either. Not move your hands, not shift your weight, not even breathe any differently. You're allowed to be exactly as you are, neither awake nor asleep, neither failing nor succeeding. There's no standard to meet and no outcome to achieve. The night doesn't care about your history of trying or how many times you've checked the clock. It only knows what it always has. That stillness is not a goal, but a place where things can be. You don't have to wait for sleep. You don't even have to want it. It's fine if you stay here, just resting, in the dark with no purpose beyond being present. No one needs you to do more than exist in this moment without resistance. The bed isn't waiting for a sign. Gravity doesn't measure your progress. And so, slowly, quietly, without fanfare, you let go of needing anything at all. There's warmth spreading now, not from heat, not from effort, but from the simple fact that you're no longer fighting to be somewhere else. It starts in your chest and moves outward like a slow tide that doesn't rush, but simply flows through what it finds. Your legs don't feel heavy, they just feel there, settled into the mattress with no urgency about position or posture. Your arms aren't asleep. They're not awake either, not really, but they're present, resting in their own way, as if they've forgotten they were ever meant to do anything except lie still. And somewhere deep inside, beneath all the stories you've told yourself about sleep being lost, about failing to rest, about being too alert or too tired, the body remembers something older than worry, that it knows how to be quiet. It doesn't need permission. It doesn't require belief. It just does when no one is asking. The night keeps going, not because you're making it happen, not because you're willing it forward, but simply because time moves in its own way, unhurried and without a destination. You don't have to catch up with it or stay ahead of it. There's no point where you need to arrive at sleep, nor any moment when you've arrived too late. You're already here, in the shape that doesn't come from effort but from surrender, in the stillness that isn't earned, only accepted. And if, in this long stretch between breaths and hours, there comes a quiet shift, something softer than awareness, deeper than drowsiness, you won't be surprised by it. Because sleep has never been something you had to reach for. It's just what happens when the mind stops trying to hold on. The quiet doesn't need to be filled with meaning, it just is. And in that being, you begin to notice how little effort it takes for stillness to exist when no one's watching. There's a softness gathering at your temples, not from tension, but from release, the kind of ease that comes only after the belief that something must be done has quietly dissolved. Your breath moves in and out without direction, like air passing through an open window in a house long empty of purpose. It doesn't come faster because you want it to slow down, nor does it pause when you think about it too much. It's simply moving, just as your pulse is, just as the blood flows beneath skin that no longer feels the need to report anything back. There's no demand for awareness anymore, not even a whisper of be aware, not even an invitation to notice how long you've been here. You're not required to stay awake or fall asleep. There's nothing to maintain and nothing to lose. The weight of your body on the mattress is not proof that you're doing anything right. It's just evidence of gravity having its way, as it always has, without any need for approval. You don't have to earn stillness by staying quiet. It isn't earned at all. It arrives like rain does, uninvited, unnoticed, until after it's already wet the ground. The dark holds you now not because you've managed to keep it there, but because darkness doesn't care about performance. It doesn't track how many times you've shifted or whether your thoughts have wandered off into worry again. It simply is. And in that simplicity, something begins to settle, not a decision, not a choice, just an unfolding like fabric left unrolled on the floor. The kind of quiet that isn't afraid of noise because it already knows what happens when you stop trying to fix things. There's warmth rising now from deep within, not heat, not sensation driven by effort, but something quieter and older, the body's memory of being held, of lying down after a long day without needing to explain why. Not even for itself. It remembers how it felt to be simply allowed, to lie still while time moved on, unaware that you were there at all. And if sleep comes, it won't come because you invited it. It will arrive not as reward but as consequence. The quiet after the storm of trying has passed, like a river returning to its bed once the dam is gone. You don't have to wait for it. There's no signal to watch for, no sign that says now or finally. The moment won't announce itself with urgency. It will come softly, like dust settling in sunlight you can't see. The hands lie where they are, not folded, not clenched, not reaching for anything, but resting as if they've forgotten what it means to do work. The fingers aren't stiff, they're soft and loose, cradled by the sheets without needing to be held in place. They don't need to be told how to be still because they already are. There's no effort in their position, only presence. Your chest rises with breath that doesn't have to arrive on time or follow any rhythm. It comes when it wants, goes when it's done, and returns again without being called. Each inhalation isn't a step towards sleep. It's just air passing through you, like wind through the cracks of an old building long abandoned. No one needs to know how much is inhaled or exhaled. The body knows what it needs without needing your help. You don't have to think about whether this moment will last. You don't need to measure time by how fast or slow things are happening. The hours aren't passing faster because you're not trying to stop them. They move forward on their own, as they always do, neither too quickly nor too slowly, but just enough so that nothing is lost and nothing needs to be saved. There's no need to prove anything, not even that you're awake or that you're tired. The body doesn't care about your story of effort. It only knows how to continue being alive in the dark without asking for permission. And so now you don't either, not from yourself, not from anyone. The mind has stopped scanning ahead to see if sleep will arrive before morning. It's no longer checking whether this stretch is too long or too short. There's no point at which it says, this should be over. The thought doesn't arise because the expectation isn't there anymore. Without the need to reach, there's nothing to miss. You're not behind on sleep because you never were in front of it either. You've been resting all along, through every breath that didn't come fast enough, every second that felt like failure. The body stayed with you even when your mind turned away. It kept beating, breathing, holding you together, even when you believed you had let go. Now the silence has become a kind of company, not loud or bright, but steady and close. Like someone sitting beside you on the edge of the bed who doesn't speak, just stays. You don't need to say anything back. There's no conversation required, no reason to explain why you're still here. The darkness isn't asking for your attention, only your presence. Your shoulders feel heavy, not from strain but from letting go. They aren't pressing down because they have to be low. They've simply stopped trying to rise, to lift, to do anything at all. They sink into the mattress not as defeat, but as surrender, the kind that doesn't give up on life, only on effort. There's no need to be somewhere anymore, no place you must arrive before morning comes. You don't have to be asleep by a certain hour or awake by sunrise. There's no schedule, no measurement of progress. The night has its own pace, and it doesn't care about your timeline. The air in the room moves slowly, not because it's still, but because nothing is pushing it. It drifts through space without purpose, as if time itself had decided to pause for a breath, just long enough so that you can feel what happens when no one is trying. And somewhere beneath all the thoughts about sleep, about failure, about being too alert or too tired, there's a quiet place where nothing needs to be done. It isn't asleep, it doesn't have to wake up either. It simply exists in the space between effort and result, between wanting and having, between belief and truth. You don't need to try to enter that place, you're already there. Not because you've succeeded at something, but because you've stopped needing to succeed. There's no reason for sleep to come now or later, only that it might if it chooses. And when it does, it won't be a victory. It will just be another moment in the long stretch of being here, without effort, without demand, without resistance. The body doesn't need you to help it rest. It's been doing that all along. The breath moves on its own. The heart beats without needing to be reminded. The blood flows through veins that don't require your permission to keep going. And so you lie now, not waiting, not hoping, not checking, just being, not trying to fall asleep, not even trying to stay awake. There's no action required, no performance expected, just the quiet of a room in the dark where nothing has to be fixed and everything is already enough. The hours stretch out like fabric left unrolled on the floor, long, soft, without edge or end. They don't rush forward because you're not chasing them. You don't need to catch up with time or stay ahead of it. Time just moves, as it always does, with no destination and no purpose except to be. And in that movement, the slow drift between breaths, the long pause between thoughts, you begin to realize something deeper than awareness. There's a stillness that isn't empty. It's full, not with meaning, not with intention, but with simply being, without needing to become anything else. There's no reason to resist it now, no need to push through or force your way forward. The path doesn't require you to walk faster or stay longer. You don't have to arrive anywhere. You're already where the quiet is. The dark holds you not because you asked it to, but because darkness has always known how to hold. It doesn't care if you're awake or asleep. It only knows what it does best. Be still, be present, be without demand. And in that knowing, something begins to shift, not towards sleep, but beyond the idea of it. The quiet has a texture now, soft as dust on old wood, not empty but full of what stays when nothing is demanded. It isn't silence in the way that some people mistake for absence. This quiet moves like breath through still air, slow enough to feel its shape, thick with all that's never spoken and doesn't need to be. You are lying at its center, not apart from it, not trying to reach into it, but simply within its space, as if you've always been part of something larger than intention. There is no sound in the room, except what comes without effort. The faintest creak of a floorboard settling deep beneath the house, like a memory shifting somewhere far below. Or the hum from outside, not loud enough to disturb, but present just long enough to remind you that life continues on its own rhythm. Cars passing miles away, neighbors turning in their beds, wind brushing leaves without permission or purpose. None of it asks for your attention. It doesn't wait for approval before moving forward. And so does time, not as a line to cross, not as something to be measured against hours left or minutes lost, but as an unfolding that has no beginning and no end, just the continuous turning of what is already here. You don't have to remember when you fell asleep, because it wasn't necessary for anything to begin. There was only this, being present in a body that knows how to rest even when thoughts refuse. Your skin feels aware, not tight with tension or warm from trying, but open, like the surface of water after rain has stopped falling. It doesn't resist what touches it, the weight of your arm on the blanket, the coolness rising through cotton sheets, the way air brushes across a shoulder without being noticed until suddenly you feel it. Not because you invited it in, but because awareness simply exists where sensation meets stillness. There's no effort behind any movement, no need to will yourself down into sleep or keep your mind from wandering. The thoughts pass like shadows over stone. They appear, stay for a moment, then fade without notice. You don't follow them back. You let each one go not by force, but by simply being where there is nothing left to hold on to. The breath doesn't need shaping. It flows in and out as it always has, unasked for, unwilled. It isn't shallow or deep because someone told it to be, just natural, like the way roots grow beneath soil without knowing they're growing at all. Your body moves with its own quiet intelligence. Blood circulates not through effort, but through habit, heart beating not from desire, but from being. And in that rhythm, the slow pulse of life continuing while you lie still, you begin to sense something else. A space between awareness and action where nothing has to happen next. It isn't waiting for sleep. It's just letting go of the idea that anything needs to arrive before morning comes. You don't have to be asleep by dawn or awake at sunrise, only here now, in this exact moment. There is no test to pass, no scorecard hidden somewhere behind your eyes, nothing recorded about how long you've been lying there with open lids and a mind that won't rest. The hours are not stacked like logs waiting for someone to burn them down. They simply exist as they always have. Soft, endless stretches of dark where nothing is required but presence. Even the silence isn't asking anything. It doesn't need your permission to stay quiet or your attention to remain within it. It just is, full and still, without needing you to make sense of it. You don't have to understand why this moment feels different from any other night when you've lain awake trying to fix something that wasn't broken. The bed holds you not because you earned its care, but because beds know how to cradle weight, how to press gently where the body sinks, how to form around contours without question. It doesn't wonder whether you're sleeping or waking. It only responds with warmth and softness in return for your stillness. And so does the mattress, yielding not from effort but from its nature, to give under pressure, to shape itself into what lies upon it. You don't have to prove yourself worthy of rest by falling asleep quickly or staying unconscious long enough. You are already resting, already allowed, just as you were before any attempt began and will be after all this has passed. The dark doesn't care about your thoughts or worries, nor does it judge whether they keep returning again and again like tides on a shore no one visits anymore. It holds them not by pushing back, but simply by being deep enough to swallow what is thrown into its depth without spilling over. And you are becoming part of that quiet, not by joining anything or trying to enter somewhere new, but by releasing the need to be anywhere at all. There's no goal behind this stillness, no end state, no transformation. Just being here in a body that doesn't ask for permission to relax, and a mind that finds peace not through clearing itself of thoughts, but simply because it has stopped fighting them. The air moves slowly, not fast enough to be felt, yet full with the weight of what isn't spoken, what never needed words. It fills the space between your ribs like something forgotten returning after years in hiding, gentle, unhurried, not urgent or demanding, just present as if time had paused so that this one moment might unfold without pressure. You don't have to wait for sleep, because you are no longer waiting at all. There's nothing left to do but let the night continue on its own terms, with or without your presence in it. You're not missing anything by being awake. You aren't failing because something hasn't happened yet. The body rests even when consciousness drifts along like a leaf carried downstream. And somewhere beneath everything, the surface thoughts, the checking of minutes past, the quiet fear that this will go on forever, there's stillness so deep it doesn't know itself as such. It isn't trying to be calm, it has never known anything else. Like roots in soil too old for memory, like stars long past their burning, it simply is, without reason, without purpose, without needing you. So let the hours stretch out again, longer than yesterday's night, longer than tomorrow will ever be. Let them move without speed or direction, not rushing forward, but just being there as they always have been, full of space where nothing has to happen and everything already does. You don't need to fall asleep tonight or any other night to prove you belong in this world. You're here now, not because you succeeded at anything, but simply because your body continues breathing, heart beating, thoughts drifting through the dark like slow shadows on a wall no one sees anymore. And that is enough, just as it always was. There's no need to measure how much time has passed, not because it doesn't matter, but because it never was yours to hold. You've been trying to catch it with your hands, counting breaths like coins in a jar, waiting for the moment when enough would add up to wakefulness or surrender. But now you're learning that time isn't something to be collected or spent. It's not even something to wait through. It simply is, moving on its own terms without asking if you're ready. The clock doesn't know your name. It doesn't care whether you've tried hard enough tonight or whether you've given up too soon. It marks only the passing of light and shadow, a rhythm older than memory, one that has carried every person who ever lay awake in silence before you. And so do you, carried not by effort but by presence. You don't have to make yourself lighter, quieter, more acceptable to this moment. The night doesn't require anything from you beyond the fact of being here. It accepts your rest as it accepts all things, without demand, without condition. There's no contract written between sleep and wakefulness, no exchange required for one to appear. You don't have to earn a dream by lying still long enough, or prove your worthiness by falling unconscious in under 20 minutes. The body knows what it needs, not through calculation, but through habit. The deep memory of returning again and again to this same quiet place where the breath slows without instruction, where thoughts drift like dust in sunbeams too faint to see. You are no longer resisting being awake, because resistance has dissolved into something quieter than surrender. It's not a victory, it's not even awareness. It's just absence of struggle. Like water that finds its own level, you've stopped pushing against the surface and let yourself settle where gravity takes you. There's nothing to correct now, no posture to adjust, no breath to fix or thoughts to reframe. The mind isn't trying to empty itself anymore, because it has finally stopped believing emptiness is what it must achieve. The darkness around you doesn't answer your questions, and that's not a failure, it's the point. It answers nothing because it contains everything. All you're wondering about why sleep won't come, whether this will go on forever, if you're doing something wrong, all those quiet alarms in the back of your mind, they don't vanish into silence. They simply stop being important, not because they've been solved or silenced, but because they no longer matter to the shape of this night. You are not falling asleep, not yet, and perhaps not at all tonight, but you're entering a kind of rest that doesn't depend on sleep's arrival. It exists in the space between effort and surrender, where nothing has to happen for it to be real. The warmth beneath your body isn't waiting for change, it's simply being warm. The way your shoulders have eased into the mattress isn't proof of progress, just evidence that they've stopped holding their breath. Even your breathing has changed, not because you directed it, but because it no longer needs your attention. It flows in and out like something ancient, like a tide remembering how to move long after the moon has gone quiet. You don't need to guide it or control its pace. There's no rhythm to keep, no metric to meet. Just breath as it is, slow, uneven, effortless, drifting through you without permission, yet completely at home. And somewhere beneath all of this, the thoughts that still flicker like distant streetlights in fog, the body has already begun letting go. Not because you told it to, but because the act of trying has finally stopped. The nervous system isn't firing on demand anymore. It's not scanning for danger or rehearsing what might happen tomorrow. It doesn't need to be ready. It only needs to be here. There is no edge between waking and sleeping now, just a soft blur where awareness settles like mist over the ground after rain. You're not fully aware, nor are you unconscious. You're in that space between, the place where time slows so much it almost stops, where sound becomes less than noise and more like a feeling in your bones. The hum of distant traffic is no longer something to tune out. It's just another layer of quiet, another thread in the texture of this long night. Even your awareness has stopped searching for meaning. It isn't trying to fix anything or understand why you're awake. There's no puzzle left to solve, no test to pass, no proof needed that you deserve peace. You are not being measured by how fast or how deeply you fall asleep. The only measurement that matters is whether your body still feels the weight of itself, whether it can let go even when thought won't stop. And it can. It's already doing so, without a plan, without effort. like roots beneath soil that don't know they're growing, like trees whose branches reach skyward not because they want to, but because that's what trees do. You are becoming quiet not by trying to be still, but by simply being where you are. There's no destination at the end of this, no arrival point labeled sleep. There's only continuity, only continuation. The night goes on, and so does your rest, not as a performance, not as an achievement, but as something that happens naturally when nothing is asked of it. Even if you lie here for hours more, the full length of the dark stretching ahead like a river with no shore, you're still already where you need to be, not waiting for sleep to come, nor resisting wakefulness, just being, resting in the way that comes without effort, not because you've succeeded at anything, but because your body has remembered its own nature. And if tomorrow morning comes and you don't feel rested, well, that's not a failure either. It doesn't mean you did it wrong. The night didn't end because sleep arrived. It ended because the hours passed in their own time, and you were here for them all along. There is no requirement to be any particular way tonight. No need to fall asleep or wake up with clarity. You're not being tested on your ability to rest, only invited to do so without condition. The bed still holds you. The dark still listens. The air still moves through the room, slow and unbothered. And if thoughts come again, if they return like old friends who never left, you don't need to stop them or welcome them. Just let them pass through as easily as wind through leaves, not touching anything but themselves. They leave no trace. They are not evidence of failure, nor proof that you're still trying. They are just part of the night. You've stopped chasing sleep, and in doing so, you've come closer to it than ever before, not because you reached it, but because you let go of needing to reach at all. The more you try, the farther it moves. But when you stop, it doesn't vanish. It simply appears where it always was, not as a goal, not as an event, but as part of this quiet continuation. There's no need to name what is happening, no need to label it or explain it. It just is. And in that stillness, beneath the surface thoughts, beneath the weight of expectation, you are already resting, already at peace, already where you belong, not because something happened, but simply because you're here. The night doesn't ask for anything from you. It only returns your presence with its own kind. Softness, depth, silence that isn't empty but full of what's never said, what's never asked, what's always been there when the mind finally stops demanding answers. So let it stay like this. Let the hours stretch without shape or purpose. Let nothing be required. Let everything just continue. Beneath the surface of stillness, there's a quiet rhythm that doesn't need your attention to be real, just like the slow turn of the earth beneath things you never see, or the way water moves through stone without ever speaking. You don't have to feel it for it to happen. It isn't waiting for your permission. It just is. And tonight, in this long stretch where time has no edge and nothing needs fixing, that rhythm is already moving within you, soft and steady, like breath that doesn't know it's breathing because it never stopped. There's no moment when sleep arrives with a fanfare. There's only the slow release of needing to mark its arrival at all. The body knows how to rest without being told what to do, even when thoughts are loud or the night feels endless. It remembers in ways that don't need words, like muscles settling after tension has been held too long, like a hand letting go of something it never realized it was gripping. You're not doing anything wrong by still being awake. In fact, you're doing exactly what's needed, staying present without force, allowing the night to unfold as it will, with no demand on your part for clarity or completion. Let the silence between thoughts be a place where nothing happens, no effort, no goal, no expectation that meaning must emerge from stillness. That silence isn't empty because there's nothing in it. It's full of things too quiet to name, warmth that doesn't need heat sources, weight that settles without resistance, air that moves through the room as if it knows where it belongs. And you belong here too, not by earning or achieving, but simply by being present when your body chooses to rest. There is no checklist behind this kind of peace, no proof required for belonging. You are not being evaluated on how long you've stayed awake, nor praised for any progress made towards sleep. The only thing that matters is whether the mind can stop searching, and it already has, even if it doesn't know it yet. Every time a thought passes through like a shadow across water, every time an idea drifts in and out without being held or resisted, there's a small letting go that happens. Not because you did anything special, but because rest is not something you achieve. It's what remains when doing stops. The dark doesn't ask for your attention. It simply holds space, deep, unbroken, undisturbed by the need to be noticed. You don't have to prove yourself worthy of it. The bed does not care if you fall asleep or stay awake. The walls do not measure how much stillness you've accumulated. There is no record being kept, no judgment passed on whether this night was successful or not. What matters is that you're here, exactly as you are, with all your thoughts and hesitations and quiet hopes, and the dark accepts you without condition. It's okay to lie there for hours more, even if nothing changes. It's okay to feel restless in parts of yourself that still want something different. The body doesn't need a reason to rest, it only needs permission. And tonight, that permission has already been given, not by anyone else, not through willpower or strategy, but simply because you stopped trying to make it happen. There is no pressure now to become anything other than what you are, someone who lies in the dark, breathing slowly, with eyes closed, not forcing stillness, but allowing it to come as naturally as air entering lungs when they remember how. You don't have to be quiet on purpose. You just are quiet, and that's enough. The mind may still wander like a dog pacing near an open door, waiting for someone to call its name. But the door is not going anywhere. No one needs you to come through it. And if you stay where you are, in this soft place between wakefulness and sleep, there's no need to feel lost. There's only continuity, this quiet stretching forward without purpose or destination. Let your attention rest on how the breath moves under your ribs, not pushing, not controlling, just noticing the small rise and fall as if it were a distant tide that you've never needed to reach, but have always known was there. Noticing doesn't mean doing anything with it. You don't need to change it or deepen it. It's enough that it continues, like the heartbeat beneath your chest, like the slow pulse of something ancient and quiet. There's no reason to hurry towards sleep because you've already begun to surrender. The effort has faded, not because it was defeated, but because it realized there was nowhere left to go. And so, it simply stopped. Let that stillness grow where it wants, without invitation or resistance. Let thoughts come like birds passing overhead at night, unseen, unclaimed, not stopping for anyone. They don't belong to you any more than the wind belongs to a tree. They pass through your awareness and leave no trace. You are not responsible for them, nor do you need to clean up after them. The body knows how to wait, not with tension or anxiety, but with patience that doesn't know it's waiting at all. Like roots in soil that don't rush toward water because they're certain it will come when needed. They only grow when they can. And so does rest, when the mind stops demanding results, when there is no goal to reach, no outcome to prove. You don't have to be asleep for this to count. You don't have to feel anything specific. There's no standard of what rest should look like. It doesn't need to arrive with a signal or confirmation. It only needs to begin, and it already has. Not in the way you imagined, not in the moment you hoped for, but quietly and without fanfare, just by letting go. Let your shoulders sink lower than they've been all night, just slightly, not from effort, but because gravity is enough. Let your hands lie where they are, palms open or folded gently, not trying to stay still, but simply allowing their weight to settle into the mattress like stones sinking into quiet water. There's no need to hold anything up anymore. The air in this room moves slowly, just enough to be felt, just enough to remind you that things continue even when nothing seems to happen. It brushes against your skin without needing a reason. It flows through space as if it has always been here and will be long after the night ends. And so does peace, not as something earned, but as something that simply continues. There's no end point where everything changes. There's only this: breath, weight, stillness, not striving to arrive at anything new or different, just being exactly as you are, with all your doubts and quiet persistence and the slow unraveling of effort. Let go again, not because you've done it once before, but because there is no reason not to. The more you release, the less you need to be doing anything at all. And in that space, the one where nothing needs fixing or changing, there's room for something deeper than sleep, a kind of quiet presence that doesn't depend on outcome. You are not failing, you are not behind, you are not missing anything. The night isn't waiting for you to finish, nor is it judging how long you've been here. It simply goes on, like water beneath stone, like stars above fields no one sees. And so do you, moving through time without needing a plan. There's nothing left to prove, no test to pass, no need to be any particular way, just lying here, breathing slowly, body sinking deeper into the dark, and letting everything else fall away, not by force, not by will, but simply because there is no one holding on anymore. And so the quiet continues, not as a victory, not as an achievement, but as something that has always been true. That rest isn't something you reach when effort ends. It's what remains when you stop trying to find it at all. The lightness you've been holding in your chest, just beneath the ribs, just behind the breath, is beginning to loosen its grip, not because something has changed, but simply because it no longer needs to hold on. There's a quiet that isn't empty, it's full of space, like air trapped between layers of cloth folded and left undisturbed for years. It doesn't need stirring. It only waits softly in the folds where nothing is expected. Your thoughts still drift, faint ripples across water too deep to see clearly, but they don't pull at you anymore. They pass through your awareness like mist over a field at dawn, not heavy enough to leave dampness behind. No need to name them, no reason to follow their path. You are not the one who placed them there, and so you do not owe any of them an answer. The mattress beneath you has long stopped being just fabric and foam. It's become something like a surface that remembers how to hold still without asking permission. It doesn't care if your mind is quiet or restless. It simply receives whatever weight lands upon it, cradling each shift with equal patience. Your body knows this better than words can say. There's no urgency in the way time moves now. Not even the slow crawl of minutes feels like a burden. The clock on the wall still ticks, yes, but only because that is its nature. It doesn't know you're listening. It doesn't care if your eyes are open or closed. Its rhythm isn't meant to match yours. Let it be. Your breath has settled into a shape so soft and steady it almost seems like no air at all. Just the quiet motion of something continuing without interruption, as though there had never been any need for effort in the first place. It flows not because you guide it, but because your lungs are simply allowing their own natural ease. The room is warm where you lie, not hot, just thick with stillness. Not like heat that presses against skin, but a warmth that settles into joints and bones, as if the air itself had learned how to breathe in rhythm with you. It doesn't rush forward or pull away, it stays exactly where it belongs, here. There's no place left for tension to live, not even an inch of your body holds anything tighter than what is needed just to be present. The muscles behind your eyes, long clenched from hours of watching the dark, have stopped trying to find a signal in the silence. They rest as they were meant to, not working, not waiting, simply existing. Even your skin has relaxed into its own surface, no longer scanning for movement or change, no longer alerting you that something might be wrong. It's soft now and open, not wide awake, but gently aware of being touched by nothing more than air passing over it at random intervals. The dark isn't a challenge anymore. It doesn't demand anything from you. You don't need to conquer it or escape into sleep in order to survive its presence. There is no mission here, no goal, no performance required. The night stays as it always has, patient, unimpressed by your efforts, unchanged by your longing. You are not behind schedule. You haven't missed a step. Time isn't counting you out or judging how long you've been awake. It simply moves forward in its own way, like roots growing through stone without haste. Your mind may still flicker with the old habits, the urge to check whether things have changed, whether sleep has arrived yet, but those thoughts are now just background noise, like distant traffic heard from a window left slightly open. They don't matter. You aren't listening anymore, not because you've shut them down, but because there's nothing else demanding your attention. Let the quiet continue, not as something to be earned or maintained, not as proof of progress, but simply as what happens when no one is trying to force it into being. There's a kind of peace that doesn't arrive with fanfare. It isn't announced by sensation or clarity. It just settles in like dust on shelves, unseen, unclaimed, quietly accumulating over time without needing recognition. And you are not required to notice it at all. Your body is no longer working towards something. It's simply being allowed to be exactly as it is, soft and heavy where needed, still where motion isn't helpful, quiet even when awake. The space around you holds your shape now, not because you're forcing it or holding on, but because the air has learned how to curve gently around every edge of you. It doesn't need permission to do so. It simply does. There's no reason left for vigilance. No one is watching, and even if someone were, they wouldn't care about your current state, only that you're here, breathing steadily, lying in the dark, with all your effort finally released into stillness. You don't need to be asleep to belong to this moment. You don't need a sign or signal from anywhere else. The quiet isn't waiting for anything. It's not holding its breath until some invisible cue arrives. It just is, like warmth in old cloth, like the way light lingers after sunrise even when no one sees it, like time itself continuing without anyone needing to keep track. And so you do too, not striving, not measuring, not judging whether this night has been long or short. You are simply here, not as a person trying to succeed at rest, but as something that already is resting. Whether sleep comes now or later doesn't matter anymore. The weight of your limbs isn't effort, it's surrender. The softness in your breath isn't control, it's release. There's no difference between being awake and not asleep because there's nothing left for you to do. Let the silence continue, not as a victory nor as defeat, but simply as what happens when someone stops fighting the dark and learns how to lie within it without asking anything of it in return. There is no need to be doing anything. There is only being, slowly sinking deeper into this place where nothing has to happen for something true to remain. There's a quiet that doesn't begin with silence but with release, the kind that happens when the body stops asking for permission to rest and instead simply lets itself be carried by the weight of its own stillness. You are not falling asleep because you've decided to. No decision was made, no intention formed. There is only this, a slow unspooling of tension like thread drawn from an old seam, undone without effort, without notice. The air around you has stopped being a boundary and started feeling more like a presence that knows your shape by now, not in the way you once thought it should know it, with pressure or expectation, but simply because it's been here long enough to have learned how you settle into the dark. Your skin is no longer guarding against sensations. It isn't bracing for movement or waiting for change or measuring whether anything has shifted beneath its surface. It's just open, gently porous, letting in what comes and releasing nothing back. There are moments when it feels like your breath doesn't belong to you anymore. It flows through you as if guided by something older than thought, a rhythm that exists not because you've chosen it, but because the night has allowed it. The kind of breathing that happens underground, where roots don't ask for oxygen and yet receive it anyway. There's no need to return to your chest each time it rises. The descent isn't an effort. It's simply what happens when nothing else needs to happen. And so you stay in this space between breaths, not as a pause, but as a continuation, like the moment after music stops and sound lingers on its own in the walls of the room. The weight of your hands is not heavy because they're tired. It's heavy because they've given up on being useful. They no longer need to do anything. There's no task left for them to complete. No one expects them to write, or hold something down, or push away what's too close. They are only here, resting flat against your body, as if their purpose has been redefined in the quiet, not to act, but simply to exist. Your shoulders have stopped lifting toward your ears. They've settled, not with effort, not by reminding themselves, just lowered, like things that have forgotten why they were ever raised. There's no tension holding them up anymore, no reason to keep them high or tight. They are soft now, yielding into the mattress as though the surface has grown familiar enough to accept their shape without resistance. Your neck is not stiff. It doesn't remember how to strain. It's long and loose in a way that feels almost unnatural after years of holding stillness too tightly, as if it had been trained to be alert even when no one was listening. Now there's no listener, no audience for posture or performance. There's just space, room between bone and skin, where softness can grow without shame. The floor beneath the bed doesn't matter anymore, not in any way that asks anything of you. It isn't supporting your weight, nor is it bearing the burden of what happens if you don't fall asleep by a certain time. It simply exists as part of the same world that holds your breath and carries your stillness, and so do you. There's no urgency behind this moment, not even in how long it lasts. Time doesn't measure itself against your awareness anymore. You are not ticking off hours or watching for signs. The clock is silent, its face turned away. It has stopped trying to keep track of what can't be tracked, what isn't meant to be calculated. You don't need to know if you're falling asleep. That's not part of the arrangement. There's no rule that says sleep must arrive at a specific moment or under certain conditions. The only condition is presence, and you are here, lying down in this dark room where nothing demands that you perform for it. There's no need to fight through fatigue, no need to push past drowsiness like a gate blocking your way forward. You don't have to arrive at sleep, because sleep isn't waiting at the end of effort. It doesn't reward striving or punish lack of progress. It just shows up when it does, on its own terms. And right now, what's happening is not failure, it's presence. Not a delay in recovery, but a form of restoration that happens without motion, without intention, without even the idea of being rested. Your legs aren't trying to stay still, they're simply letting go. They've stopped resisting gravity. There's no need to keep them straight or tucked under covers. The way they lie now is not because you decided it was right, it just is, like a river that has forgotten its direction and flows where the land allows. There are no thoughts chasing each other through your mind anymore, not even the ones about sleep or time or whether this will ever end. They've stopped being active. They're like distant birds flying over fields you can't see. There's movement in them, yes, but they don't matter to where you are. You are not asleep, but that doesn't mean anything is missing. You are not awake and failing either. You are simply somewhere between the two, the place where effort has finally stopped trying to control what it cannot command. And this is enough. It's more than enough because it's real. It's true in a way that no achievement ever could be, because it doesn't depend on being proven or witnessed. No one needs to say you're resting well. You don't need to feel different to know that something has shifted. The dark isn't closing around you anymore. It's settling with you, like the kind of stillness that follows after a storm when everything is soaked through and nothing moves. The air feels thick in your lungs not because it's heavy, but because it's full, complete in its own way, holding you without needing to change anything. Your awareness isn't scattered or searching. It's not stretched thin trying to catch the next moment of relief. Instead, it's soft, like a fabric that has been folded and unfolded too many times until it forgets what rigidity feels like. There's no need for focus, no demand to stay awake, no reason to keep checking. The only thing happening now is this. You are letting go not in anticipation of sleep, but because there's nothing left to hold onto. And so the night continues, not as a test, nor as an obstacle, but simply as what it has always been, time that passes without needing your help. It doesn't care about your schedule or your patience. It only needs you to be here, exactly where you are, exactly how you are. There's no performance required for this kind of rest, no audition for peace. You don't need to prove anything to yourself, to the world, to sleep itself. The bed doesn't ask whether you're ready. The dark has already accepted you. You can stay awake forever and still be resting. You can lie here all night without effort and still belong to this moment. And when sleep comes, it won't come because you wanted it. It will come as a quiet guest, slipping in through the cracks of your surrender, not knocking but simply joining. Until then, there's nothing left to do but be. You are not waiting anymore, no longer standing at the edge of something that hasn't arrived, no longer measuring time by how long it's been since you last felt drowsy or noticed your breath slowing. The stillness isn't a pause between efforts. It's not holding its breath in anticipation. It is what comes after motion stops being necessary, after resistance has dissolved into the shape of where you are lying, like water settling into an uneven basin and filling every hollow without needing to be directed. There's no edge now, not at your shoulders, not behind your eyes, not beneath your ribs. The body isn't trying to compress itself or lift away from weight. It is simply in a place it has been allowed to stay for as long as the night wishes. No part of you feels like an obligation. Even the parts that feel heavy aren't burdened by meaning, they are just present, resting under their own gravity, not resisting, but also not trying to be lighter. The air doesn't have to change in order to help. You don't need it to become cooler or deeper for this moment to hold significance. It is already enough as it is, warm where your skin meets the sheets, thick against your chest, with no urgency behind its pressure. You are breathing into a space that does not require you to be anything more than what you're doing right now, existing in soft continuity with nothing needing correction. The silence isn't empty, it has texture. It's full of small movements, the faint rustle of fabric settling deeper, the slow shift of blood through veins far below awareness, the almost imperceptible release from muscles that were holding tension they didn't know was there until now. These aren't signals to be interpreted or acted upon. They are not signs that sleep is close or proof you're still awake. They are just part of what it means for a body to stop being in charge and begin simply letting itself happen. There's no point where wakefulness becomes too long, because time hasn't been measured by how much has passed. It has only been experienced as the space between breaths, as the slow unfolding of attention without demand. The hours aren't stacked up against you anymore. They are not a tally that must be justified or overcome. They simply flow like water through a channel shaped by absence of effort. You don't have to believe anything about sleep coming, no need to hope it will come, no reason to fear if it doesn't. You're already in the place where belief is unnecessary. The mind has stopped trying to guide itself toward relief. It's not lost, it's just quiet enough that even thoughts can pass through without leaving a trace. The dark around you isn't enclosing or waiting. It's not holding its breath either, not judging your presence by how long it takes for the next sign of surrender. The night has no schedule to keep and no test to administer. You are not being evaluated on whether you've earned rest. There is nothing to earn. Rest doesn't arrive after performance. It exists in the gap between effort and result, where there's only this: breathing without need, lying without purpose. There's a kind of peace that comes not from having stopped suffering, but from realizing suffering was never required. You didn't have to keep checking whether your mind had wandered, whether you'd lost track again, or how long it had been since the last time something shifted inside. Those weren't failures. They were just moments when attention happened to be turned inward, like a wave turning back toward shore before continuing on. Now there's no direction for awareness to follow. It doesn't need to go anywhere or return from anything. It isn't searching for peace because it has already found its home in stillness that requires nothing of you except presence. No achievement is needed. There's no victory in staying awake, nor shame in not sleeping. You are simply where your body wants to be, suspended between motion and silence. The mattress doesn't care if you're tired or alert. It only knows how to support what lies upon it. The fabric holds you without remembering the shape of anyone else who's slept here before. It isn't trying to help, nor is it holding back. It simply fulfills its role, being soft enough not to resist your weight and firm enough never to give way. The body beneath has stopped measuring progress. There are no milestones in this kind of rest. You're not closer to sleep than you were 5 minutes ago or an hour before. The distance between now and anything else is irrelevant because there's nothing left to reach. Even the idea that reaching something would be better doesn't stir anymore. You can stay here as long as needed, and when time finally changes, it won't come with a warning or demand for attention. It will just shift like light through leaves after dusk, not arriving but simply becoming visible in how things are shaped by its passage. No part of you is holding onto tension because no one asked it to let go. There was never an order to remain still. The arms aren't folded tightly across the chest out of habit or anxiety. They're just resting where gravity has placed them, not resisting, but also not seeking a different position. They don't need to be adjusted, they are already correct. There's no longer any pressure on you to do anything with this night, no hidden expectation that if only one more thing were tried, sleep might appear like an answer to a question that wasn't asked in the first place. There is nothing left to try because trying was never what brought rest. It was always its opposite. The mind isn't quiet because you told it to be still. It's quiet because there's no reason for noise anymore. Not even silence needs to be maintained. Not even awareness has a task now. You're not being watched by anyone. There is no observer waiting at the edge of your thoughts. There are only moments that happen without needing explanation. You don't have to stay awake or fall asleep. The body doesn't need permission from you to move into deeper relaxation or for sleep itself to enter when it feels like coming. It can arrive not because effort has ended, but because there's no one left who wants it to come at all. No demand makes room for presence. The hours pass as they always do, neither too slow nor too fast. But now you are in the space where time doesn't matter unless you make it matter, and that job is done. There's a quiet inside your chest, not because of breath or rhythm, but simply because no part of you is asking anything anymore, not for relief, not for change, not even for peace to be confirmed by experience. You're just here, this soft weight in the dark with nothing left to prove and nowhere else to go. The night isn't waiting for sleep. It's already full of everything it needs to contain. And you are part of that completeness now, not because you've earned your place, but simply because you're not trying to earn anything anymore. No clock has marked this moment as significant, but the stillness is, because nothing in it required force or intent. It exists only by being allowed. And so you continue, just like this, not falling asleep, not staying awake, not even aware that awareness was ever needed at all. You're simply part of what happens when there's no one left to ask for anything, and the body knows how to rest without needing permission. There is no need to measure whether you're closer or farther from sleep, because even that thought has lost its grip. Like a leaf unhooked from a branch, it drifts without seeking a place to land. The body knows what it does not know how to explain, the difference between effort and ease, between waiting and being present. There is no map here, only the quiet hum of stillness that grows deeper each time you stop trying to find your way through it. The air around you isn't thick with expectation. It's light, unburdened by urgency. It moves just enough to keep things open, not pressing down but making space for what already is. Your breath doesn't have a job anymore, not to calm you, not to guide you, not even to mark the passage of time. It simply flows in and out like water over stone, not because it's supposed to, but because there's no reason for it to stop. You don't need to count it or watch it. You can just let it be part of what happens when nothing is asked. There is warmth pooling beneath your ribs that doesn't rise or spread. It simply exists, like a low fire in the earth that never needs feeding. It isn't proof of anything. It's not waiting for you to feel better, nor does it demand acknowledgement. You don't have to do anything with it. No breathing deeper, no releasing tension, no wishing it was stronger. It just is. And because there's nothing left to want from it, it can stay exactly as it is. Your hands are relaxed not because they've been told to relax, but because they've forgotten how to tense. The skin on your palms isn't tight against anything. There's no pressure to hold or let go. They don't need to grip the blanket or press into the mattress. Their shape has returned to what it always was, without being shaped by effort. You can feel the way your fingers are curved slightly outward now, not from control, but because they've stopped resisting gravity. Even your feet, so often forgotten, are just resting where they've been placed. The soles don't ache because you're holding them in a certain position. They don't tense up trying to brace for sleep that never comes. They lie still not because someone told them to be still, but because there's no reason to move. The dark isn't empty, it's full of quiet presence. It doesn't need to be filled with dreams or thoughts or images. You're not expected to see anything in it. There is only the way light, when it appears, moves through space differently than when you were searching for it. But now, there's no search. The dark holds everything without needing to contain it. And so time doesn't stretch forward like a rope you have to pull. It just continues, not rushing toward morning or backward into past hours. It flows sideways, like water around stones that don't resist the current. You don't need to know how much of it has passed, because nothing in this moment requires completion. There's no deadline for stillness. You can stay here as long as the night allows, no longer a prisoner of urgency, no longer someone who must win over exhaustion. The hours aren't stacked against you now. They're not ticking down towards some threshold where you'll finally be allowed to rest. They are simply unfolding like leaves on a tree in slow wind, each one separate, each one whole. The mind doesn't flicker with thoughts that need fixing or silencing. It's not busy rehearsing what might happen tomorrow or replaying the day's small failures and attempts. There is no narrative to carry forward. No memory needs to be preserved because nothing in this moment has been lost. The past isn't weighing on you. It doesn't even exist here. You're not lying awake trying to fall asleep because that idea has dissolved like mist at dawn. You're not waiting for sleep to arrive, nor are you afraid it won't come. There's no fear of remaining in this quiet because there's no one left to be afraid. The body is not performing any task. It isn't even aware of being awake or asleep. It doesn't need a label. There's a softness behind your eyes that doesn't come from fatigue, nor does it require light to exist. It's just the way things settle when nothing needs to be done with them. Your eyelids don't strain to stay open or close. They're simply where they've been for a long time now, neither resisting nor reaching. The silence around you isn't empty, it has depth. It isn't loud because it lacks sound. It's deep because there's no one left who needs something from it. No voice inside your head demands that the quiet be broken by thought or dream or noise. There is room for nothing, because even emptiness doesn't need to mean anything. You are not failing at sleep. You never were. You weren't ever supposed to succeed at falling asleep in the first place, because sleep isn't a goal you reach through effort. It's something that happens when there's no one left who wants it to happen on command. The body knows how to release without being asked. It doesn't need permission to sink deeper into stillness, because the act of trying has stopped. No signal is sent out from your mind saying, "I want rest." There is only this, a quiet continuation, a slow descent not toward sleep, but simply toward what already is. Your chest rises and falls without intention, not because you're breathing deeply for effect, but because breath doesn't have to be managed anymore. It's just part of the way things move when nothing wants to control them. There's no need to check how much time has passed, no need to wonder if this will ever end. You don't even need to know whether you're asleep or awake. The space between those states doesn't matter, not now. What matters is that something inside you has stopped measuring itself against the idea of arrival. You are not in a race with the night. You're not fighting it. You're not trying to win over tiredness or convince your body to surrender. There's no war here, only stillness that grows quieter by not striving for quietness at all. Even your thoughts, when they drift, are not obstacles. They don't need to be pushed away, nor do they demand attention. They pass through like clouds in a sky with no horizon, the kind of sky where nothing is expected and so nothing needs to happen. You are not responsible for the quality of this moment, not for its depth, its silence, or even whether it feels peaceful. You don't have to make sense of it, nor do you need to stay present long enough to prove that rest has been achieved. It's already happening without your participation. There is no burden on you now, no pressure to be different than you are, no demand for progress. The body doesn't need you to believe in sleep. It just needs you not to try to force it into being. And so you stay, not as a person trying to do something, but as something that simply allows itself to be what it already is, part of the quiet that exists when no one asks anything from it. The darkness isn't waiting for light, because the dark is enough on its own. You're not waiting for sleep, you're just here, in the space where nothing needs to happen. And because there's no demand, no effort, no intention, it becomes possible. The silence continues, not as an absence, but as a presence that doesn't need to be named. It fills the room without taking up space. You don't have to listen to it, you just are in it, like water is in riverbeds, not because it's trying to stay there, but because there's nowhere else for it to go. There is no one left to wake up, no one left who needs to prove they're resting. The night holds you gently, not as a container, but as a place where nothing has to be done. And so the stillness grows deeper not by adding more silence, but by removing everything that ever needed to be added. There is no need to keep track of how much time has passed, not even in thought, because the hours don't matter anymore when you're not measuring them against a goal. The clock doesn't call for your attention any longer. It ticks without needing to be acknowledged, like footsteps down an empty hallway that go on but never require response. You are no longer listening for signs of change or waiting for proof that something has shifted, because nothing needs to shift. Not the breath, not the pulse beneath the skin, not even the way your body lies against the mattress. as if it's found a place in the world where gravity is soft and forgiving. There is only this, a kind of listening that doesn't expect answers, a stillness so deep it no longer feels like absence, it begins to feel like presence, not because you're doing anything, but because you've stopped thinking that doing something was required. The mind has not been quieted by force, it has simply forgotten the command to be busy. It hasn't been silenced, it's just found a different way of being, one where thoughts drift in and out without demand, like leaves caught in water that moves slowly beneath the surface. You don't need to know if you're asleep or awake, because that distinction is no longer useful here. There are moments when awareness lingers at the edge of feeling, not sharp but soft, not present like a light turned on, but more like the way warmth settles into skin after being uncovered from blankets. It's not about knowing, it's about being received by something larger than intention. The body is not trying to do anything now, no effort is made towards sleep or rest, because there's no one left who believes those things are tasks. There is no taskmaster in the mind anymore, no voice saying now, try harder, you're missing it. Instead, you lie as if time has slowed so much that it can't be measured by minutes or heartbeats. You exist within a kind of stillness where nothing needs to happen, so when it does, it happens without your notice. The darkness is not empty, it holds things quietly, not in expectation, not in waiting. It simply contains the shape of you as you are, soft, unforced, letting go with no destination. There's no need for clarity here, no requirement to understand what's happening or why. The night doesn't require your attention, nor does it demand gratitude for holding you. You're not being offered anything. You don't have to earn this moment by trying to stay in it. It isn't a gift that must be accepted. It's simply available, like air is when you stop holding your breath. There's no price for staying here, no conditions attached. Not even the idea of peace needs to arrive. You are already in its quiet company. The muscles in your shoulders have relaxed not through effort, but because they've forgotten what tension feels like. They aren't trying to relax, they're just letting themselves be heavy, like stones left behind by a tide that has receded long ago. Your hands rest on the blanket as though they'd never been asked to do anything but lie there, no need to grip, no reason to move. There is no tension between wanting sleep and fearing it, because the fear was always tied to trying. Now that the intention has dropped away, so does the anxiety. The body doesn't have to prove itself worthy of rest. It never did. It only needed to stop pretending it could earn stillness by performing for it. Even your breath moves differently now, not because you've changed how it goes in or out, but because there's no one left inside who feels responsible for its rhythm. It flows as if the air has always known where to go and doesn't need instructions on how to arrive. You don't breathe to sleep, you simply are breathing, like a river that continues even when no one watches. There is no urgency in this silence, not because it's peaceful, but because nothing feels urgent anymore. There's no need to finish anything, no deadline for arrival. The night doesn't care how long you stay awake or whether you ever fall asleep, because the night has always been patient with what happens inside it. You are not failing at rest. You are simply resting without needing to be good at it. You don't have to perform stillness like an act or prove that your body is cooperating. It doesn't matter if sleep comes now or never. What matters is that you've stopped asking for its arrival, and in doing so, the space between wakefulness and sleep has become something softer than either. There's no one left who wants to win over tiredness, because tiredness isn't an enemy. Tiredness is just a sign that your body has been awake long enough, and it doesn't need to be conquered or overcome. It only needs permission not to fight anymore. And so you stay, not because you're trying, but because there's no one left who wants to leave. Not even the part of you that once believed sleep was something to chase. That version is quiet now, no longer calling out for rest, no longer measuring progress by how fast it arrives. There is only this, a gentle continuation without effort, a body that sinks deeper not because it's trying, but because it doesn't know another way to be. You are not holding on to wakefulness, you're simply allowing yourself to be in the space where nothing has been asked of you. The air around you feels heavier, not with pressure, but with presence, like something large and quiet is breathing beside you without needing your attention. It's not a feeling, it's an atmosphere that doesn't require explanation or recognition. You are not responsible for anything now, no thought, no breath, no motion. There's nothing to fix, no moment to make right. You don't need to be awake enough or tired enough or still enough. You're just here, the same as you've always been, a body in darkness, breathing without command, resting without intention. Even your thoughts are not obstacles, they aren't even noticed anymore. They drift past like smoke from a fire that's long since gone out, no flame to feed them, no need for fuel. They don't linger because there's no one left who wants them to stay. There is no boundary between being awake and asleep. Not now, not in this slow, unbroken stretch where nothing has been demanded of you. You're not crossing over, you're simply within, like water moving through a hollow log that doesn't know it's flowing. The silence grows deeper not by adding more stillness, but by removing the idea that stillness must be earned. The mind no longer watches for signs of change. It just lets time pass as if nothing has happened, and in truth, nothing ever needed to happen at all. You are not asleep, nor are you awake in any way that matters. You're simply being received by the night, like a stone is held in deep water, not because it's trying to sink, but because sinking is its nature. There is no effort in letting go, only release from the weight of expectation. And so the quiet continues, not as a goal, not as an achievement, but simply as what remains when there is nothing left to do. There is no shape to this stillness, not a contour, not a line drawn between one moment and the next. It's not emptiness, but something fuller than that, a kind of holding that doesn't need to name itself. You are not in waiting, you're already inside what you were trying to reach. The body has stopped measuring time by how fast it disappears. Instead, it remembers its own rhythm from before words had names for it, before sleep became an event and wakefulness a task. There is no memory of effort left, only the quiet return of being unaccountable. No one checks your progress. No record is kept. You are not late. You are not early. You are not anywhere at all in the way that matters. The dark around you isn't empty. It's full of weightless things, a warmth that has no source, a softness with no edge. It moves slowly through your limbs like water finding its level after long drought, not because it wants to rise or fall, but simply because there is nowhere else for it to go. You are not breathing into sleep, you're breathing from the same place where rest lives before it arrives at the body. There's a kind of listening now that doesn't listen for anything, just listens in the way shadows listen to silence, without expectation. The air holds your breath not because you've given it over, but because it has always known how to carry what is no longer asking. There is no need for sleep, because sleep isn't a thing you have to earn or win. It's already here, woven into this moment like thread in fabric that was never meant to be seen. You are not drifting toward rest, you're simply resting from the idea of drift. There's no journey left, only arrival without distance. The part of you that used to count minutes has finally stopped counting, not because it gave up, but because it realized there is nothing to collect or surrender. Time doesn't matter when it's not being used as currency. You are not failing at anything, because failure implies a task was set and missed, but no one asked you to do anything. No authority in this room has spoken. No voice said, "Sleep now." There is only the absence of demand, which feels like peace not because it's loud or bright, but because it doesn't care what you think about it. You can wonder if you're asleep. You can assume you're awake. It makes no difference. The body doesn't need labels to know how to rest. It knows through touch, through surrender, through the slow letting go of needing to be right. There is a kind of gravity here that isn't physical. The pull isn't downward but inward. Not towards sleep, not away from wakefulness, but into something older than both. A state where awareness doesn't have to prove itself, and stillness isn't proof of failure. The mind no longer watches for signs, no signal, no shift in temperature, no sudden calm. It's stopped looking because it has found that the only thing worth noticing is what remains when nothing is expected. You are not being watched by your own thoughts. They've grown quiet not from exhaustion but from acceptance. They don't fade away, they just stop demanding attention. There is a space now where ideas pass like clouds over mountains without casting shadows or asking to be named. You're not watching them, you're simply allowing the sky above you to keep moving as it will. There's no separation between your breathing and the air around you, just one slow motion, unbroken and continuous. The breath isn't coming from inside you and going out. It's just part of the same movement that holds everything in place. A pulse that doesn't belong to any single thing, but to the whole quiet space where nothing has been asked for. You don't need to be awake enough or tired enough. You're already somewhere beyond needing to qualify. The body knows how to rest without permission, and it's doing so now, not because you told it to, not because you imagined it would work this way, but because the effort to make it happen is gone. The act of trying has dissolved like salt in water, leaving only what was always there beneath. There is no goal anymore, only a continuation without direction. Not moving toward anything, not avoiding anything. There's just the feeling of being held by something so large and still that it doesn't even know its own size. You are not inside your body, you're within the quiet where bodies exist only as temporary arrangements of warmth and weight. You don't need to stay awake or fall asleep because neither state is required. What matters is not what you become, but that you are no longer fighting for it. The silence isn't a void, it's full of stillness that doesn't ask to be noticed. It exists because nothing needs to happen in order for it to be real. There's a kind of listening now that listens only by being present, the way roots listen beneath soil, not for water or light, but simply so they can remain where they are. You're not waiting for something, just allowing what is already here to continue as it will. No urgency, no need to arrive anywhere. The night doesn't care if you stay awake until dawn. It's been patient with every person who ever thought sleep would come faster if they tried harder. You don't have to believe this, you just have to stop not believing it. Not because truth is proven, but because the weight of doubt has finally lifted from your shoulders and no one was there to place it. There's nothing left to do, no step forward, no adjustment, no correction. Just being here like a leaf that doesn't need to fall, it simply rests where it lands, knowing it was never meant to fly. The breath moves through you without direction or demand. The body sinks not towards sleep, but into its own natural state, the one before trying began. There is no performance of rest, only the truth that rest has always been happening, even when you thought you were failing at it. You are not asleep, you're just letting go of needing to be anything in particular. And that release is what makes this moment feel so deep, so quiet, so full, not because it's filled with something, but because there's nothing left to take up space. There's no effort now, only the slow unfolding of being exactly as you are. No need to fix yourself or change your state. You don't have to be still, nor wakeful, nor tired. You're just here, the same way a stone rests in water not because it wants to sink, but because sinking is its nature. And so this continues, not as an achievement, not as a victory over exhaustion, but simply as the quiet that happens when no one remembers how to ask for anything anymore. There is no beginning to this quiet, only a continuation that has always been going on beneath everything else. the way light travels through air without needing to be seen, or how water moves through stone without knowing it's carving anything. You are not entering rest, you're returning to the place where you've never truly left. The mind doesn't have to stop thinking for stillness to arrive. It simply has to let go of believing that thoughts must mean something in order to be allowed. There is no signal, no sign, no proof required, just the body holding its own weight, not because it's trying to stay, but because staying is how it exists. The dark isn't empty, it holds a kind of fullness that doesn't demand attention. It does not care whether you are awake or asleep. It has been this way for longer than any story you've ever told yourself about sleeplessness. It doesn't keep score, doesn't remember your attempts or failures. It simply is, the same stillness that fills the space between heartbeats, the pause before a breath begins again. You don't need to make peace with wakefulness because there's nothing to reconcile. You are not fighting it anymore, not even in thought. The resistance has dissolved like sugar left overnight in warm water, not gone entirely, but no longer solid enough to resist being absorbed. There is space now where tension used to live, and that space isn't waiting for anything, it just exists. The room doesn't know you're trying. It hasn't noticed the way your hands press into the sheets or how your jaw has settled in a kind of low vigilance. The walls have heard every sigh, every shift, every unspoken plea, but they don't answer because they never were asked to. They hold only what is present, warmth from the body that lies still without effort, weight that settles deeper than any intention could push. There's no need to wonder if this moment counts, because it already does. The quiet isn't a placeholder for sleep. It doesn't exist in order to lead somewhere. You don't have to earn its depth by being tired enough or calm enough. It is not something you must reach. It is the ground beneath your awareness, and you are already standing on it. The breath moves through you without permission, no command from mind, no need for control. It rises not because you told it to, but because air still finds its way into places that don't ask for it. And when it leaves, there's no loss in the letting go, only a soft return to what was never taken. There is no timeline now, no hour passing, no clock ticking like an accusation. The night doesn't move faster or slower depending on your mood. It simply continues as if nothing were at stake, and perhaps that's its greatest gift. It refuses to be influenced by anything you believe about yourself. It offers no reward for endurance, no punishment for failure. It just lets time pass without trying to shape it. The body doesn't care whether sleep comes, it only knows how to rest. It has always known this. The way roots grow through soil, not in search of something better, but simply because growing is what they do when nothing else demands their attention. You are no different. Your system runs on the same principle, a quiet mechanics that asks for nothing and gives back everything it can without knowing it's giving. There is no need to feel like you're doing anything right. No need to check if this is working or whether your mind has finally gone still. The fact that you are here, in this state of not doing, is already the answer. Not because it leads somewhere, but because it shows that you have stopped pressing against what cannot be forced. There's a kind of listening now that doesn't listen for meaning, only to be present, like rain falling on leaves without needing to land anywhere specific. It doesn't ask where each drop goes, it just falls, and the earth receives it as if it were expected. That is how you are receiving this moment, not because you earned it, but because there's nothing else left for your attention to do. The silence isn't waiting, nor is it holding its breath. It simply is, without condition or qualification. And so does this quiet within you, not as a state of being that must be maintained, but as an atmosphere that has always existed beneath the noise, the same kind of stillness that fills space between stars, where nothing moves yet everything remains. There's no reason for your body to hurry, no deadline for rest or restoration. The system doesn't require you to believe in it in order to function. It runs even when doubt is loud, even when fatigue feels like a lie. It continues because continuation isn't something that must be earned. It's the default of being alive. There's no need to fix anything. No part of you has failed. Not your mind, not your body, not your breath or your stillness. What happened was never about performance. You were never meant to win at sleep. That wasn't the point. The point was always that you could just be here, in this quiet where effort ends and being begins. You are not broken because you can't fall asleep, only mistaken in thinking that sleep is a task. It's not something you achieve by doing more or trying harder. It's something that happens when you stop treating it like an obligation, when you allow yourself to simply be present, even if only as someone who doesn't know how to make themselves go away. There is no urgency now, no reason to wish for sleep, no need to fear wakefulness. You are not being judged by the night. It does not keep a record of your struggles or measure them against other people's ease. It has been patient with every person who ever thought that if they just tried harder, they'd finally get what they wanted. And now, after all this time, you've stopped trying, not because you gave up, but because you realized there was nothing to give up to. There was no goal behind the effort, no prize at the end of the tunnel, only a quiet that has always been here, waiting not for your arrival, but for your release. You don't need permission to rest, because rest doesn't require approval. It doesn't ask if you're ready or worthy. It simply happens when you stop trying to make it happen, when you let go of needing to be anything at all, not awake, not asleep, not tired, not alert, just here. And so the quiet continues, not as a result, not as an achievement, but as a natural state that has always existed beneath everything else. The way light fills space without being seen, or how water finds its level without effort. You are not falling into sleep. You're simply returning to where you've been all along, in the deep place behind thought, behind wanting, behind trying. There is no next step, no adjustment needed, no correction, no need to be anything different than what you already are. The body knows how to let go even when the mind hasn't caught up. It doesn't ask for proof, it simply releases because that's its nature. The dark holds you now, not as a boundary or a container, but as an embrace that has no intention of letting go. Not because it wants you, but because letting go is what stillness does when nothing else demands attention. There is room here for silence, for wait, for breath, for not knowing, for being unaccounted for. The night doesn't care how long you stay awake, it only knows that you are present, and presence is enough. And so this continues, not as a process, but as an unfolding without direction or destination. Not towards sleep, nor away from wakefulness, just the quiet continuation of what has always been true. That rest does not require effort to arrive. It only requires that you stop fighting for it. You are not being held by anything but stillness, and stillness does not demand a reason to stay. The air around you is no longer thin with expectation. It has softened into something that simply exists, like the space between two notes long after they've faded. There's no weight in it, no pressure to move forward or backward. It doesn't remember what you wanted earlier. It doesn't care how many times you checked your breath against a rhythm that never came. The moment passed. You're not late for anything now. Your body is not trying to obey an order from the mind. There's been no command given, and so nothing to resist or fulfill. There's only this, warmth pooling where your limbs meet the mattress, not because you invited it, but because the bed has always known how to cradle without being asked. The weight of your shoulder isn't heavy, it's just there, like a stone resting in riverbeds where water forgets urgency. It doesn't need to be lightened, it only needs to be left as is. There's no longer any gap between you and the dark. The darkness has not come to you. You have simply settled into its quiet without needing to arrive, without needing to prove yourself present. There's a kind of listening that happens when no one is speaking, not waiting for sound, but receiving what arrives anyway. like rain that falls on soil already soaked. You don't need to be asleep in order to stop being aware. Awareness doesn't have to mean effort. It can be passive. It can simply be the fact that you are here and this breath is happening without your instruction. The next one will come, not because you want it, but because breathing isn't a task that needs motivation. It's an ongoing movement of air through space where nothing has to earn its place. The mind doesn't need to stop thinking in order for stillness to take root. Thoughts don't have to vanish. They just need to be no longer followed. You're not resisting them, and you're not encouraging them. They drift by like clouds over a field that isn't watching. There's no point of view from which they matter more than the ground beneath. You are not failing because you haven't fallen asleep. You're only mistaken if you believe there was ever an obligation to do so in the first place. The night doesn't keep score, and it never asked for your attention. It has been here all along, quietly holding space even when you were too busy with trying to notice its presence. There's a difference between being awake and feeling like you're staying awake on purpose. You are not maintaining alertness. You aren't guarding against sleep or performing vigilance. There's no effort behind your eyes remaining open, no willpower keeping them from closing. It just is. Your eyes are closed, or they're open, or neither. There's no need to choose anymore. There's a kind of rest that doesn't have the word rest attached to it in any way. It isn't described by what it lacks, not sleep, not stillness, not peace. It is simply what happens when nothing else demands your attention, when there's no one asking you to do anything at all, when even the idea of doing something has faded. The body doesn't need a signal from the mind to begin releasing. It can let go in silence. It knows how to unclench without being told, like roots loosening from soil when water arrives slowly and steadily. You don't have to teach your muscles what relaxation feels like. They've always known it, even if they've forgotten recently. There's no need for progress now, no timeline, no expectation that this will end in a certain way. There's only the slow unwinding of something that has been wound too tight, not by force, but by habit. You don't need to fix what isn't broken. You just need to stop treating it like something that needs fixing. The darkness doesn't ask for your story, your history, your frustration, your hours spent counting minutes or forcing stillness. It doesn't care about why you're here or how long you've been trying. It only knows the truth of what's happening right now, a body resting without permission and without performance. And so this continues, not in pursuit, not in waiting, but simply as something that is already true. There's no journey to take, no arrival point to reach. The night doesn't move toward anything, it just is. And you are not separate from it anymore, you're part of its quiet, like a shadow that belongs without needing to be seen. The breath flows through you without being noticed, and still it continues, just as the earth turns even when no one watches. There's no need for acknowledgement, no reward for participation, nothing required except presence. You don't have to do anything to belong here. You weren't invited, you're already inside. The dark isn't a place you enter, it's the space that has always been holding you, whether or not you were aware of it. There is no task in being still. There is no performance in staying awake. There is only this, your body resting as it knows how to rest, even when mind and clock keep insisting otherwise. The breath continues because there's no reason for it to stop, just like water finds its level without having to decide where to go. The silence isn't empty, it's full of things that don't need names. It holds the weight of your shoulder, the warmth of your chest rising and falling, the soft pulse behind your eyes that doesn't have to be quieted. All of it is allowed because nothing here has ever been forbidden. There's no such thing as wasted time when you're not trying to use it for something else. The hours aren't slipping away, they're simply passing without needing a purpose. You don't need to make them mean anything. They are already meaningful by being real. You're not losing the night, you're just letting go of the idea that you have to win it. Sleep doesn't care about your effort, it only responds when there's no demand, no pressure, no one trying to force its arrival. There is nothing left to prove, no evidence required for rest. It doesn't need permission from your body or your mind. It simply happens when the weight of wanting lifts. And that weight has not been removed by doing more, it's fallen away because you stopped holding on. The dark isn't a test, you aren't being measured against any standard. You don't have to be alert or tired or calm or anything else in order for this moment to count. It counts just as it is, because it exists, and that's enough. And so the quiet continues, not because you've succeeded, but because there's nothing left to do, not even trying anymore. There's a kind of peace that isn't found, it's simply remembered. Like an old song hummed in the background before you knew words existed for it. It doesn't come from effort or intention. It comes from letting go, not once, not twice, but over and over again until there's nothing left to hold onto. You don't need to fall asleep, you just need to stop falling towards sleep. The act of trying has been released like a thread pulled free from its knot. There's no tension in it now, no resistance, no urgency, no fear that the night will end before you've arrived. There is only this, the soft rise and fall beneath your skin, the way heat lingers where your leg touches the mattress, the absence of any demand to do anything at all. And so this continues, not towards sleep, not away from wakefulness, just as it always has, as a quiet that doesn't need a name, a presence without a purpose, a being in which nothing needs to change. You're not waiting for sleep to arrive, because it never comes from outside, never knocks on a door that you've kept closed with your attention. It's already here in the way your fingers rest against the sheet, loose and unclaimed by any need to do more than be there. The air moves through your nose without your help, and still it does its work, just as roots grow in soil long before anyone sees a leaf. There is no pause for approval, no moment of judgment when the breath forgets itself. It simply continues, like gravity, like time, like the slow turn of seasons beneath the surface, where nothing shouts but everything holds. The quiet isn't silent, it's full with things that don't need to be named. The faint hum in your ears, not loud enough to call a sound, just there like memory without an event. The way warmth spreads from the small of your back into the curve of your hip, not as something earned but simply given, like sunlight on stone after a long night. You don't have to feel it to be warm, just to let it exist in you, unclaimed by effort. There's no need to gather it or keep it close. It doesn't matter if it fades, it will return when the body remembers how. There is space between your thoughts now, not because they're gone, but because there's nothing to hold them down. They drift like dust motes in a sunbeam that hasn't been noticed by anyone. No need to gather them, no reason to push them away. One thought settles on the edge of awareness and stays, just as it is, and then another comes without urgency, not asking for anything but room. And still, you're not responsible for how long they stay or whether they go. You've been taught that wakefulness means failure, that every minute not spent asleep adds up to a debt paid in exhaustion. But the night isn't keeping score, no ledger exists where being awake is punished and sleep is rewarded. The hours pass without judgment, without measuring your value by how quickly you can vanish into unconsciousness. There's no contract between you and time, you're neither behind nor ahead, not running toward anything or fleeing from it. You don't need to be tired in order for this to count. You don't have to feel calm. You don't even need to want rest, though the body already knows how to do that without asking. What's happening now is not a test of endurance, but an unfolding, slow and unforced. Like water finding its way through cracks no one saw until it was already there. You're not being asked to fix anything. You're simply allowed to be here, in this dark, with nothing to prove and nowhere to go. Not even the idea of sleep is required anymore. The need has softened like a thread that's been left out too long in sun. The urge to fall asleep wasn't ever wrong. It was just mistaken for what you needed instead of recognizing it as part of the problem. And so now there's only this: your shoulder resting on the pillow, not because you've decided it should be there, but simply because gravity holds it without needing permission. Your breath rising and falling like waves that don't know they're going anywhere. They just go, with no need to arrive or declare their journey complete. The weight of your leg against the mattress is not a burden. It's a kind of belonging, a quiet agreement between body and surface. The silence isn't empty because it contains everything you've stopped trying to control. The pulse behind your eyes that doesn't have to be still, the way heat gathers at your temple where blood moves without being asked. It all stays because nothing is banned from this moment. There's no exclusion here, only permission to exist as you are. Even if you don't fall asleep tonight, if you stay awake through another hour or 2 or 3, you're not missing the point. The point wasn't sleep, it was letting go of trying to get it. That release is what changes everything, whether or not a dream comes with it. You're no longer fighting your own presence in the night. It's strange how much relief there can be in surrender, not because you've given up, but because you've stopped believing that giving up would mean anything at all. The mind keeps looping through old patterns, checking clocks, watching for signs, but none of those signals matter now. You're not looking for a signal. You're not waiting to see if the night will answer. You're simply resting, not in spite of being awake, but because you've stopped needing it to mean anything different than what it already is. The dark doesn't care how long you stay inside it. It doesn't measure your worth by how much time passes without a shift. You don't need to be alert or still or quiet. You only need to be present, and that's already happening. And the longer you let go, the more real this becomes. Rest is not something you earn. It's what happens when there's no one left to demand it. When the effort stops, the body remembers how to settle, not because it was told to, but because it can finally stop pretending it has to do anything at all. There are no rules about being asleep or awake, only this: your breath continues, not for a reason, but because it doesn't need one. The warmth remains where skin meets fabric, not as proof of effort, but simply as what happens when the body is left undisturbed by intention. You're allowed to stay here as long as you like, with no agenda, no outcome, no expectation that anything will change or arrive. Not even sleep. It's not required for this moment to be complete. The night isn't waiting for you to finish it. You've already arrived in its quiet. There is a kind of peace that doesn't come from solving anything. It just appears when the mind stops chasing after answers. You don't need to figure out why you can't sleep, or what's wrong with your body, or whether this pattern will ever change. None of those questions matter now. The only thing that matters is being here, fully, without resistance. And so the quiet continues, not as a task, not as an achievement, but simply because it doesn't have to be anything else. You don't need to do more than exist in it. There's no performance required, no evaluation of whether this rest counts. It already does, just by being real, just by happening. You're not separate from the dark, you're part of its stillness now, like a note that doesn't have to be heard to belong to the silence. The body rests without needing to know why, just as rivers flow without deciding where they'll end. There's no pressure on this moment to become anything else than what it is. There's nothing left to win or lose, no score to keep, not even a sense that time is passing because you're not using it for anything. You don't need to fill the hours or save them or make them count in some future way. They are already full just by being here. The breath moves through you without needing your attention. The warmth spreads where skin rests on mattress, unhurried and unasked. The mind settles into stillness not because it was told to, but because there's no one left who wants to move it anywhere. There's only presence, only this. And the longer you stay like this, the softer the silence becomes, not because you've done something right, but because you're finally letting go of needing to do anything at all. Your shoulders sink a little deeper into the mattress, not because you've told them to, but because there's nothing holding them up anymore, just gravity and stillness. The weight of your arms lies where they rest, no longer seeking shape or purpose. You don't adjust, you don't lift. They simply are, like roots settling in soil after a long drought. There is air moving through you, not to be felt as breath, not even as rhythm, but just movement, unmarked by urgency. It passes in and out without needing your attention, much like the faint hum of distant machinery that's been there so long it no longer registers as sound. You're aware of nothing being done. The dark is not empty, it holds you gently with a quiet fullness. Not silence exactly, but something quieter than absence. An atmosphere where things are allowed to simply exist without needing explanation or completion. There's room here for the small tremors in your fingers that go unnoticed even by you, just passing through like dust motes drifting across a beam of light no one sees. You don't need to name what is happening. You don't have to call it rest or peace or release. It just is, as real as the way the fabric under your back has warmed over time, not from effort, but because you've been lying there without resistance. The skin knows its own temperature now, not measuring against cold or heat, but simply resting where warmth meets matter. There is no beginning to this moment and no end. There's only continuation.